I raised two questions in my introduction to the introduction. One question is the challenge of distance, and the other question is the challenge of intensity. Thank you. Thank you. The question of distance, how do you honestly feel the loss of something that happened so long ago? And the second question, the question of intensity, is how do you wrap your mind around the intensity of Jewish suffering all these ages, these millennia? I found a little essay in a book by Rabbi Gifter. I realized that for some reason I've neglected to indicate this on page 18. I'm so careful always to give the sources from where I take whatever I take. So if you are so inclined, I would ask you to please write down, so I feel like I was Mekayim Kol HaOmer Davar B'Shem Omro Mei V'Geula Liolam. This comes from Rabbi Mordechai Gifter, Pirkei Emunah. The name of the sefer is Pirkei Emunah Shiurei Das. You know, in Telz, they have a whole world called Shir Das. So the name of the sefer by Rabbi Gifter is Pirkei Emunah Shiurei Das. Yerushalayim Tafshin Chavtes. It was published in 1969. And this comes from pages Kuf Pei Beis to Kuf Pei Gimel. Rav Mordechai Gifter, Pirkei Emunah Shiurei Da'as, Yerushalayim Tafshin Chavtes, Amud Kuf Pei Beis, Kuf Pei Gimel. I apologize. Rav Lifter quotes a Medrash Rabbi. Medrash says, in Medrash Eicha, one of the things the Shulchan Aruch, Gemara already, other sources, not Gemara Beferish, but one of the sources of learning on Tisha B'Av is Medrash Eicha. Medrash Eicha Perek Beis Siman Dalet says as follows: Rabbi Yochanan, top right, page 18. Havedaresh shitin apin bebila Hashem v'lo chamal. On the pasuk of Bila Hashem v'lo chamal, that Hashem destroyed and had no mercy, Rabbi Yochanan would be able to darshan 60 ways. If you look in the Matnos Kahuna in the parish on the Medrash Rabbah on the top left, shitin apin, it's in the middle of that section. Shishim maisim shenasu b'Yisrael asher aleim ne'emar bila Hashem. The 60 different applications of the verse, 60 different illustrations of the verse of bila Hashem, Hashem destroyed, Hashem consumed, v'lo chamal, and he didn't have any mercy. But for Rabbi, havedorish esrim va'arba apin. Rabbi could only darshan 24. Only 24 ways. Zog the Medrash, v'lo de Rabbi Yochanan yatir al Rabbi. It's not that Rabbi Yochanan was more superior, was greater than Rabbi, and therefore Rabbi Yochanan had 60 examples, and Rabbi only had 20. He couldn't conjure up more than 24, because he was greater, he could figure out 60. That's not what it is. Ella Rabbi al yedei shehoya samuch l'churban habayis hoya nizkor v'hoya doresh uboche u'misnachim. Rabbi was closer to the churban, and because he was closer to the churban, he couldn't say more than 24 because he became overwhelmed with sadness. When he remembered a story, he would tell the story, he would cry, u'misnachem, and he would need to be comforted. So he just emotionally couldn't keep on going. He was so devastated that he just couldn't say more than 24 stories. It was too hard for him. Rabbi Yochanan, who was more removed, was less under the impact, and therefore he could say more stories. That the stories that he told were not so crushingly overwhelming for him. Azay steht in Medrash. So the Medrash models for us this first issue, and that is the challenge of distance. That the further away you are, the harder it is to conjure up the sadness. So if Rabbi Yochanan was further than Rabbi, it was harder for Rabbi Yochanan to conjure up the sadness. So he was able to talk about it much more comfortably and easily. So Kal v'chomer, now it's not the door of Rabbi or the door of Rabbi Yochanan, but now it's coming up to 2,000 years later. So how do we muster up the intellectual energy or the emotional energy to try to identify with what happened? So Rav Gifter raises this question in a much more limited context. In 1941, the yeshiva of Telz was attacked. It's a tremendous churban of the Telz, the city of Telz, the community of Telz, and the yeshiva. 20 years later, in 1961, Rabbi Gifter gives a talk in the Telz Yeshiva Beis Medrash in Cleveland. Zekvar Esrim Shana Miyom HaChurban. It's 20 years now since the day of Churban. And the day of Churban is the day of Churban of Telz, 1961 to 1941. Utekufa bas Esrim Shana Harei Yesh Ba Mishum Tekufas Dor Shalei. 20 years is an entire generation. Rochaknu Kvar Dor Shalei Meha Churban. It's already one generation from the Churban. He doesn't even have any compunction about referring to the destruction of Telz as ha-churban, ha-churban. Right? What's going through your mind, going through my mind? Shkula harigasam l'sabel u'l'safra, k'sreifas beis Elokeinu ha'olam v'habira. That the destruction of Telz in 1941 is churban, is ha-churban. Ve'en l'shayar klal mazos omeres richuk shel dor miguf ha'ma'ora. You can't even begin to imagine what this means to be even one generation removed from the time, the event. Lomadnu b'medrash Echon, he quotes our medrash. Rabbi Yochanan Avadoresh samach apin bebila Hashem v'lo yichomo, v'Rebbi Avadoresh chof dalad apin, v'lo de Rabbi Yochanan yatira Rebbi, elo de Rebbi al yidei shahaya samach l'churban abayis haya niskor, v'haya doresh uboche u'misnache. Nifloim hadvarim l'ma'od. He says it's amazing. Harei gam Rebbi atzmo rocho koya zman rav miyom ha'churban. Churban bayisheni. When did Rebbe live in connection with Churban bayisheni? Rebbe wasn't a survivor. Rebbe wasn't an eyewitness of Churban bayisheni. Rebbe lived 100 years after Churban bayisheni. Rebbe himself lived 100 years after Churban bayisheni. Ella, 2 lines later, Shemikol makom karov haya Rebbe v'samuch liyom hachurban kirvus shel dor echad l'mayla mitalmido Rabbi Yochanan. Rebbe was one generation closer than his student Rabbi Yochanan was. V'zu hakirvus shel dor echad, this one generation closer, po'ala b'kirbo omek hargasha b'churban ad kedei kach shelo haya b'kocho klal lidrosh ba'omek hadin mibli sheyafsek v'yisnache. The fact that he was one generation closer made all the difference. The fact that he was one generation closer, in that generation closer, he already couldn't control himself. Lule zo soyo nishbar l'resisim biyagono. He would have been broken up into pieces because of his anguish. Rabbi Yochanan Talmido sherochak rak dor echad yoser. He was only one generation later. He was one generation after. Kvar lo hirgish ba'omek midas hadin v'tzar hachurban ad kedei kach. He was not able to feel it the way his Rabbi felt it, even though his Rabbi was himself significantly removed. Ubekocho hoya lahavlig es tzaro. He was able to restrain his suffering. V'lidrosh samach apin bebila Hashem v'lo chomo. Nora hadover l'ma'od. Ubechein onu. Now in 1961, in Tells, shekvar rachaknu tkufas dor miyom hamar v'hanimhar. We're now one generation, 20 years after the destruction. Aleinu lehis azer koach, we have to strengthen ourselves. Ulehis orer, and we have to arouse ourselves. Leval yovad mimenu zichron hachurban. We should never forget the churban. Lihiyos ki me'ora ba'avar harachok asher lo nargish bo, that it might become like a event that took place in the distant past that we don't feel about. Im ki ososov bikirbeinu yom yom. So the first issue in this little passage is the issue of distance and the challenge of distance. I don't have really a good answer. What I think about myself is to realize that so much of what's lacking in the world today is a direct function of the lack of a Beis HaMikdash. And a Beis HaMikdash means serenity and peace and calmness. And a lack of a Beis HaMikdash means so many of the challenges that we face today as a people. But that is item number one to think about today. And maybe you have your own methodologies or answers to this question. And then in the next paragraph, he goes into the second question. And he says something that I wish I really would be able to internalize. The question of magnitude. Chet chato Yerushalayim. Pasuk says that Yerushalayim sinned. Frek the Medrash, Akom einon chotin, only Jews sin and the Gentiles don't sin. Akom einon chotin. Elo zok the Medrash. Afal pisha chotin, einon klum, even though they sin, doesn't really matter. Aval Yisrael chotu v'laku. That when Jews sin, it matters. It really makes a difference. Now, he posits a theological postulate here that we will see again in the course of our learning today, that I wish I could really feel. HaChurban b'chol tzuraso ha'ayuma v'hamafchida oshu al gadlus Yisrael. Adarabba. The fact that Jews suffered so much is itself a sign for the greatness of the Jewish people. Right? The question is, how do you deal with the fact that Jews suffered so much? The answer is, hi hanosenes. That exactly shows the godless of the Jewish people. It's totally on its head. The greater the suffering, the greater the greatness. HaChurban b'chol tzuraso ha'ayuma v'hamafchida, in its horrible and fear-inducing magnitude, that is itself oshu al gadlus Yisrael. Oshu al shedavak hu Yisrael b'shoresh elyon shel kedusha v'tara. It shows that the Jews are on the highest level of kedusha and taira. Shoresh asher bo poel hachet pegam nora. A state in which sin makes a big difference. See, if you're nothing, and if you're not holding anywhere, and if your whole existence is meaningless, so you sin, what difference does it make? You behave, you misbehave. It doesn't have any ramifications. But if you live in a world of Kedusha and Taira, if Klal Yisrael is on a high madrega, then Chet and the implications and the repercussions of that Chet are just endless in its power and in its impact. And the greater the impact and the greater the power is Megala, it shows the high madrega on which the Jews live, where this has such a tremendous effect. The Churban is an os, shedovaku Yisrael b'shorash elyon shel kedusha v'tara, a reality in which sin makes a big difference. Hamevi lidei Churban ko'oyo. Rov binyan uminyan shel ameinu am Hashem nichreis lefnei esrim shana b'yom chaf zayin sivan b'nafol ha'oyev ha'germani al harusim hischil hatzar va'oyev b'tachnit ha'hashmada b'chlal Yisrael zeh lefnei esrim shana. 20 years ago is when this force against us was unleashed. V'rak ba'am gadol v'kadosh ka'amenu yuchal lachul churban ko nora hameid al hashgachaso yisbarach b'midas hadin. The whole thing is on its head. The fact that it's so hard for us is megala that it really matters. If it didn't matter, wouldn't matter. The hashgacha of the Rabbeinu Shalom in reflecting the closeness that he feels towards us is expressed by the intensity of the reaction when we sin. That's how he addresses the second question. It's totally turned around. That the intensity does not reflect distance, but the intensity reflects closeness. Let's file this away. You'll think about it. It's a powerful thought. And let's start to read a little bit of the Kinnot and comment, and then we're going to come back to this. Page 152 in the Art Scroll, page 91 in Rosenfeld. Shav asuru meni shemoni ochroi tzchiu mos hasimuni bedrei chaveroi sakosa mishkan mischos diburoi sakosa v'huv lagu gibo raisof guchaf u'moadu evoroi chesila kol abiroi naflo deinu b'tzul duchuya eini chikso l'chazon ben brechya. Chazon ben Brechia is a reference to Zechariah Navi, who is the Navi of hope and consolation. And we look forward to that. Even in the midst of the greatest sadness, we know that at some point it will end, and we're not doomed for all eternity, but we're looking forward. Chiksa, any chiksa, look forward, not just passively looking forward, but actively looking forward. Mechakeh doesn't just mean to hang out and wait, but it means to be plotting and wait, really wait, like I can't wait already, that's how I'm waiting. Naflo deinu b'tzul duchuya, any chiksa l'chazon ben berechya, Ad pile gilgol chavuya, eini ma'oleles bi'avanis nechuya. Also v'nicham vayikra lebechia v'nam alela ni bochia. So who says alela ni bochia? It's a pasuk in Eicha. We said it last night, the beginning of Eicha, towards the beginning of Eicha. Alela ani bochia. So the ani, the simple ani, is the Mechaber of Eicha, the author of Eicha, who's writing Eicha, says, Alayla ani bochia Yirmiyahu Hanavi. But in past years, we've seen many Mamari Chazal who explain Alayla ani bochia as a reference to God himself. This is a theme that we've talked about in the past, that Hashem himself, in our perspective, is also adversely affected by the Churban. The notion that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is, we'll see later, Imo Anochi B'tzara, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is with us, that he is connected to us, is for us a source of great hope and consolation. That we do not feel that we've been abandoned by God, chas v'shalom, that all of the intensity of the sadness does not bespeak God rejecting us, God forbid, but that God himself is somehow upset, as it were, kaviyachol, by this. That we place God next to us in our sadness, and that for us is a source of tremendous strength. Al eila ani bochia, HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself cries. If you look at the bottom of page 18, I found this year a different set of makoros. Al eila ani bochia. So the pasuk in Eicha, al eila ani bochia, eini yordamayim. The bottom of page 18, the last paragraph. Eini yordamayim, pasuk in Eicha. So the Medrash wonders about the double. So did you ever wonder all these years when you heard that pasuk, Eini yordamayim, why does it say Eini twice? Eini yordamayim. Amar Rab Levi, Mashal Arofei, Shechoshash Eino Achas. He has pain in one eye. A doctor has pain in one eye. Amar, Eini tifke al eini. My other eye should cry for the eye that's hurting. That's the first pshat in the Medrash. Mashal Arofei, Shechoshash Eino Achas, Amar Eini tifke al eini. So what's pshat? Why a rofei? Why Mashal Arofei Achas? So if you turn to page 19, the top of the next page, so the Radal, Rab David Luria, has a parish on Medrash, and he says something interesting. After Nakat Rofei, on the top left, the top line at the end on page 19, maybe the reason why the Medrash chose a doctor, Mishum Shadavra Zeh Yodua Beyoser Tov L'Rofim. Doctors know this fact better than others. Shera'u la'ayin hashniya lehitzta'er al ayin shetashasha. So they understand why eye number B should be upset for what happens to eye number A. Shebeteshisha shel harishona margeshes gam hashniya. First of all, because eye B feels the pain of eye A. Mipnei shegidei ha'ayin mischabrim yachad b'motza mehamoach. So I don't know if it's true. I have to check with an eye doctor that the two eyes are connected to one another when they come out of the head. As I state in Radal, gidei ha'ayin mischabrim yachad. So if one hurts, the other one's going to hurt because they're connected to one another. So a doctor would know that. So a doctor knows that this eye is going to cry for the other eye. Ukisha'achas soveles chov okayote bo nif'eles hashnayim gamkein. Gam kosvar rofrim, the second explanation is, shekivin sho'achas nechsheles, if one eye gets weaker, az ha'pa'ula kula shel chush ha'ru'us rak al yedei hashniya. So then the entire vision capacity gets transferred over into the second one. L'chein nechleshes hashniya gamkein mipnei rov shimusha. So the second one is also going to get weaker because it's working overtime because it has to make up for the deficiency in the other eye. Al kol panim, the mashal is l'rofei, but it's not only a rofei, you understand? It's a rofei because according to the Radal, the rofei has more medical knowledge about how the eye works to understand this. But it means that if one eye hurts, the other eye cries for that eye. Eini yordamayim. My eini is yordamayim for my eini. What's an imshal? Kach Yisrael nikru eino shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Yisrael is considered to be the eye of the Rabbanu Shalom. Hado dechsiv, a pasuk in Zechariah, ki la Hashem ein adam v'chol shiftei Yisrael, that the shiftei Yisrael is considered an eye of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Kaviyachol amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, eini tifke al eini. One of my eyes will cry for my other eye. So God is crying. God is crying. Hashem is saying, eini, eini, yordamayim. Just like here in our Kinnot, al ela ani bochia. So when it continues, eini, eini, yordamayim, we're talking about the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, as it were. One eye of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the Jewish people. So the other eye of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is crying for what happened to the other eye, to the Jewish people. Another Medrash Eicha, towards the top of page 19. Persa Tzion biyadeha. Pasuk says that Tzion will spread out its hands. Says the Medrash, Ksiv mi'yitein roshi mayim ve'eni mekor dima. Mi'yitein roshi mayim ve'eni mekor dima. It's a pasuk in Yirmiyah that speaks to the crying of God, the crying of the Rabbanu Shalom, in Perek Ches in Yirmiyah, and it is in the Haftorah that we said this morning, Mi'yitein roshi mayim ve'eni mekor dima. Mi amar pasuk hazeh, says the Medrash, who's the one who said this pasuk? The pasuk continues, Mi'yitein roshi mayim ve'eni mekor dima ve'evke yomam v'layla eis chalalei basami. That's how the pasuk ends, that I'll cry day and night. Mi amar pasuk hazeh. Im tamar Yirmiyah, if you say Yirmiyah says it, it's written in Sefer Yirmiyah Perek Ches, if he's the one who said it, Ef shalo shalo lechol, Ef shalo shalo lishon. How could the pasuk say, Ve'efka yomam v'layla, I'll cry day and night? Yirmiyah can't cry day and night. It's inconceivable for Yirmiyah to cry day and night. Yirmiyah has to eat something. Yirmiyah has to go to sleep. So how's it shayach to cry so much that you're going to cry day and night? Ela mi amaro, who's the one who says, Mi'yitein roshi mayim ve'eni mekor dima? Mi she'ein lefanav lo achila v'lo shina. It must be talking about God. God doesn't have to worry about eating and sleeping. D'chsiv hinei lo yinam v'lo yishan shomer Yisrael. So what's really interesting for us as we read through and learn through the Kinos is that sprinkled in the Kinos, even early on, is a nechama for us. Sprinkled in the Kinos from the very beginning is an element and a motif of trying to make it easier for us. I've talked in the past about how the day of Tisha B'Av has different themes associated with it, that mitzad echad, it's a day of Avelus and a day of Tainus. But Tisha B'Av is also a day of Nechama, in particular in the second half of the day when things get easier, and moving towards Mincha, where in Mincha we say Nachem. Nachem means Nechama. Nachem Hashem Elokeinu, es Avei Tzion, where we actually invoke Nechama. But in the second half of the day, Tisha B'Av is a day of Nechama, that we don't allow ourselves to totally get enveloped in this mourning. But it's not only that we need to wait until the second half of the day, but every once in a while here in the middle, we're reminded. And the Balakino says, V'nama leila ani bochia, severta bissel gringer auf den Herzen. You know, like HaKadosh Baruch Hu is with us. We can get through this. We will get through this. I was actually this year thinking of something that never occurred to me before, that I haven't worked out yet. And that is the whole notion of Shabbos Nachmu. Like for this year, I don't know what happened. I don't get Shabbos Nachmu. And maybe it's because I'm in personal mourning. maybe because of my Avelus Chadasha. So when my morning is up, when 11 months are up, Shloshim was up, 11 months are up, 12 months are up. It's Yom Tov. We're going to have a concert. We're going to have a great time. We're going to go to the mountains. And we're going to have a hootenanny. It's Shabbos Nachmu. It's great. I don't understand the transition from Tisha B'Av to Shabbos Nachmu anymore. You know, like 4 minutes ago, you were sitting on the floor for a half a day. 4 minutes ago, you were fasting. 4 minutes ago, you were, like, in a second, we're out of here. Done. It's behind us. It was Tisha B'Av yesterday. It's not anymore. It's Shabbos Nachmu. I don't understand. How do you do that? How do you... We should be a shtickle say it on Shabbos Nachmu. Like the day after Tisha B'Av. I mean, the day after Tisha B'Av, we know. It's the 10th day. The Beis HaMikdash was still burning. We have Niyugei Avelos until Chatzos. Okay, so it's not cold turkey tonight. So tomorrow there's a little bit. And then it's done. It's a big happy time, Shabbos Nachmu. And the contrast is so bolate to me, ad kedei kach, that I don't understand it. We should be like a little bit sad, like for another 7 minutes. Okay, I don't have to fast and I don't have to sit on the floor, but I should ease out of this a little bit. Give me a week to catch myself. It doesn't happen in Avelus Chadasha. In Avelus Chadasha, okay, you stop saying Kaddish, you stop Shlosh, you stop Shiva. Okay, you stop Shiva, so Shiva is over, so you don't have to sit on the floor, so you can start walking around. And then you have Shloshim. Okay, Shloshim is over. Then you say Kaddish for 11 months. Okay, that's over. Then you have Yud Beis Chodesh. Okay, that's over. Okay, so it's over. So, I mean, you're still sad, right? You live a life like that for the rest of your life. You're an orphan. So you live a life, Baruch Hashem, you live a life. You can go to the movies again at some point. When you feel up to it, you go to a play. Yeah, it's very nice. But the abruptness is very, very sharp for me. So I think part of the answer lies, and this is, I think, the tension that I'm trying to figure out, is that embedded in the sadness, there is already a shtikala epis here to help us. When we say that God cries, we're actually comforted that God cries. We're not upset that God cries. Baruch Hashem, God is crying. For us, it's a source of connection. We have a partner in this. And if the Ribono Shel Olam is our partner, it can't get better than that. The Ribono Shel Olam is as good as it gets. So on the one hand, I was talking earlier about the fact that we have to really try to experience Tisha B'Av and make the most of the experience of Tisha B'Av and really get a sense of the sadness on Tisha B'Av and really confront the sadness on Tisha B'Av. But at the same time, even as we do so, there are glimmers of a future. And maybe that sort of sets the stage for the post-Tisha B'Av experience, maybe. Something to think about. Something to think about. It's new for me, I think, because of my personal situation. But I think it's a good question. And if anybody have an answer? Anybody have any thoughts? Anybody want to comment? What? The what, the Nechemta? Chaye? Oh, the Zion, yeah. The Shlosha de Puranusa and the Shiva de Nechemta, right. So I appreciate that, and I understand that after Peranius we enter into the Zayin de Nechemta, but maybe I misunderstand, maybe the way let me put it this way, maybe what I associate with Shabbos Nachmu is wrong. Then maybe Shabbos Nachmu is shouldn't be like a big Yom Tiv. And we enter into a period of 7 weeks of Nechama. So we need the Nechama. My issue is not Chas v'Shalom, we don't need the Nechama. We need the Nechama. We have the Nechama even today in the afternoon. We have Nechama. We move from the Shlosha de Puranusa into the Nechama beginning in the afternoon of Tisha B'Av. But I think my issue is an issue of speed, not an issue of process. I think that's what I'm struggling with. You hear what I'm trying to figure out here? That maybe Taka Shabbos Nachmu should be somewhat muted. Maybe. It's a process. It's a slow process, and it culminates on Rosh Hashanah. What? Yeah. Right. Right. Yes. Right, so that's an interesting parallel. One of the most powerful lines in Rabbi Soloveitchik's writings is in his, and there are many, but so it's maybe inappropriate to say, but I would say, I feel like saying that. For me, one of the most powerful is in, I think it's in Catharsis, where he talks about, it was my experience, where he talks about Yom Tov breaking Shiva, how you have to stop and all of a sudden you have to move into Simchas Yom Tov. But he writes somewhere else, not there, but he writes somewhere else that I don't know how people could do this. I know people who did this, but I don't know how people can do this. Yeah. Right, Tu B'Av, right, so that's interesting. So what's the juxtaposition between Tes B'Av and Tu B'Av? Yes, yes. Right. That, what was the last thing you said? An Eis Tzara, but what? Right, it's no longer a Gezerah. It's an Eis Tzara. Yeah, okay. I mean, we do have Tu B'Av right after Tisha B'Av. That's also important. But if you look at what happened on Tu B'Av, we commemorate, it's also not pretty. A lot of it is not pretty. I mean, it was very important, you know, Nitnu Haruge Beita L'Gvura. I mean, it's a great thing, but, you know, they shouldn't have been killed to begin with, you know. I mean, it's like it's not like it's... Okay, yeah. My point is, maybe I mistakenly experience it too quickly, and maybe that's my... Right, that's true. But what I fear, and I am the first to place this upon myself, is that we lose sight of the experience of Tisha B'Av too quickly. We don't transition out of it in an appropriate, what I had considered to be in an appropriate enough fashion. No, the Geula, Mirz Hashem, will happen Keharafayim, but till it happens, I think that you shouldn't wallow in it, but we should transition a little bit more slowly out of it. And maybe what makes it possible for us to do that is that even embedded in the intensity and the depths of the experience of Tisha B'Av are these windows into a life.
I think one time I think Rabbi Soloveitchik explained that the avelos of the Yaakov and the Rabbi really is different. That when an individual has avelos, they go from total mourning to total joy.
Right.
But for a rabbin, you have to move, it has to be something
Right.
you move up to, and therefore you start with the 3 weeks, which is the least amount of
Right.
You move to
Yeah, so
9
that's,
days.
yeah, that really, yeah. So the,
Therefore, it's an emotion, it's
but it makes,
with the emotional, intuitive needs of the individual. And
right, with the
for-
emotional, intuitive needs, Rabbi Brander is saying with the emotional, intuitive needs of the individual, we start with the most intense, and then over the course of time, it gets slowly dissipated. So we go from Haninos to Shiva to Shloshim to Yud Beis Chodesh. The Rav has this famous analogy that the 3 weeks and the 9 days and Tisha B'Av is the opposite. Is 3 weeks as the Yud Beis Chodesh and 9 days as a din of Shloshim, Tisha B'Av as a din of Shiva, going the opposite. And we understand that. We need to slowly build up as a Avelus the Rabbim to come to understand, to feel. But that, I think, just sharpens my question. And then the next day, we're done. Yeah, I understand that. I said that we transition out. So the next 2 days, we're done. Okay, it's something to think about. At least I'm thinking about it. Weiter al pnei fros nupzu chasideha palgei suv zachra ki aru yesodeha pachad chet shilo tochav sodeha patzu chazire ya'araye chasideha patzu maser valinideh persa tzion biodeh al ar tzion tzadu shonim edonoi tzofu al roshi zedonoi tzomsu benov lamod zedonoi So notzarte liorer midonoi tzak ami bendinoi tzadeku adonoi ato kala michmadato meed yermuni kerafta bo elai vayacharimuni koli lashmia barav higrimuni karosi liyoshve givan gam heim zermuni kumi averi bosel herimuni karosi lima ahavai hey morimuni lama ruach hapenu lo tavach shomoru Ra'isa ki chesanur, oreinu chamaru. Ra'isa ki yomal v'chaz bi'ivu yichagamaru. Rafta biyad yecheskel inkom kamomaru. Raven achide migoyamaru. Re'adonor ki tzarli. Meyai chamar maru. Hashivenu sisi shima lagoy tzeyoni. Shiftam ramos chatzerai lad kiyani. Sifsei Meshorei Devir Damamulahad Biani Shamata Kizmo Rosaf Hechin Litatani Shachvu Venodu Chatzos Lavriani Shamo Kinen Chaani. And now once again we come to a source of strength for us. Kitam Schacter b'chesafonecha, ofanecha, toshiv lahem gemul ka'oz chazos panecha. What is Kitam Schacter b'chesafonecha? You engraved tam in your kisei hakavod. So Rav Soloveitchik every year would say that it's a reference to Yaakov. Yaakov ishtam, ki tam chakta b'ches ofanecha. And why Dafka Yaakov? Why not Avram? And why not Yitzchak? So he would say that Yaakov here is not a representative of Yaakov as one of the Avos, but Yaakov here is a representative, unlike the case of Avram and Yitzchak, he's a representative of Knesset Yisrael. Because Yaakov's other name was Yisrael. So Kitam Chata B'Ches Ofanecha means that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has inscribed and engraved the Jewish people on his Kisei HaKavod, which for us, once again, is a source of tremendous comfort, tremendous strength. That if we're mamish on the Kisei HaKavod, so HaKadosh Baruch Hu can't forget us. We are part of the furniture, as it were. We are right up there, right next to, as it were, the Ribbono Shel Olam himself. So at some point, he's going to look down from his kisei, and he's going to see us, he's going to remind himself of the terrible situation in which we find ourselves, and he's going to bring the Yeshua and the Geula. So it's not that there's this distance. The biggest fear that's addressed in the Kinos is the sense of distance. That God has distanced himself from us. And in all Christian countries throughout the Middle Ages, Jews had to live with this claim all the time. The classical Christian argument is God has abandoned you. You used to be the chosen people, and that's gone. We are now the true Israel. God has abandoned you. Exile is not just a state. Exile is a reality. Exile represents the distance. So, A, mitzad, the internal Jewish conversation, it was an issue that they had to deal with. They felt distant. B, mitzad, the relentless Christian argument. This was the big question. If you look at the Kinos and you read the Kinos and you translate every one of them, certainly the first 40%, the theme is distance. The theme is not Churban Beis HaMikdash. In a sense, it's almost odd. It's not what you would expect. Tisha B'Av is the day when we mourn for the destructions of both Batei Mikdash. That's not really the core theme, is the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. The core theme is the distance between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Knesset Yisrael as a result of the Churban Beis HaMikdash, and the way it expresses itself in so many ways since the Churban Beis HaMikdash. So one of the ways to address that is to say there is no distance, because we are mamish right on the throne of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We're about as close to God as we could get. Ki tam Schacter b'cheis hofanecha. If you look at the bottom of page 19, this year I came across an article in a journal called Images from 2007 by Rachel Neese. It's called Embracing Icons, the Face of Jacob on the Throne of God. This notion is a very powerful notion, and it appears in many, many different places. I just want to give you a sense of the breadth of this concept, dafka, in order to underscore how centrally important it was for us, dafka, in order to be able to give us a sense of comfort and hope. So the Medrash Eicha, the go-to point of departure for many conversations that we have on Tisha B'Av, Davar Acher, bottom right, page 19. Davar Acher, Hishlich Mishamayim Eretz Teferes Yisrael. Pasuk says that Kodesh Baruch Hu cast down from heaven to earth the glory of Yisrael. That's what happened as a result of the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. And we feel that we've been cast away. I mean, this speaks to the issue of distance, of rejection. That, as it were, Chas v'Shalom, HaKadosh Baruch Hu rejected us. We once had a relationship, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu rejected us. He threw us away. Amar Rabbi Yeshua b'Reb Nachman, Mashal l'bnei Medina, she'asu atara l'melech. So the mashal is to people who were living in a kingdom who made a crown for the king. And then, after they made the crown for the king, they gave him the crown, a big Yom Tov, a big ceremony. He wears the crown. Hikni tuhu, so they upset him. But usavolon, he was able to tolerate it. Hikni tuhu, they keep on upsetting him. Usvolon, and he keeps on tolerating it. Finally, achar kach, amar lem hamelech, klum atem maknitinosi ela ba'avur ator she'tartem li, You think you can get away with upsetting me just because you gave me a crown? You gave me a crown, you gave me a present, and then you start upsetting me. At some point, the fact that you gave me a crown isn't going to cover you. How could you do this? You think you're going to get away with this because you made a crown. I owe you? Somehow I have like an obligation to you, so I'm not going to get angry at you even though you upset me? Hey lechon, take it. Thrown ba'apechon, I'm going to throw it back in your face. Enough with your crown. What's an imshal? Kach omer HaKadosh Baruch Hu liYisrael. Klum atem maknitin osi. Elo b'shvil ikunin shel Yaakov shechakuka al kisi. You think you can keep on upsetting me, and you think you're going to get away with it because the icon, ikunin shel Yaakov, is chokuk al kisi? Our Kinnot kitam Schacter b'cheso fanecha. You think that because I have the icon of Yaakov on my kisei, that I'm going to overlook all of your indiscretions? Hey lechon, take it. Tron ba'apechon, I'll take the icon of Yaakov and I'll throw it in your faces. And that's pshat in the pasuk, hishlich mishamayim eretz tiferes Yisrael. What's tiferes Yisrael? What's the Yisrael of tiferes Yisrael? Tiferes Yisrael is a reference to Yaakov. Hishlich mishamayim eretz tiferes Yisrael. Zok Eitz Yosef, in his parish on the Medrash Rabbi on the left side, Ela b'shvili ikunin shel Yaakov. Hakavana, the ikunin, he has a different shot. I told you earlier, why did the Rav say, Kitam Schacter b'cheso fanecha, why dafka Yaakov and not Avram and Yitzchak? So the Rav said, because Avram here does not represent, Yaakov here does not represent one of the avos, but Yaakov represents Knesset Yisrael. He has a different interpretation. Ela b'shvili ikunin shel Yaakov, shechakuka al kisi, hakavana, the ikunin shel Yaakov, hachakuka tfei misha'ar ha'avos, hu mishum zuchus zaro, shehoisa mitaso shlema. Because Avram had a problematic child, and Yitzchak had a problematic child, but Yaakov is mitaso shlema. V'ha'inyana dami ala Torah, it's like a crown. Ki kavod Hashem hu shahoya kol zaro zera emes. It was a crown. It was a crown for Yaakov that all of his children were zera emes. All of his children were mitaso shlema. But v'achar sheyatzu min Ashura, but once the Jews start to misbehave, ein Hashem mischabed bahem. God no longer feels that it's a kavod. Al zeh hishlicho ikunim lifneihem. So we have one medrash that refers to the ikunin of Yaakov that was on the Kisei HaKavod, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is prepared to throw at the Jews l'kayim mashenemar hishlach mishamayim eretz tiferes Yisrael, to show that they can't bank on it for protection. Next page, page 20, there's a Medrash in Vayetze, in Bereshis. I want to show you 4 Midrashim about this, the centrality of this theme. Pasuk says in Parshas Vayetze, the beginning of Parshas Vayetze, in the dream that Yaakov had, V'hinei malachei Elokim olim v'yordim bo. Sulam musa varza v'rosha magia shamayma. V'hinei malachei Elokim olim v'yordim bo. So for my whole life, and I would venture to say for your whole lives, you interpreted the word bo, malachei Elokim olim v'yordim bo. What's the reference of bo? What? Is the sulam, is what the immediate precedent in the pasuk. 4 lines from the top, in the middle of the line. Rabbi v'Rabbi, top right, page 20. Rabbi v'Rabbi, Chad Omar Olam v'Yordim b'Sulam, v'Chad Omar Olam v'Yordim b'Yaakov. The second shot is that bo is not a reference to the ladder, but that bo is a reference to Yaakov. Man di Omar Olam v'Yordim b'Sulam nicha. those who say that it's a reference to the ladder, that's obvious. That's the simple pshat. That's what we always would assume. But Oman di Amar Olam v'Olam bi Yaakov, what does it mean that the Malachim are going up and down on Yaakov? It means Ma'alim umoridim bo. It means that they were being Mechabed Yaakov. They were praising Yaakov. They were being respectful to Yaakov. And then they were denigrating Yaakov. They were being disrespectful. Of zimbo, kav zimbo, sotnimbo. They were jumping, they were dancing, they were doing all kinds of things that reflect, on the one hand, exalting Yaakov, and on the other hand, degrading Yaakov. Shenemar Yisrael, asher b'cha es pa'ar. I am glorified through Yisrael. Atu, so what do the malachim say? The malachim who are olim v'yordim on Yaakov. Atu she'ukinon shelcha chakuka l'mayla. Here again in the Medrash that the ikun of Yaakov is chakuk l'mayla in the pamal yishal mayla on the kisei hakavod. Olam l'mayla, so they would go up to heaven. V'roim ukinon shalo, they would see the icon. V'yarden l'matan, they would come down. Umotzim oso yoshen, they would see him sleeping. So what are you? Up there, you're such a holy person. Your icon is on the kisei hakavod. Down here, you're sleeping. Mashal melach shaya yoshev v'dan, like a melech who sits in judgment. Olam lebasiliki umotzim oso dan. When you go into the basilica, when you go into the public place, you see him on his throne, and he's judging. V'yotzim beparvad, and then you go into his bedroom in his sleeping chamber. Umotzim oso yoshen, you find him sleeping. So what are you? Are you a judge? Are you a sleeper? You're both. So when they go up to heaven, they see Yaakov's ikon on the kisei. When they come down to earth, they see him sleeping. We have different identities. We have a public identity, and we have a private identity, and they're not identical. They shouldn't be identical. There are ways that we behave, there are ways we walk around in the privacy of our own homes that we don't walk around in public. There's a persona that we have in public that's different than the persona that we have at home. Now, it shouldn't be radically different. It shouldn't be that we're not honest in the public persona. The public persona should be an extension of the same essential values that we have in our private persona. We shouldn't fake it. We shouldn't be what we're not. But it's a different persona. And sometimes Yaakov was up and sometimes Yaakov was down. And we have a medrash in Vayishlach on the top left-hand side, and there's a medrash in Bamidbar in the middle on the right-hand side. All of them talk about, look at the medrash on Bamidbar on the right-hand side, Shekavayachol kavati ikunim shelcha bekisi. Kadosh Baruch Hu says, I put your icon to Yaakov. Harbe at yakar be'enai. Shekavayachol kavati ikunim shelcha bekisi. The icon of Yaakov on the kisei hakavod is for us a tremendous source of nachama. There's another place where the icon of Yaakov is very significant, and that is in the Yosef story. The bottom of the page, I copied for you the Gemara in Sota. The Gemara in Sota, Lamed Vav Midday, is when Yosef was about to sin, be seduced by Eshes Potiphar. So the Gemara in Sota says, Vatispesehu bevigdo. Third line from the top, the bottom of page 20. Ba'oso sha'a, famous Gemara. It's quoted by Rashi in his Perish al Torah. Ba'oso sha'a basa diyukno shel aviv v'nira salo b'chalom. That his father appeared to him in the window. Amar lo Yosef, asidan achecha sheyichdevu alav na'efod va'ata beinehem u'ritzoncha sheyimcha shimcha mi beinehem v'tikra roe zonos. That his father appeared to him at a very important moment and saved him from sin. What appeared to him? Diyukno shel aviv. If you look in the Medrash, on the right above that on the left-hand side, on the pasuk of Midei Avir Yaakov and the brachas in Vayechi, and the brachas of Yaakov for his sons, Rav Huna b'shem Rav Matana, ikunin shel Yaakov ra'a v'tzinein dama. ikunin, the icon, the language of icon. It's an early medieval concept, the notion of an icon. And it's part of, much more so part of other religious traditions, the venerating the sacredness of the icon. Here it's used in the context of an image. There it's also used in the context of an image. But here, ikunan shel Yaakov, ikunan shel Aviv, in the case of Yosef to help him, in the case of being in our Kinnot, kitam Schacter b'cheso fanecha, to protect him. Kitam Schacter b'cheso fanecha, it's a source of nechama for us. So in the middle of Tisha B'Av, there's also nechama. I guess the Balei Akina felt we couldn't get through it if it was just relentless sadness. I think today we have the opposite problem, that we need a little more emphasis on the relentless sadness, at least once a year. Kitam Schacter b'cheso fanecha, toshiv lahem gemul koz chazos panecha, tirdof litzalmonio atzeiro al tzfunecha, titein lahav nos etzei tikro l'shakram kos kamus b'finecha, tavo chorosam lefanecha, tavo al tzor asher kilanu lemevo chamos b'cheimani alanu, ad lachalach v'chavor higlanu, zakenu v'achar b'sula kivalanu, Rama bet noamcha chulanu zachar adonai me'ayolanu. The next Kinnot, it's a challenge which we're only allowed to do on Tisha B'Av, and it's a contrast. How could you, God, have allowed this, v'lo zacharta, and you didn't remember that? How could you have allowed bad things to happen, horrible things to happen, and you didn't remember all of the wonderful things, all of the very special things that happened and that bespeak a special connection and a relationship? How could you allow the Jewish people to be destroyed? And therefore we utter and we say, we ask Hashem, remember the good days. It's enough already with the challenge and the suffering and the sadness. How could you allowed us to go into Golus? V'lo zacharta deligos dilug derech asher dibarta lidgolacho v'chein dibarnu zachar Adonai me'hayolanu. Echo akta be'egyon choladov biad hololim amunecha. V'lo zacharta v'itug v'yud v'eses asher v'yadata liv'udecha uv'chein v'kononu zachar Adonai me'hayolanu. Echo zanachta b'zamcha lizalzel biad zorm zvulecha. V'lo zacharta chitun Chukei chorev asher chokakto lachamu lecha v'chein chivinu zachar Adonai me'hayolanu. How could you have allowed in your anger zorim, strangers, to be mezalzel, to be disrespectful, zvulecha? Zvul, Beis Zvul, is another term for the Beis HaMikdash. How could you have allowed that to happen? And you didn't remember chitun chukei chorev. What's chitun chukei chorev? Not just v'lo zacharta chukei chorev. You forgot that you once gave us the Torah, but you forgot that the giving of the Torah is a chitun. How does he translate chitun chukei chorev? The espousal written in the statutes of Chorev. How does he translate it here? The betrothal of Israel to the laws of Sinai. So it doesn't really mean the betrothal of Israel to the laws of Sinai. It means that the experience of Chorev was a marital relationship. That the Matan Torah was not just a juridical, technical passing over of a set of laws, but it represented a relationship. If you look at the bottom right of page 21, I found a very interesting tashbeitz. It's a beferish tashbeitz. Tashbeitz is later. The Tashbeitz was a Talmud of the Maharami Rutenberg. Tashbeitz lived at the end of the 13th, the beginning of the 14th century. The Maharami Rutenberg died at the end of the 13th century. We're going to meet him again at the end of the Kinnot, the Kinnot of Shalei Srufa Be'esh, which was written by the Maharami Rutenberg after witnessing the burning of wagon loads full of Torah manuscripts in Paris in 1242. When he was a young man, he died at the end of the 13th century. His Talmud was the Tashbeitz, and the Tashbeitz writes as follows: Siman Tov Samachay, bottom right, page 21. U'kamoshe esanu bo Yisrael, kamoken achason misana. Like Jewish people fast, kamoken hachason misana. Ubematan Torah hoyu nisuin. D'chsiv avas kalulo sayach. Matan Torah is considered to be nisuin. And what the Tashbeitz does is, if one posits the fundamental premise that Matan Torah is nisuin, then one will therefore extrapolate to the experience and the customs of nisuin from what happened at Matan Torah. So if you look at the end of the Tashbeitz, in the second section, the fifth line, Nekot hai klola biyodcha. This is at the end of 2 pages of giving examples. Nekot hai klola biyodcha, kol haminhagim shel choson v'shel kala anu lemedin mimatan Torah. Whatever goes on at a wedding, whatever it is, we learn it from Matan Torah. We conduct ourselves at a wedding the way Bnei Yisrael conducted themselves at Matan Torah. That's pshat chitun chukei chorev. The Matan Torah bespeaks a certain relationship. Shahashem hayamara atzmo kechoson neged kalo shehem Yisrael. Kodesh Baruch Hu was the choson, and the Klal Yisrael was the kalo. Go back now to the top of the Tashbeitz. Asara pa'amim nikru Yisrael kala lefnei hamakom, keneged asara sadibros. There are asara sadibros. Bnei Yisrael are called kala 10 times. Uchenegdan miskaptzin asara leberchas chasanim. Why do we need a minyan for berchas chasanim? Because it's 10. Because the asara sadibros are 10. Ukamo shenemar vayichtevem al shnei luchos avanim vayitneim biyado vayitneim elai. Hashem gave us the luchos, so the chassan gives the ksuba. All aspects, and we'll soon see how it plays, ad kedei kach, how it plays itself out, we learn from Matan Torah. The Marshal in Ksubis, in the Amshel Shlomo, in Siman Yud Zayin, in the section of Maseches Ksubis at the beginning, talks about Birchas Chasanim, Daf Zayin, Daf Ches. The nusach of the brachas for the Sheva brachas, more or less, are in the Gemara already. The Gemara talks about different issues relating to Birchas Chasanim. So the Marshal in Yam Shel Shlomo on that Gemara comments, and I underlined part of it, V'dugma l'matan Torah, she'HaKadosh Baruch Hu kidesh liYisrael b'kedushei haTorah, shehi mo rasha, al tikrei mo rasha, ela mo rasa. Torah tziva lanu Moshe mo rasha, ki hilas Yaakov, he bequeathed it, but it's not just bequeathing, it's mo rasa, it's erusin, it's a wedding, it's an engagement, it's a connection, it's a relationship. So we break a glass under the chuppah. Why do we break a glass? Why do we break a glass under the chuppah? Yesh omrim zecher lavelos Yerushalayim. Right. Survey shows Survey says, stop somebody on the street, why do you break a glass at the wedding? You break the glass, im eshkachech Yerushalayim. Famous Gemara about somebody who saw there was too much levity going on at a wedding. He smashed the glass. It's zecher lechurban, zecher la'avelus. Valderech hakavana harishona nira, says the Marshal. That's not why we break a glass at a wedding. We break a glass at a wedding. Shehu remez lizkor kiddushin harishonim shemoshe shiber haluchos. Moshe broke the luchos, so we break a glass. We reenact Matan Torah. We reenact Matan Torah. You thought, for your whole life, you thought it has to do with Avelis Yerushalayim. Comes again the Marshal and says no. There's a hamakne in Kedushin, top right, page 22. I got to all of this year because I saw a little shtickle in Rav Schachter's Divrei Harav. And that's what brought me to this, to the Marshal. If you look at the Hamakne in Kedushin, so in Yeshiva, the Hamakne is a go-to achron for Maseches Kedushin. The Hafla'ah for Maseches Ksubis. There's certain achronim, the K'tzais for Inyanim of Choshe Mishpat. There's certain, the Avnei Meluim, also for Inyanim Even Ezer. There's certain classic Sfarim. So when I was in Yeshiva and learned Kedushin, so I bought myself a Hamakne, but I never read the introduction. Whoever reads the introduction. You go, you're learning Dav Zayin, you open up the Hamakne on Dav Zayin. You learn Hamakne on Dav Zayin. You learn the Pnei Yeshua on Dav Zayin. But when I was in graduate school, we studied introductions. My professor, the late Professor Isidore Tversky, was very big on studying introductions. And we would study introductions regularly. We used to call it in graduate school that we were majoring in prefacology. We read all the prefaces. And lo and behold, there's like amazing what's going on in the introduction. It's like not yeshivish to learn introductions. It's like, you learn the Schacter. So in the Hamakne in the introduction, because I started to read introductions, we find he has a whole arichas here on Kaf Aleim Har Kegigis, which is itself a fascinating Maimer Chazal. I've spent a lot of time thinking and teaching about that Maimer Chazal. What's Pshat Kaf Aleim Har Kegigis? Why did Hashem hold the mountain over? Says the Sefer HaMakne, towards the bottom, underline, Kivin Shekaf Aleim Har Kegigis, Kvar Hoya Kedishon Gemurim Al Yedei HaChuppah. Har Sinai was the chuppah. How's Har Sinai how are you going to create a chuppah? The only way you create a chuppah is if you pick the mountain over them, and now you have a chuppah. So we have all of these alternative interpretations for various matters that we're very familiar with, all emanating from the fact of chitun chukei chorev. Of chitun chukei chorev. That chukei chorev and the whole experience of revelation is a wedding. It's the ultimate paradigmatic first wedding from which all other wedding-related behaviors emanate. So Rav Schacter writes the following. He has a really beautiful thought here. He quotes the Marshal. Ksubas Perek Aleph Siman Yud Zayin. He quotes the Marshal. The Marshal that I Xeroxed for you at the bottom left of the previous page, that Matan Torah is a wedding. God bless you. V'zeh l'shono, v'azchuches shemeshabrim tachas ha'chuppah, yesh omrim zecher la'avelus Yerushalayim, klomar v'gilu b'ra'ada k'haydech siv b'reish perek ein omdim. So some say, God bless you, it has to do with avelus, but based on what I've been saying until now, says the Marshal, v'al derech ha'kavana harishona, namely, Shakadosh Baruch Hu Kidesh liYisrael b'kedushay haTorah shehimu urasa, v'anan al hahar ke'ein chuppah, the anan al hahar ke'ein chuppah. The Hamakne says that the har itself was the chuppah. The Marshal says the anan on the har was the chuppah. If that's the case, Nira, the reason why we break the glass, shehu remez lizkor kiddushim harishonim shemoshe shiber haluchos shehoyu al snapirin ubitel ktsas kiddushin al yedei avon egel. Okay. V'hizbir bazer Rabbeinu. So Rav Schacter quotes from the Rav. I never knew this until just a few weeks ago when I happened to come across this. So the Rav doesn't understand the Marshal. God broke the luchos, so we break a glass. Huh? Gzereshava breaking. That's it? Gzereshava breaking? They broke there, we break here. What does it mean? What's the significance of this? So I understand Har Sinai was a chuppah, we have a chuppah. Okay, I understand that the Torah was a ksuba, so we have a ksuba. I understand that HaKadosh Baruch Hu was a chassan and Klal Yisrael was the kala, so we have a chassan and a kala. Very nice, very nice. But I have to break? Why am I have to reenact a breaking under the chuppah? Why am I reenacting a breaking? That's bothered the Rav. Zok the Rav as follows, beautiful. The Mavur b'Medrash Tanchuma, Shelafichach nishtabru haluchos harishonos mipnei shelo nitnu b'tzina. So I'm not sure exactly what this means, but there's a Medrash that says that why were the first luchos broken and the second luchos still operative? The second luchos were not broken. Luchos harishonos asher shibarto, because they were given in fanfare, given in public. They were given in a very loud, demonstrative, dramatic way. It wasn't. Second one was Moshe Rabbeinu came down. It was tznius. The second one was tznius. The first one was too much bombast. Ubishas hachasana, and now that we're beginning to establish a relationship between a husband and a wife. We want to remind this new young couple, that they should live a life of tznius. That a tznius relationship is fundamental in a relationship between a husband and a wife. How are we going to remember this, and how are we going to remind the young couple? We're going to break the glass. Why are we going to break the glass? We're breaking the glass because the first luchos were broken. Why were the first luchos broken? Because it was not b'tznius. You want to have tznius, you have to remember how important it is. So we invoke an event that reminds us of the dangers of not having tznius, said the Rav, in order to inculcate the young couple with the values of tznius. Point being, the parallel between the chitun and chukei chorev. And I think a lot about this. I thought a lot about this in particular after the Siyam HaShas in the last summer. So I went to the Siyam HaShas last summer, not far from here, in MetLife Stadium. And, you know, sometimes you go somewhere and you hear things. Some things resonate, some things don't resonate. It happens to us all the time. So I think it was the Vizhnitzer Rebbe, I don't remember for sure, but he said something that was so obvious to me, but I never really realized it. Sometimes somebody says something and like a light bulb goes off, and it's like so pashut, but I never really got it. And he was talking about Avas Hashem, about the Ava of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to Knesset Yisrael and the Ava of Knesset Yisrael to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he pointed out that when HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us the Torah, it was an expression of Ava. He didn't quote Chitun Chukei Chorev, but he could have quoted Chitun Chukei Chorev. The Chukei Chorev is not this, I am a lawgiver and I am now transmitting to you my code, but I am someone who loves you, who cares about you. The pasuk says in Dvarim, on the middle of the left side, Udvarav shamata mitocha eish, v'sachas ki ohav es avosecha v'yivcha b'zara achrav. It's an expression of Ava. And he said as follows. He said, how is it possible for us to say, V'ahavtas Hashem Elokecha? We've said the pasuk of V'ahavtas Hashem Elokecha our whole lives. Every time we say Shema, we say it more than once a day. V'ahavtas Hashem Elokecha. How could you be Ahavas Hashem Elokecha? So he said the only way we could do V'ahavtas Hashem Elokecha is because right before Shema, there's a bracha. And the bracha says, Bracha to Hashem, Habocher be'amo Yisrael b'yavo, or Baruch to Hashem, Ohev Hamo Yisrael. That once HaKadosh Baruch Hu says that I am Ohev Hamo Yisrael, or once HaKadosh Baruch Hu says I am Bocher b'amo Yisrael b'yahava, now we can respond, V'ahavtas Hashem Elokecha. That V'ahavtas Hashem Elokecha is possible, or needs to be contextualized in the context of Ohev Hamo Yisrael. That I never realized how close they are to one another. Like my whole life I'm saying it. And I never realized that you say that Hashem loves us, and then we say we should love you. It's a package. Our love of God is not independent and separate from, but actually a function of, and related to, and made possible by the fact that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves us. And where did that come from? That came from Chitun Chukei Chorev. Al Tikrei Mo Rasha, Torah Tziva Lanu Yaakov Mo Rasha, but Me'o Rasa. And that's what we invoke here on this day of Tisha B'Av, when we remember all of the sadness, and we ask Hashem, how could you have done this? How could you have let this happen? How could you have allowed this to go on? Echa, 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 one after another. And one year I shared with you the Rav's whole approach to challenging God, and we're not allowed to challenge God, and how can we challenge God? After all, we have to tziduk hadin, and after all, we have to accept, and there is a lot of tziduk hadin on Tisha B'Av also. Vayido Ma'aron. How can we challenge? But there's a special matir. He called it a matir. There's a special matir on Tisha B'Av to be able to challenge. So mahalten and ein challenging. Every line here is eicha, eicha, eicha. And the challenge is predicated on the existence of a whole world of relationships that is also part of this whole picture. How could you have allowed this and you forgot this? You forgot all of the wonderful things, and one of the wonderful things is chitun chukei chorev. So the experience of revelation is not a forbidding experience, it's a loving experience. And it gets carried over and translated and actually virtually physically reenacted at every wedding. Every wedding, a wedding which is the ultimate of a loving act, is a reenactment of the first loving act. And that's what Matan Torah was. And that's why we do so many things that remember Matan Torah. And that's why here we invoke and we ask the Rabban Shalom today on Tisha B'Av, remember the good old days? Zacharti lach chesed nurayich, avas klulosayich, lechtech acharai b'midbar. We've been here all along. We've been with you, the Rabban Shalom. We've been with you all along. It's enough for me. How could you allow this to continue so much like this? Heicha tarachta b'torchacha litrof biatmeim tiloecha v'lo zacharta yikar yedidus yosher asher yichadato liyodecha v'chein yololnu zechor adonai meho yolonu heicha kivanta b'chazcha l'chalos biad koshlim karmecha v'lo zacharta lo yiznach li'olam asher limadato li'lekuchecha Uv'chein lahagnu zachar Adonai mehayolanu eicha milalta b'moscha limchos biad mona minasecha V'lo zacharta nesias notzas nesher asher nososo l'nisuecho v'chein nohinu. Zachor Adonai mehoyo lanu echo sachta b'sarcha l'sager b'yatzeafim sa'adecha. V'lo zacharta ozadi adoim asher itarta lavadecha v'chein aninu zachor Adonai mehoyo lanu echo patzla b'pachtecha l'fager b'yad peritzim pilo echa v'lo zacharta tzalas tzvi tzedek asher tzafanta litzvecha v'chein tzoaknu. Zachor Adonai mehoyo lanu echo karasa b'kri oscha. Laknois biad kamim keruecha v'lo zacharta rechesh rechev regesh rechev ribai sayim asher ratzis olareyecha v'chein raganenu. Zachor Adonai mehoyo lanu echa shoafta b'shoafach l'shalos biad shololim shleimecha v'lo zacharta tokef tal talei sor asher tikanto l'smimecha v'chein to'anenu. Zachor Adonai mehoyo lanu To'ananu lishpoch kamayim. Amar b'yom zeh nishbinu pamayim. First Beis HaMikdash and second Beis HaMikdash. Zochri, oh, we remember. Zochri, bihi yosi yosheves b'shalva b'Yerushalayim. I remember the good old days. Raganti v'yata de'at chog shamayim. The next Kinnot, the Rav always pointed out, reflects in a paradoxical, ironic way not only an expression of the sadness and the upset and the mourning, but also a source of strength for us, that the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash affected not only the Jewish people, but also the universe. The whole Shamayim is out of sorts. Last night we had a Kinnot last night about the different constellations, the different heavenly bodies that are mourning for the Churban. The Shamayim is mourning for the Churban. I remember every year the Rav would quote a Gemara that Mishchar Beis HaMikdash natal tam mi peiros, that the fruit taste was diminished, that an apple doesn't taste anymore the way apples used to taste. So what does apples have to do with the Churban Beis HaMikdash? Because everything was affected. The whole cosmos was affected. And that, once again, is for us a support. We're not in it alone. It's not as if we're the only ones who are suffering and struggling and diminished. We're not the only ones. There's a whole world is somewhat diminished. Aded chug shamayim alaitit shamayim or yom acharivi pamoyim esanein mi'iten roshimayim avchen b'vchili yalel midbar avchan olel milel midbar mi midbar avake iti olas midbar eshag mi yitenein niva midbar egod aveno shal Kinnot kev zayis Agorei kol b'nei voyis egrom sheyomer bala bayis eroshem itneni shamir vashoyis. Agorei iti kol b'nei bayis. I would get all of my b'nei bayis involved. I would get them all to enter into this conversation. I will stir up kol b'nei bayis. So the Rav said that he zustellt a Rambam in Hilchos Yom Tiv. If you look at the bottom of page 22, we know that when it comes to Yom Tiv, which is the flip side of Tisha B'Av, there's an inyan to involve Kol B'nei Bayis. So the Rambam in Hilchos Yom Tiv in Perek Vav, at the bottom of 22, talks here about what is the mitzvah of Simchas Yom Tiv. Halacha tezayin, kishem shemitzvah lachabed Shabbos ula ango, kach kol yomim tovim, shenemar lekdosh Hashem mechubad. There's a mitzvah also for Yom Tiv. Halacha Yud Zayin, Shiva Simei HaPesach, Shmona Simei HaChag, Im Sha'ar Yomim Tovim, Kulam Asurim Behesped V'Tainis. V'chayav Adam Lios Ben Sameach. This is the line, now comes the line that the Rav drew our attention to. V'chayav Adam Lios Ben Sameach V'Tov Leiv, Hu, Ubanov, V'Ishto, U'Bnei Banav, V'Chol HaNilvam Olav. Shenemar V'Samachta B'Chargecha, Ata, V'Vincha, V'Techa, and so on and so forth. So when it comes to Yom Tiv, there is an inyan of, it's not just about you, but it's about your family. It's about your household. And he said the parallel is the opposite of Yom Tiv. And when it comes to mourning, just like Yom Tiv is, it's a Simcha d'Rabim, so Avelus of Tisha B'Av is an Avelus d'Rabim. And just like in the case of a Simcha d'Rabim, we have to engage the whole household. So here too, Agore iti, I will stir up with me kol b'nei bayis, that I have an obligation not just for me to be engaged in the avoda of the day, but I have an obligation to engage the totality of my household in the avoda of the day. That there's this parallel between Yom Tiv and Tisha B'Av. Agore iti kol b'nei bayis. The Rosenfeld translation has, I shall stir up all the divine household with me. That he understood kol b'nei bayis as a reference to the b'nei bayis in Shamayim, that all the malachim are going to be all fatumult. The Rav had a different interpretation, not b'nei bayis in Shamayim, but b'nei bayis ba'aretz, our b'nei bayis. And I was thinking this year that I have another interpretation, that maybe it means all of the Gehoibene b'nei bayis. Later on, there's going to be a Kinnot, and it's based on a psichta in Medrash Shecha when Yirmiyahu goes, Hashem says, "What are you quiet?" And he goes and he runs to the Maras HaMachpelah, he runs to Hebron, and he bestirs Avram and Yitzchak and Yaakov, and then Sarah and Rivka and Rachel and Leah. It's a very dramatic medrash, and there's a little mini Kinnot that picks up a few of those themes, that they're being bestirred. Agora iti kol b'nei bayis, not kol b'nei bayis malachim, not kol b'nei bayis all human beings, but maybe the b'nei bayis, sort of the inner sanctum b'nei bayis. But whatever it means, any one of those interpretations, it means that everyone needs to be engaged in this process. It's a process that needs to connect to each of us. We all need to be a part of this process and not avoid it. Egrom sheyomer ba'al habayis, Ei Roshem yitineni shamir v'shoyis. Edve b'chalev liamtzeyu, Eda milin bam liamtzeyu, Eda groa v'lo emtzoeyu, Akonein mi'itein yodati v'emtzoeyu. Ehafcha ve'eshapcha ka'ofan b'miloi, Ege panim b'fanim l'sanos amoloi. Ahu. Heres v'sar milagia lemuloi. Etzrach mitei nefo v'kosvun miloi. Orach mishbetegon ve'eli odia bevitzi umali umlulu mazolos bekori meili. Here are the mazolos that we referred to last night. Afuna mi'itein shomei ali ozda kufra ha'avio no esgaroki o yisi mechutano azil plugim kaberecha ha'elyono egor mi'iten li ever kayono och nifsha mi kiryas ozel tzor Ochu beli mayim biaf latzor, ochaz kamos liktzor v'ole los livtzor, osicha miyovilei ir matzor. Eta ohole apadni bitzal moves, otusa ve'eshkono ad chatzar moves, et ofel es hamechakim la moves, enhe mi gever yechye v'lo yire moves. Eyolusi le'ezrosi tarti lachazos, Ayamusi b'chol shana omeres hi hashana azos. Ayada lakol ki muda azos omi lo yeda. Ki yada doinoi osis azos. And now we come to Tziduk Hadin. With all the echom, with all the challenge, and with all the struggle, at the end of the day, we bow our heads. Ekof lecha rosh Adonai cheli. We bend our knees. Echra lecha berech lechatel machli. Achtircha b'shir mishirei mecholi achavein mitencha ke'ochli. Al tishkach tzakas Ariel elav yegot le'egor Yehuda v'Yisrael. Alfei shinon asher mos Ariel le'mor mitei mitzion Yeshuos Yisrael. Yisrael, and now HaKadosh Baruch Hu is speaking. Me'ez b'derachai lo halachu. You did not follow my ways. Azavuni va'azavtim ufanai mehem nefachu. Roganti ve'helalti me'ai v'libi nishbachu. Echot tefarti me'rashos ha'yishlichu. Eicha Tefarti, Aleph Tuf. I point out every year the Atbash parallelism in this Kinnot. Eicha Tefarti me'rashosai hishlichu. Page 166 in the Art Scroll, page 96, Tzadi Vav in Rosenfeld. First letter of the alphabet, the last letter of the alphabet. There's a lot of formalism in the structure of the Kinnos. You have Atbash and you have Aleph Beis. The whole Sefer Eicha is structured around Aleph Beis. And Rabbi Soloveitchik would always say that we had to do it that way, because if we didn't do it that way, there would be no basis for us to stop saying Kinnos. That there is so much, and it's so intense, and it's so profound, and it's so massive, that if we didn't have an artificial cutoff, then we would have to keep on going. And once you get to Tuf, so you got to Tuf, that's it, it's the last letter. Or Atbash, once you finish the parallelism, you finish. It's a very profound thought. Unless you artificially construct a closure, there is no closure. This is still by Rabbi Elazar HaKalir. The Kinnos until now have been by Rabbi Elazar HaKalir. Eicha tefarti me'rashosai yishlichu. Cheneged kisi Yaakov otzelem imlichu, b'chalolam tenai asher chosai nimlochu, v'nam im b'chukosai teilechu. Lama serivu elai, kulchem chosku alai divrechem miyadchem, It's your responsibility. You caused this to happen. Bila shoftai b'moed tzosiv sam ufanim histir mehem kishora v'ososam vayumar lo avok mitram lahavisam chelef v'nosati gishmechem b'itam. Instead of v'nosati gishmechem b'itam, all of these terrible things happen. Tzchiyumo samani Kilo v'yapo v'yistameni nichumov me'ero yishashuni Godarum karnam v'alumam hiktir uvivchaz cherev sha'oreim heitzir mizera of us bikotzir tamur instead of v'yisig lochem da'yishes botzir dorach kashto v'chilo b'cheretz v'chabarzel ipel shemei eretz pirotzani shlosh esrei peretz Tachas v'nosati shalom ba'oretz hoyotzurchem umozchem umizgabchem ho'afach liachzor v'nilcham bochem hanotzarchem richakchem choshekchem tiyavchem v'ayeh avtochas u'redavtem esoivechem v'yachmos pinas tzedek malaya ki b'maski yoseh ha'motzo chol tuma u'mechabdeu zilua kedova mituma Bishinui v'rodfu mikem chamisha me'ah. In the olden days, 5 of you could chase 100. Zonach elyon kiryas moadechem ve'evil sharechel amidas raglechem mi bikesh zos pots v'iglechem v'gomar omer ufanisi alechem choshav senoom lukat kasho shana mechelav olaleo sodishon kitor chuposo ho'alo kakivshon V'sholo ayedagon tamur v'achaltem noshan yoshan noshan. Instead of having full satiation to eat, you asked ayedagon. Tovu niksu rovdei duchoni b'gei chamos kiniktal mechahani. Harei kameshonem gilo yesod mechoni v'somi tochi omer v'nosati mishkoni. Yeshvu mevaka minak meisechem v'arba misos hipil mesechem. Cherev v'rov v'chayav v'dever shicheschem Kesor tzeil v'hishalachti b'sochechem Kolu lo shod kerega oho lechem Ubachem nishba'u mehola lechem L'cheikchem nishbachu nafsho solo lechem B'moschem siach ani Adonai aleichem L'imosam kilkulono shivu V'tzur l'malochav soch meni shu'u Eretz HaKarmel avesim v'shoshu v'sonu mochiach v'imlo sishma'u mo'aidech yishishayech im gurayech bososu omrim alsus nonus alkein nosu nilesi nisoa v'nosechem kiho omosu v'ayesrem kinamtim b'chukosai timosu liviyayech to tarmis shov chazos v'edrosh l'sloach ufatzdi'e lozos psid Petisim uchenegdi heshivu avos. V'onafti v'sachti afani ezezos. Sofku chorku shorku monoi. Mifnimu mabichutz la'atzmis emunoi. Kivo zorim chilulu tzfunoi. L'rov alo l'tov anom v'nosati fonoi. Potzu zedem l'fnei mitachale. Am kevet avon pokad vayile. Lo sachaku od osu mofes v'ofele. Onav v'nosav v'nom v'im adele. Osa vayorem kod kod b'nei sha'on v'dami shikrani b'gei tzima'on v'chol shana v'shana osif yogon alon me'ez ko'as v'nom v'shavarti es gaon tzo'ak hoi hoi v'ashbaso herik mipo v'olai ma'arik u'v'lagei ma'o shinei tzorech harik v'chilo kochi b'no'um v'sam lo rik kumi dovki shavi al dami Usanicha ov me'eretz kolech v'adomi me'rosh yishkani v'idmi v'choshach hiluchi b'no'um v'im telchui mirei gore levi so usam liyas v'likas midbar yisi demuyas golo kenuyas v'sura genuyas b'shami v'ishlachti b'chem es chayas shachvu b'iluf kesom mechmor ve'ein dole hamaleim gar ve'ein marpei ole arei kameshonim Hamomani leis kale, anushim bevikuach v'im be'ele. Tikra edo lalto aladmoni, l'sachvo l'shasvo shuvasayim kaoni. Tahom tzarai b'tzeis kol me'armoni. K'nei amamti b'riva lachti afani lukad biyokesh shikaron. Orva simcha vish bizcharon loretz eishei ve'ege bigaron echo yoshvo. Chavatzeles hasharon. The Kinnot that follows deals with the Orei Kohanim that were destroyed, and we're now moving to 182. It's Chatzos, so if you want to sit up, feel free to do so. 182 and 102. It's a special Kinnot for Yoshio HaMelech. Spent many hours in past years analyzing the background to this. Every line here is based on either the Navi or Mamorei Chazal relating to the death of Yoshiyahu. The Rav said that we have a special Kinnot for Yoshio HaMelech, first of all, because we want to remember the individual. Later on, there's a Kinnot for the Ben Ubas of Yishmael Kohen Gadol. In the middle of all of the focus on masses of people, we want to remember the individual. And also because Yoshio was a particular individual, in that he was responsible for the resurgence of Jewish life and Jewish practice at his time. And who knows what would have happened had he not been killed. He miscalculated and ended up being killed in a battle. And his death was a major blow to Jewish life at that time. And Rabbi Soloveitchik sort of mused and wondered, like, what would have happened had it not have occurred, how Jewish life would be different. And so he warrants his own Kinnot based on an earlier pasuk, Vayikonen Yirmiyahu al Yoshio. The pasuk tells us that Yirmiyahu himself wrote a separate Kinnot for Yoshio. It's at the end of Divrei Yamim Beis. Perek Lamed Hey Pasuk Chav Hey Vayikonen Yirmiyahu al Yoshio. So we follow the lead of Yirmiyahu, and we have a separate Kinnot for Yoshio. Echo Eli Kononu Me'elav Ben Shmona Shana Echel Lidrosh Me'elav B'nei Chom Be'avram Chonu Alav Lo Uskar Lo Sigui Mifalav Gam B'chol HaMalachim Asher Kamu Ligdor Lo Kam Kamo Miyamos Avigdor Dovak Bo Avon Leitzone Yador Asher Achar Adelas V'amzuza Samu Lisdor Ochlim Zera Shichor Kismo Hatov Pichamu Mishchor Vayigdal Avon Ve'yishiv Yom Min Achor V'od Lo Sholach Yodo Min Achor Zaku Amarov Kinom Das Lakim Bitza Emroso B'Orur Asher Lo Yakim Choshach Toaro Kiniyatzu Rechokim Bevetza Moasei Das V'chukim Tovim Reim Nikru Kisholcho Maloch Maliv Aloch Hayom L'Saloch Yidei Amoretz Damim B'Maloch Teyonesh B'Vitzi Espenei Filoch Kilo Amonov Lo Leches Aramna Arayim L'man Lo Savar Cherev Kol Shehu B'Ephraim Lo shama la chose lo shuva chorayim ki gzera nigzero l'sachsech Mitzrayim b'Mitzroyim Bechatos siras mezuzos chazon an sosie chelu levazos no anamim lechumo lavzos velo esev panovisof dualzos suro heidu adlo she'ia vayemanu surumot yisod nishia pnei krav ki koravelo also lo she'ia vayora hayorim lamelech yoshia odenu otsemeinav begev yomo chatzim Chetz achar chetz morim v'lo chatzim tzodu v'samu kamatora lachitzim. It was really a horrible death. They shot arrows into him, and we're told, "Vayizrku bo shlosh meos chitzim." Kalim hitu achrov hazon motzafihu v'yad mitzui nefesh ma'asov hefihu ruach sfosov ivtza mipihu. At the end of his life, he recognized Tzadiku Adonai ki marisi fihu sisi novki kanozo am l'shalem sha'ona ba'avon bitzam tam kesem atov hamzu b'fosham ve'yikonin olav kolecha yuam tam b'mikre echad kos megido lishtos b'moed shnas hashmita ki go hakel esos tolo 22 me'aros shosos Kisaftu loecha b'esrim shtayim osios. Osios kinos lubata mecholi. Eski shachachti mecholali. Zamosi kilo adya ahili. Rashati v'nosati. V'nutash aholi. Ko Omer. Kores la'ov befetzach. 192. In the Art Scroll, 109 in the Rosenfeld. I want to pick up in introducing this Kinnot with the theme that I mentioned earlier and with the theological suggestion made by Rabbi Gifter as we began to learn the Kinnos. The issue not being the one of distance, but being the one of magnitude. This Kinnot on 192 or 109 is a Kinnot of contrasts. We already had a Kinnot of contrasts earlier. Eicha atzta velo zacharta. Eicha ga'arta velo zacharta. How could you have allowed something so terrible to happen and you didn't remember all of the wonderful things? Here it's flipped. Eiko Omer Kores La'av Befetzach Bevris Ben Abesarim Ko Yeh Lo Netzach. How could it be? What happened to that word of ko, eicha, broken up into two words, eiko? What happened to an experience encapsulated by the word ko that was such a positive one? Vehenato, and now Nebuch, it's so horrible. In the previous Kinnot, we mentioned how could you allow a terrible thing to happen and you didn't remember the good thing? And in this Kinnot, what happened to the good thing that you allow a terrible thing to happen? The contrast between what was and what is, the contrast between the, not just the good, but the transcendent, the sublime, the incredible, and the deep, deep, horrific sadness of destruction. Which brings us to a Gemara in Ksubis. We're now on page 26 in the handout. Ksubis Samach Vav Amid Beis. Tana Rabbanan. Tana Rabbanan is about 2/3 of the way down, right at the beginning of the line. Tana Rabbanan, right after 2 dots. The central, one of, if not the central figures in constructing a Jewish life in the wake of the second Churban was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. In past years, in the introduction to the Kinos, I've spent maybe 2 or 3 years working through the Gemara in Hanizakin in Gittin, and spending a lot of time talking about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. He's a hero. He's a real hero. And he made a very important decision, a set of decisions. When he went to Vespasian, during the terrible siege of Yerushalayim, he asked for 3 things. Ten li avne v'chachameha was the most repercussive one. And he was concerned about the shalshelis of Rabbi Gamliel's household. And he needed medicine for Reb Tzaddik. 3 things, the Gemara. And Chazal were critical of him, of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And why didn't he ask for the whole deal? Why didn't he ask Vespasian, why don't you go home and just leave us alone? And his answer was, Tafasta meruba lo tafasta. I thought I wouldn't get everything. And so I felt like I had to compromise. And there's another Gemara that talks about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai on his deathbed, how worried he was. And interpretation is he was worried that maybe he made a mistake then. Maybe he should have asked for everything, because who knows? But we are where we are today because of him, because he was able to reconfigure a meaningful Jewish life in the absence of a Beis HaMikdash. So now we have a story about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. It's not a dramatic story like the other stories where he plays such a significant role. It's a story he's walking with Talmidim. He's driving, he's actually riding an animal. Tana Rabbana, Ma'aser Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Shahaya roichev ala chamor. V'haya yotze miYerushalayim. V'haya talmid of Mahal Chanachrav. So he's on his donkey, and the Talmidim are with him, and they're walking out of Yerushalayim. Ra riva achas. They saw a young woman. Sha'isam elaketes sa'orim mi bein gulole behemton shel arviyim. They saw a woman who was gathering barley, some food from the excrement of the animals, of the arviyim, of the Arab shepherds who were there in that area. Kivin sharaso so nisatfa b'sa'ara va'amda lefanav. She prepared herself with her hair, and she made herself presentable to him. She stood in front of him, and she said to him, Amr lo Rabbi parneseni. I need food. I'm groveling here to find a little shtickle, something in the excrement of the animals. I need parnasa. Amar lo, so he says to her, Biti mi'at, who are you? Amar lo, so she says to him, Bas Nakdimon ben Gurion ani. I'm the daughter of Nakdimon ben Gurion. I suspect that he subliminally recognized her somewhere. He couldn't place her. She looked familiar to him. Otherwise, why would he say, who are you? If somebody asks for help, you give them help. But somehow, something was triggered in his mind. We'll see shortly that he knew her from before. So who are you? I'm the daughter of Nakdimon ben Gurion. Ben Gurion, the Gemara tells us, was one of the richest Jews at that time. Amar la biti maman shel beis avich chechan halach. Where did the money of your father go? Why you're groveling here to find some food? So he gives a mashal and he explains. She gives him a mashal and explains where it went. And where did your father-in-law's money go? So she explains where the money went. Now we come to the part that's relevant. Amar lo, the last narrow line. Rabbi, zechor ata kishechasamta al ksubasi. You remember when you came to my wedding and you signed my ksuba. So that's why I think that she knew him, he knew her. She looked for me. He couldn't place her because he left her last as this rich member of the very wealthy family, and now she's acting in a way that's totally contrary to that. So she says, you remember you came to my wedding, you signed on my ksuba. Amar lahen letalmidav. So he turns to his students, and he says to them, Zechor ani, I remember, Kishechasanti al ksubasa shalzu, when I signed her ksuba, v'hayisi kore ba elef alafim dinrei zahav mi beis avia chutz mishel chamia. It was a ksuba that had an astronomical amount that was included in it. So we have a standard ksuba. Ksuba has a certain amount, but $100 million were in this ksuba. So it was just an extraordinary wealthy family. Bocha Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And he now contrasts the ksuba that he signed for this young woman with this situation which now confronts him in front of his eyes. Bocha Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai va'amar ashreichem Yisrael. How praised are you, O Israel? Bisman she'osim ritzono shel makom, ein kol uma v'loshon sholetes bahem. When you do God's will, nobody can have any power over you. Ubizman she'ein ritzono osim ritzono shel makom. And when you don't do God's will, mosram biyad uma shfela, you are placed into the hands of a lowly nation. V'lo biyad uma shfela ela biyad behemton shaluma shfela. That the animal is better than you. That in order for you to find food, you have to look around. You got to scrounge for a little bit of epis in the gelolim of the behem. Ad kan the Gemara. That the Gemara continues, but this is the part that I want to focus on. Frek the Maharal. Frek the Heilige Maharal. I understand Ashreichem Yisrael bizman she'osim ritzono shel makom. Why is Ashreichem Yisrael bizman she'ein osim ritzono shel makom? What does Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai say? Oh my God, the people Israel are unbelievable. Because when they do God's will, they are greater than everything. And when they don't do God's will, they're lower than the lowest behemoth. Why is that a kiyum in Ashreichem Yisrael? Azayfrek the Heilige Maharal. The Ashreichem Yisrael here goes on both clauses in his statement. You hear the kasha. It's a powerful kasha. Ashreichem Yisrael, that not only bisman she'osim ritzono shel makom ein kol uma yechola lishlot What's the lashon of the Gemara? Ein kol uma v'lashon sholetes b'hem. Ashreichem Yisrael that bizman she'ein osem ritzona shel makom yamamish, the lowest of the low. The Maharal is quoted by the Or Gedalyo on page 27. Rabbi Gedalia Shor was the Rosh Yeshiva of Torah Vodaas. When I was in Torah Vodaas in the late 60s and early 70s, he was the Rosh Yeshiva. And he published Sfarim, Or Gedalyahu. They're really, really interesting. They're a little too Kabbalistic for me, a little bit too mystical for me, regretfully. He was on a real high madrega, Rabbi Shor. So not every piece I really get and understand and resonates with me, but when I do understand it, it's very, it's a big blessing for me. So Rav Shor in Moadim, Sefer published in 1986, Or Gedalyo, he has a Sefer on different Chumashim in the Torah. Then there's a Sefer on Moadim. And he has a section where he quotes this Gemara. And he proposes a theology similar to that which we saw earlier today. One which I repeat, I wish I really felt it. So Rav Shor starts with the bracha that we say for Kiddush Levana on the top right-hand side of page 27. B'birchas Kiddush Levana omrim she'asidem l'schadesh kemoso. Mashma she'Yisrael domim la Levana. In the bracha of Birchas Kiddush Levana and in other places, the Jewish people is identified with the moon. You know, the waxing and the waning, and it's full, it's empty, it's half empty, it's almost empty, a tiny little sliver, then it gets back again. Yisrael domim la Levana. And we find this also in places in the Medrash. Va'abirhu, 3 lines later, Sheha'or shel haLevana hu rak b'meshe mekabel me'ashemesh. The moon gets its light in reflection from the sun. The moon does not emanate its own light. The moon's light is a reflection from the sun. But lesle mi garmei klum. It's not its own projector of light. V'dugmas klal Yisrael laHaLevana hi. So what's the zushtel that Klal Yisrael is like the Levana? Sheklal Yisrael heim mekablim es ha'or me'achodesh baruch Hu. That we are a direct reflector of divine light. Shebe'esh b'nei Yisrael heim nochach pnei Hashem. That when we are living in the presence of God, heim, we, the Jewish people, mekablim es ha'or me'kaviyachol, v'chol ha'metzius shalohem eino b'seder ateva. We do not live a normal, natural existence as a people. We live an existence that reflects divinity and reflects the light of God. It's unnatural. It's not a normal teva way of existence. B'Gemara Ksubis. Now he comes to our Gemara. Tana Rabbana. Ma'aser Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai she'yirechev al hachamor v'yotze miyushalayim v'ayu talmidav ma'alchen achrav ra riva achas she'oisem ala ketes sa'or mi ben glole behemtom shel arviyim v'chulu. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, at the end of the story, she says to him, remember my ksuba? He says, I do remember your ksuba, and he turns to his talmidim and he says, Ashreichem Yisrael. Bizman she'atem osim ritzona shel makom ein kol uma v'loshen sholeit bachem. Ubizman she'ein atem osim ritzona shel makom oz nimtzru biad uma shfela, and not just biad uma shfela, but you're scrounging around the behemoths of the uma shfela. Uba Maharal Netzach Yisrael hiksha ala loshen ashreichem Yisrael. The Heilige Maharal, who I also wish I would understand, he's in a different category for me. I wish I would understand the Maharal. The Maharal asks, on the Lashon of Ashreichem Yisrael, Ma Lashon Shevach Shayach al Zeh Shenimsorim Biadu Mashfela. What's the Ashrechem Yisrael? That if they don't do Ritzono Shel Makom, they are handed over to the lowest of the low. Umevayer Sham Zok the Heilige Maharal. Ki mizeh onu roim. The fact that when Jews don't behave properly, they are so low, and mamish, the lowest of the low, and the hardest of the hardest. Mizeh onu roim ki b'nei Yisrael heim b'hanhaga acheres l'mayla miseder hateva. This he hanoisenes, he gufa, from the fact that when there ain't osem ritzono shel makom, it's so bad. He gufa shows us the madrega that they're in, that they do not live, that they live l'mayla miseder hateva. Shekol ha-metzias shelahem hu biyad HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ukedugmas halavana shemekabelas me'ashemesh. We are extra natural. We are supernatural. We are living outside of the realm of the natural. Ube'esh she'ein osem ritzono shel makom, oz heim noflim ad lemata. Ki ein lohem makom klal b'habriya kishe'enam nochach pnei Hashem. Shekol ha-metzias shelahem hiu me'ha'or me'kaviyachol. The whole existence of the Jewish people is only credible when we behave properly and we benefit from God's light, just like the moon benefits from the sun's light. But if we misbehave, then we have absolutely no value and no use whatsoever. Ubein begeula, bein begolus, anu rohem ha'hanhaga ha'miyuchedes l'klal Yisrael. In the very golus, in the very lowliness, in the very abject nature of the servitude, that's where we see the greatness. Because it just points out how special we are. That when we live in accordance with God's will, it's super duper, and when we don't, we're like nothing. Because our whole existence is only predicated on God. Because our whole validity is only because we reflect from God's light. It takes the depths of the suffering and turns it into Ashrechem Yisrael. The suffering is Ashrechem Yisrael. With another nation, it doesn't matter. Whatever they do, they don't do. There are no repercussions at this level. There are no implications at this level. But the Jewish people is different. Bein begeula, bein begolos, onu roem ha'anhaga miyuchedes l'klal Yisrael. Umisha mevin, and if you really understand it, yochal liros af begolus ha'ashrechem Yisrael b'zeh shehem tachas hanhaga acheres l'mayla misarei hateva. One way to deal with the magnitude is to make the magnitude itself into a source of closeness. It's so michutz l'derech hateva how the Jewish people has had to suffer over the years that it must be that it bespeaks some kind of a connection to God, that when we do not live in accordance with God's will, the implications are so enormous. Then it brings another Gemara. Top of page 28. Look at the Gemara at the top of page 28. This is Gemara in Hanizak and Daf Nun Zayin Amid Beis Masachas Gittin. It's a Gemara that we've seen in the past with regard to the Kinnot about Zechariah Hanavi. There is a Kinnot virtually at the end of the book that talks about how the Jewish people killed Zechariah and his blood was boiling, you remember from past years. And Nebuzaradan comes in and sees the blood boiling and wants to know what this is, and they tell him it's blood left over from sacrifices, and he doesn't believe them, and he starts to kill all different kinds of groups of Jews to somehow be mafayes to propitiate the boiling blood, and nothing happens, and kills young people, old people, learned people, not such learned people, Tinoko Shabos Rabba, nothing happens. And then finally he realizes that this is too much. And he says if so much punishment is perpetrated because of one murder, the murder of Zechariah, so how much trouble am I going to get because I murdered so many people? And at the end, he does tshuva and becomes a ger. That's the Kinnot, and it's based on this Gemara. Top of page 28. The Gemara begins to give us a sense of who this Nebuzaradan was. The very top line of the Gemara on Nun Zayin Amid Beis, Amar Reb Chia bar Ravin, Amar Rav Yeshua ben Korcha, Sach li zakein echad me'anshe Yerushalayim. An old zakein whispered into my ear, Bebika zu Horag Nebuzaradan Rav Tabachim. He was known as the chief murderer, the chief tabach, the chief butcher. Masayim va'achas esrei ribo. In this valley, he killed 10,000s. So that's, I think, 2,110,000 people. Ubiyushalayim harak tishim va'arba ribu, another 940,000 people, al even achas. And then enters into the whole Zechariah story. Ba'u shaita, the second wide line, hirer tshuva b'daite. And he runs away. And then Tana, the fourth line, Naaman ger toshav hoya, Nebuzaradan ger tzedek hoya. Nebuzaradan becomes a ger tzedek. Back to Or Gedalyahu, the bottom of page 27. The Gemara Gittin Nun Zayin Amid Beis. One more paragraph. The Gemara Gittin Nun Zayin Amid Beis. Achar kol hasugya shel churban Beis Hamikdash. This is towards the end of the Gemara, the Kamsa Bar Kamsa Gemara that started earlier. After the end of the sugya of the Churban, Isa, the Gemara says, Tana Naaman ger toshav haya, Nebuzaradan ger tzedek haya ayin sham. Kavanas HaGemara bazehu, ki Naaman, af shara kol anisam hagadolim v'nisrape mitzar raso, b'nes nasa rak ger toshav. I don't want to get into the Naaman story. Aval Nebuzaradan, shahaya lo neshama shel ger tzedek, Haven bir oso hachurban hagadol hagadlo shel Klal Yisrael. In the very tragedy, in the very destruction, in the very paroxysm of murder, he saw dafka, the godless of Klal Yisrael. Shera'a b'hachurban ho ashrechem Yisrael. Shebizman she'ein osim ritzono shel makom oznin tsarim biad umash fela, umehachurban ra'a ma'alas am Yisrael, v'sheroi lidavek be'umazu. From the churban he saw the godless. Shehavin shebnei Yisrael heim tachas hanhaga acheres, tachas hanhaga l'mayla miseder ateva. So one approach to this question of magnitude is to turn it on its head. We think that the magnitude is a challenge, that if HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves us, why are we having such a hard time? Why have we had always such a hard time? Why is it that every generation there's more Jewish tsaros, and our generation is not exempt? Why is that? Why is it that Ein lahosef moed shever v'savera? Why is it that it all has to be subsumed under Tisha B'Av? Because if you were Mosef, Moed, Shever, V'Savera, the fear is that that's all you were doing all the time is fasting. So why is that? I thought we have like a connection. I thought we have a relationship. Comes again, Rabbi Gifter, Rabbi Shor, then I Xerox Rav Dessler at the bottom of page 28, and you'll read it if you're interested. they all say that that's exactly the point. That the depths of the sadness bespeaks the intensity of the special relationship. You see the Yad Hashem even in the suffering, and maybe you see the Yad Hashem dafka in the suffering. That's this Kinnot. That was the previous Kinnot, the contrast Kinnot, and this Kinnot. And you see God, according to this perspective, in both sides of this equation. I wish I was on Madrega, that I could really resonate with that. Page 192, page 109. Every stanza here has a ko, which is a beautiful ko. A pasuk that has the word ko in it, that's very special and precious. It's actually very clever how the Baal HaKinah, still Rabbi Elazar HaKalir, found psukim that reflect the closeness of the relationship between God and the Jewish people with ko, and then interprets eicha as a ko, like what happened to that ko. Ko omer kores lov befetzach bevris bein absarim ko yeh lo netzach. Hashem said by the bris bein absarim, ko yeh zaracha. Veheinato bulu atzamai beretzach lama Elohim zonachto lo netzach. Ko gosh keselo olo leratzosecha nelcha ad ko pitu be'edosecha. In the case of the Akedah, ani vanar nelcha ad ko v'nishtachve v'noshuva elecha. That was a big deal. The Akedah was a big deal. Ve'inato dokru kefelach ra yosecha yeshan abcha b'tzom arisecha. Eko avtochas akudim nekudim b'mishuos imko yomar yuchashos. By Yaakov, he was blessed with this miraculous growth of his crop, of his flock. Ve'inato v'ikachto yir meleo teshuos harima fe'amecha l'mashuos. Eko zom v'harag mitzri bigano ul ba'kodesh v'yifen ko v'cho v'yar ki einish v'yachas ha'mitzri chosam edus kodesh ve'inato achel kamachal chodesh kol hera uyev ba'kodesh. Eko tov kishulach go lavodecha kosomar l'shalach am le'avdecha ve'heinato yoshvu bogdim beveis v'yudecha shoagut sorerecha bekerev moadecha. Eko karisos chadoshos berisos b'cho amar komar Hashem kachatzos halayla ani yotzei b'soch Mitzrayim kachatzos layla b'mosei osos. Ve'inato luaku ben aleim leesos samu osos samosos. Eko mishma Moshe olo kosomar lenevas bayis ha'ma'ula kosomar lebeis Yaakov v'saged levnei Yisrael, leading up to the Matan Torah. Ve'inato niyatzua b'nei avlo yivoda kemevi lamolo. Eko siach shishim osios hakadumos kosavorchu birchas konim at 60 letters. Kosavorchas b'nei Yisrael l'shishim giborim domos. Ve'inato osku redumos bisvoch eitz kardumos. Eko kichas leviim shalemecha kosas Elohem letaharam leveis olamecha. Ve'inato rashu v'yirishu shamecha la'oretz chilulu mishkan shemecha. Eko shivas shofros eretz kosas sheshes yamim lahapil chomo la'oretz. Ve'inato shorim tovu va'oretz orfu chomo adeyel ba'oretz. Eko teshuas asomayo tzor b'cho omar asher ladoros notzor ve'inato tupchu frachai b'chatzor Adnosai Elohim Yechoref Tzor. This next Kinnot, Zachar Asher Asa Tzor Befinim, (226) and 111 in Rosenfeld, describes the events that happened during the time of Churban Bayis Sheni. It's based on Midrashim, Gemaras, describes the story of Churban Bayis Sheni, the Churban and the aftermath of the Churban. It's one of the few Kinnos that specifically focus on the Beis HaMikdash per se. Zachor asher asa tzor befinim, shalav charbo v'olefnai v'lefnim, nachalosenu b'yes gitim elechem aponim v'gider paroches bala shtei fanim, yisomim giel b'mogein modam, v'yimaded kov b'marei adam dam, Me'menu dolach ve'eshkir chitzav midam, ki yotza min habayis v'charbo malei odam. Alagoso avos gover v'noto el yodo lemulo ligbor. Mitzrayim v'cholom asher bam avor, v'ani b'sochi vuyo, orutz elov b'tzavor. Avoseinu zora ki echnisu b'achura v'achlo eish. When Nadav and Avihu brought an eish zora, they were consumed. But when Titus came in and behaved so inappropriately in the Kodesh Kodashim, nothing happened to him. It's a medrash in Achrei Mos contrasting these two events. V'zeh tzoa zona yechnis v'lo nichva bo'esh, avadim chitu b'suko la b'aseish, v'al nebe v'eseish mimorom sholachesh. B'navshenu tovanu b'otzi klei shoreis, v'samam ba'ani shayet bam la'ashreis. They took the vessels, the clay shoreis, and brought them to Rome. Continues to be a huge question. So where are they? What happened to them? It became a big international focus in the 90s when the chief rabbis of Israel sent a letter to the Pope and told him to open up the bottom of the Vatican Museum and give back the clay HaMikdash. It was actually a formal letter from the chief rabbis of Israel to the Pope. And they're still waiting for an answer from the Pope. So who knows what happened to them? There's a lot of discussion about what happened to them. But the Gemara tells us, and also Josephus tells us, that there was a whole huge parade in Rome. And what made the greatest impact, Josephus writes, is the spoils from Judea, from the Beis HaMikdash. And of course, the whole discussion about the menorah, the Arch of Titus, which we've had in the past. So all of this tells the story of what happened in the aftermath of Churban Bayis Sheni. Orenu yimakish kim mishareis v'lamotza tishim u'shlosha klei shareis. Noshim kishoru kivoritz bekarka abayis no lovecheritz. Sarim lu paso bavo paritz beves kodesh hakadoshim. Tzacha noso hishritz. Bachurim ibachutz tzogum mechuzakim. V'soru kiyuzak b'shishim ribom azikim. Zkenim nevasu kir shuhu mishchakim. Asos ritzono v'hu. But God is asur bazikim. God is tied up. He's bound up in chains. It's another example of the notion of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is also affected by what happened, as if Hashem himself is fettered, is not free. Shav asotein vayavo admon vayisabev choma v'yaveis hamon naflo evro al ninei pitzel lach luz v'armon Ad Kinnot Tashmido Karmon. Al Pesach Harabayis Echel Lavo. Biad Arba Roshei Tafsarav Lachrivo. Medrash tells us that they appointed a general, each general for a different wall, for a different section. Al Tzad Ma'aravi lezecher hisrid bo, but on the Ma'arav side there was a zecher that was left over, wasn't destroyed. V'tzag achar koslein v'lo rav rivo. Ato kotzafta v'ir shiso lefanos. Yeladim asher ein bahem kol mu'um misham lahafnos. Then, after the Churban Beis HaMikdash, they began to bring Jews from Yerushalayim to Italy. There was a very small Jewish community living in Italy during the first century of the Common Era, but it was augmented substantially and actually even overwhelmed by the exiles who came from Yerushalayim. There were exiles who were brought from Yerushalayim to come to Rome. And then he tells us a very famous story that I actually want to pause and to discuss a little bit. So in order to understand what's happening now in the Kinnot, let's take a look on page 29. All of this surrounding Churban Bayis Sheni. This is the bottom half of the Amid that we already started to look at earlier. This is Git Nun Zayin Amid Beis. We saw the top half of the Amid in the Zechariah story with Nebuzaradan, who became a Ger Toshav. And you remember Rabbi Gedal Yeshua said that Nebuzaradan became a Ger Tzedek. That Nebuzaradan became a Ger Tzedek dafka because he saw the intensity of the suffering. Something's going on here. This people can't just be a normal people. A normal people doesn't suffer like this. The fact that they're suffering means that they're an abnormal people. Something is going on here. I want to be a part of them. That's the way he understands it. Then a few lines later, the Gemara says as follows. There's an arrow on the left side of the page, Tana. Stories told about 400 boys and girls who were captured for shame or embarrassment. They were captured in order to be used for sexual purposes. So they're on a boat, and they're from Yerushalayim, and they're being taken to Rome. If you want to go from Jerusalem to Rome, so the easier way is to get on the Mediterranean and to go from Jerusalem to Rome. First you have to get to the Mediterranean, and then you get, instead of going all the way around Lebanon and all the way around Greece and Turkey until you end up in Italy. So you go by boat. So they're on a boat, and they know why they're going to Rome or why they're being brought to Rome. Hergishu ba'atzmon l'mahen misbakshim amru. So they said to one another, Imanu tovim bayam anu boim l'chai olam haba. If we throw ourselves into the sea, are we going to have olam haba? According to Jewish law, suicide is a problem. So they were ready, they were going to commit suicide, but they were worried that they would forfeit their share in olam haba. They would rather commit suicide than have to do what they were being brought to do, but they didn't want to know if they would pay too heavy a price for their committing suicide. Darash len agadol shebahen, so the oldest one darshan the pasuk, Amar Hashem mi Bashan ashiv, Hashem will return us from Bashan, or I will return you from Bashan, ashiv mi mitzulos yam. Mi Bashan ashiv, what does that mean? Mi bein shinei aryeh. Ashiv mi mitzulos yam, elu shatovim bayam. That Hashem says that I will return those who drown themselves in the sea. Which means that even if you drown yourself in the sea, you still have a relationship to God. God will still connect to you. Zok de Gemara, kivin sheshamu yulados kach, when the girls heard this, kafzu kulam v'naflu l'so chayam. They all jumped in. Nasu yolodim kal v'chomer ba'atzman. So the boys made a kal v'chomer, v'amru, ma halolu shedarkon lekach kach. If that's the case for the women whose heterosexual relationship is darkon lekach, and they did it. Anu she'ein darkenu lekach. In our case, it would not be that kind of a relationship. So alachas kama v'kama. For sure, we shouldn't be engaged in it. Afheim kafzu l'toch hayam. So they also committed suicide. Neither of them wanted to engage in this kind of inappropriate behavior. So they threw themselves in to the sea. V'aleim akosov omer ki olecha horagnu kol hayom nechshavnu kitzon tivcha. Ki olecha horagnu kol hayom. We killed ourselves. Nechshavnu kitzon tivcha. So that's a Gemara. The Gemara about 400 boys and girls who were being taken for immorality. They didn't want to be part of that immorality, so they threw themselves into the sea. On the next page, there's a medrash, Eicha, that has a little different version of this story. Al Eila ani bochia. We mentioned earlier the pasuk in Eicha, Al Eila ani bochia. Top of page 30. Espasianos mile shalosh sfinos migdoli Yerushalayim lahoshivan bekolon shel Romi. In this version, it's not the Arba, the Dalad Meos Yeladim v'Yelados. In this version, it's shalosh sfinos migdoli Yisrael. Amdu va'amru. So they said to themselves, Lo dayenu shehichasnuhu b'mikdosho elo af b'chutz la'aretz. It's not bad enough that we angered God in His Beis Hamikdash. We're going to have to anger God elsewhere also in order to do the kolon, to behave immorally. So it's not appropriate. How can we do this? Amru l'noshim evaksho saton lekach. They said to the women, are you prepared to do this? Amr lahem lav. So the women said no. Amru, so the men said, Masha darkon lekach einon rotzos. Anu alachas kama v'kama. Now comes the part that's particularly poignant. Tomru, im mashlichim anu atzmenu liyam anu bo'em l'chaya olam haba. If we throw ourselves into the sea, are we going to have olam haba? That's what they wanted to do. They wanted the Gedolei Yerushalayim, 3 boatloads, wanted to throw themselves into the sea, but they were afraid that they would lose olam haba. Miyad heir HaKadosh Baruch Hu es haneim. In our Gemara, the Gemara says, the Gadol Shebahen Darshan. In the version of the Medrash, none other than HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself opened up their eyes to see this pasuk. Amar Hashem mi bashan ashiv, ashiv mi mitzulos yam. Mi bashan ashiv mi ben shinei arayos, ashiv mi mitzulos yam kemashma'o. I will bring you back from the depths of the sea, like it simply means. Which means that even though you throw yourselves into the sea, I will still bring you back. Amda Kas Rishonos, to the first group, got up and said, Im shochachnu shem Elokeinu v'nifros kapenu le'el zor v'yishlichu atzmam liyam, and they threw themselves over. Amda Kachniya v'amra ki alecha aragnu kol hayom, and they threw themselves over v'yishlichu atzmam liyam. Amda Kachlishis v'amra halo Elokim yachgor zos ki hu yodea talumos leiv v'yishlichu atzmam liyam. So the result is the same. They threw themselves in to the water, and in conclusion, the Medrash says, "V'ruach hakodesh tzovachas v'yomeres al ele ani bochia." Now let's go back to the Kinnot, and the Kinnot summarizes this story. Lama rakshu goyim. Lama rakshu goyim v'lo shato ela mincha pinos v'shilchum le'eretz utz v'shalosh sfinos. You see, the Kinnot has the Medrash Eicha version, not the Gemara and Maseches Gittin version. Hashivenu shivu kavo b'nivchei v'shitfu atzmam yachad linpol bayam. They were worried if they would throw themselves into the depths of the sea, but they gathered themselves together to do that. Shir v'sishbachos shoraru ka'al yom ki olecha haragnu b'mitzulos yom ki sahomos bo ad nafshon kol zos bo asu v'lo shechachanucha chilu lemamsham tikvason nosnu lemeshem mibashon ubaskol nishma uro lamosishon. I want to show you that this motif continued, this challenge of wanting to give up one's life rather than be forced to engage in immoral activities. If you look at the bottom half of page 30, this comes from the Sefer HaKabbalah of Rabbi Abraham ibn Dowd. It's a famous story of the four captives, four great rabbis who were captured. It's a whole question about the historicity of this story. It's found in the Sefer HaKabbalah of Abraham ibn Dowd, lived in the 11th century. It tells a story about how did Torah get to many different communities. So stories told about Jews who were traveling on a kala to go visit, to study Torah, and they were captured on a boat, and they were sold each to different communities. So we're told that there were four great rabbis on this boat. We're in line 9. Ha'echad, one of them was Rab Chushiel Aviv Shel Rabbeinu Hananel. The second one, Ha'echad, was Rab Moshe Aviv Shel Rab Chanoch, who was captured with his wife and with his son Chanoch, and Chanoch was a little boy. The third one was Reb Shemaria Bereb Elchanan. And the fourth one, I don't know who he was. That's what he says. So he says where each of them went. Reb Chushiel went to Africa, to North Africa, and Rabbeinu Hananel. Reb Moshe and Reb Chanoch went to Spain, and Reb Shemaria went to Alexandria. That's how he explains how Torah came in a very significant way to these different communities. But in the middle, he tells us a story. In line 10, Ve'ha'echad, one of them was Rab Moshe Aviv Shel Rab Chanoch. Osro, he was captured im Ishto. Line 12, Ubikesh hasholish lechaposa leishto shel Rab Moshe ula'anosa shehoisa yefas ma Rabbi Yoser. And the captain of the ship wanted to engage in immoral activity with the wife of Rab Moshe. V'hi tza'ak al Rab Moshe isha b'lashon HaKodesh, and she called out to her husband in Hebrew, v'sho'ala mimenu, and she asked him, im hanitboim b'yam chayim b'tchias hamesim mimlo. This is a story, supposedly a 10th century story. So they're on a boat, and somebody wants her to engage in immoral activities. So she calls out, if I throw myself over, am I going to lose Olam Haba? Am I going to be Zoicha v'tchias hamesim? V'hu heshiva, and her husband responded to her, Omar, Hashem mi bashan ashiv mi mitzulos yam, ukeshe shama es dvarav, hishlicha atzma biyam v'tavo mesa. So it's the same exact story, it's the same exact tragic, horrible story that we have in our Gemara, and that we have in Medrashecha, and that is mentioned here in the Kinnot. And now, fast forward almost a millennium, and we have the story again. Fast forward another 700 years on page 31, and we have the story again. In the context of what I mentioned earlier in the introduction, in the Khmelnytsky massacres. Earlier this morning, I talked about the Khmelnytsky massacres and about the Tainus of Chav Sivan that was instituted. And I quoted from Yevain Metzula of Reb Nosson Nata Hanover. So Reb Nosson Nata Hanover, it's quite a substantial book, describes city by city, place by place, the tragedies, the murders, the persecutions, the pillages that happened in those places. And he tells us a story about Nemirov. In the chapter about Nemirov, where he mentions that it started on the 20th of Sivan, he tells us that when the Cossacks, under the auspices of Khmelnytsky, came into Nemirov, On the right side of page 31, Uktsas nashim ubesulos hayu koftzos lebrechas hamayim hasmucha lemivtzor shelo yutama osan ha'arelim. That there were women who committed suicide in order not to engage in immoral activities, exactly following the paradigm that we've seen already in ancient times in our Kinnot, in the Gemara, and in Medrashecha. And then he tells us two specific stories. He doesn't just say uktsas nashim ubsulos in a collective, but he tells us stories. And we are particularly sensitive to this on Tisha B'Av, because it's hard to wrap your head around massive numbers or massive events. And I mentioned earlier, the Rav said one of the reasons why we have a Kinnot for Yoshiyahu is because it's one person. The reason why we have a Kinnot for the Benu Bas of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol is because it's like two kids, a brother and a sister. It's much easier to engage in a focus about an individual than it is with these massive, huge amounts. You know, with the Shoah also, you know, the numbers are just astronomical. What does it mean, 6 million? But when you talk about one family, so then it becomes meaningful. You can identify with it. It resonates. You can internalize it. And then you just multiply it endlessly. So he tells us, besides telling us about Ksatz Nashim, he tells us stories. The last paragraph on the left side. Ma'aseh Sham Beriva Achas Yefas Toar. This is 1648. So we have the year 70, and then we have the 10th century, and then we have 1648. Ma'aseh Sham Beriva Achas Yefas Toar mi Mishpacha Miyucheses Va'ashira. She was beautiful. She came from a very fancy family. Shenishbisa lekozak echad u'nisa'a leisha. She was captured by a Cossack, and he wanted to marry her. V'kodem shebo elam, before he did that, Amra lo ba'arma, she said to him cunningly, Shehi chola la'asos biskula shelo yazik lo shum kli zayin. She said, I have the capacity I have like such a power that no weapon can hurt me. V'amra lo, and she says to him, if you don't believe me, try it. Shoot me with a gun and nothing will happen to me. That's how incredible I am. So the idiot Cossack, v'hakozak ba'alo hayasova she'emes hi medaberes, v'yara ba k'nei hasreifa lefi tumo, v'naflo mesal kiddush Hashem. So obviously, if she gets shot by a gun, she's going to die, and that's exactly what happened. Why did she want to die? Shelo yitamenu hagoy. She didn't want to engage in this activity with him. Hashem yenkom dama. Od ma'aseh beriva achas. Right, the single stories are much more powerful, gripping, than just a massive statement about people. Od ma'aseh beriva achas yefas Torah anasuna lekozak echad. Another woman, beautiful woman, married to a Cossack. Biksha mimenu sheyikachena bebeis either tfilasam or tiflasam ha'omer achore hagesha. So she said to him, you know what, Igor, I love you so much. I want to get married in the church. There's a beautiful church on the other side of the river. Why should we get married in some loch? We should get married in a beautiful church. It's on the other side of the river. So that's where we should go. Umile Ritzon, he's all excited. He wants to fulfill her wish, and he's so happy she has such a wish. They're all, he's all excited, it's a big Yom Tiv. Kivin Shabbat Lagesha, when they come to the bridge, she jumps into the water. She had a plan. How is she going to get rid of this guy? How is she going to get out of this? How is she going to commit suicide, Nebuch? So she figured out, she tells him we want to have it on the other side of the bridge. So she'll jump off the bridge. And she jumped off the bridge. Hashem yinkom dama. V'chohena rabos. Asher yefshol lahalos b'chsav. My final example comes from the 20th century. And that's the next page. And I'm not going to read it to you. I'm going to give myself a 90-second break, and you'll read page 32. New York Times, January 8th, 1943. 70, the year 70, the first century, the 10th century, the 17th century, and now the 20th century. And it's the exact same story. The story is an old story, and the story is a very modern story. The letter ends, soon we shall be with Mother Sarah. Mother Sarah is Sarah Schneerer, who's the founder of the Beis Yaakov movement. There is a whole question about the specific historicity of this particular story. I wrote an article over 20 years ago about this story. But even if it didn't happen specifically as it's described, it certainly happened, and it certainly could have happened. And it certainly happened in other circumstances. This was brought to my attention by Rabbi Young, Rabbi Leo Young, of the Jewish Center. I was a rabbi of that shul from 1981 to 2000. When I came, Rabbi Leo Young, Zichrono Livracha, was the rabbi emeritus of the shul. And his office was next to mine on the 8th floor. It's an 11-story building on West 86th Street. You have the address here. And one day I hear him calling me from the next office. When I came, I was 30 and he was 90. But we had a very wonderful relationship. He was like my Zaidi. So he called me, I hear him calling me, and he says to me, look at this. So he had a very interesting filing system. His filing system was that if he wanted to save a piece of paper that he thought was interesting, he put it into the book that he was reading at that time. So he figured he's not going to throw it out. He'll put it in the book. And that's the way he'll save the paper. So I come into his office, and he said to me, he said, I happened to be reading a book, and I opened it up, and out fell a cut, the article from the New York Times, the original from 1943. You see how it's not clear, because it's a Xerox from 1943, and it's been sitting there for 40 years in his book. And I was very, very taken by this incredible story. But my point today is it's all one story. It's all one story. It's all one story. It's all one story of suffering and sadness. And Tisha B'Av is a day to commemorate all Jewish sadness. But even the mode of the suffering is one long story. And what started out in the Gemara in Gittin on Daf Nun Zayin Amid Beis and the Medrash Eicha in the first parak gets relived in the 10th century in the story of the 4 captives with the wife of Rabbi Chanoch, Rabbi Moshe, the father of Rabbi Chanoch, the mother of Rabbi Chanoch, gets lived again in Gzeros Tach V'Tat in Nemerav in 1648 and gets lived again not so long ago in 1943. This was in the New York Times. You wonder what American Jewry knew. I mentioned earlier today, this morning, that the world really began to know in November of 1942. But the January 1943 in the New York Times, it's a beferish, it's an incredible story. Page 232, page 120. Im Tochalma. This is very stark and very harsh Kinnot. Talks about parents eating the flesh of children. It's inconceivable. It's horrible. It's an understatement to say that it's horrible. But it's a pasuk in Eicha, page 33. Turn to page 33. Eicha Perek Gimel Pasuk Chav. That is the opening pasuk in the next Kinnot. The opening phrase in the next Kinnot is a pasuk in Eicha. Re'eh Hashem v'habita l'mio laltako im tochalna nashim piryam olale tipuchim. Mothers eating their offspring, olale tipuchim, the small children who grew up in their care, the children of their care. Zok Rashi, in the bottom right on page 33, on the pasuk in Eicha Gimel Chaf, Im tochalna nashim piryam olale tipuchim, Yeladim rakim, young children, she'odam gedelim b'tipuchei imosam, that are still being raised under the care of their mothers. That's who their mothers ate. The mothers ate, pasuk in Eicha, im tochalna nashim piryam olale tipuchim. Zokt Rashi weiter, v'rabosenu dorshuhu al doeg ben Yosef. Shahoisa imo modidaso bitfachim. What's tipuchim? Shahoisa imo modidaso bitfachim b'chol yom loses zahav lebeis hamikdash lefi ma shehoya godel. His mother was so wealthy, and she wanted to give money to the Beis HaMikdash. So how did she decide how much she should give to the Beis HaMikdash? She used to measure him, and the amount that he grew is the amount of gold that she gave to the Beis HaMikdash. That's how she That's how she figured out her donation strategy. However more my kid grows, that amount is what I'm going to give. Ulebesofa achlason, at the end she ate him. It's a Gemara in Yuma. Turn the page. The Gemara in Yuma, Lamed Ches Amid Beis. Zok the Gemara in Yuma, Lamed Ches Amid Beis. I brought the Gemara here for you. Rashi is a kosher aid. If Rashi says it's a Gemara, it's a Gemara, but let's look at it directly. The next to the last narrow line. Maisa b'dayig ben Yosef. Maisa b'dayig ben Yosef, shehenicho aviv ben katan le'imo. Apparently his father died and left him as a young child to his mother. Maisa b'dayig ben Yosef shehenicho aviv as a ben katan le'imo. B'chol yom zakti Gemara, haisa imo modedaso b'tefachim. Zokt Rashi, what's modedaso b'tefachim? It's about halfway down on the left side. Leida kama nosaf bo miyom liyom, to know how much he was added from day to day. V'nosenes hamishkol. Omeid hatosefes. She calculates, she counts the extra, and that is the weight, the extra that she gave to the Beis HaMikdash. Hoysa ima modidaso bitfachim v'nosenes mishkalo shel zov leBeis HaMikdash. U'shegavar oyev, and when the enemy became powerful, tavchaso ve'achlaso. She slaughtered this child, and she ate the flesh of this child. Ve'olea konen Yirmiyah, im tochalna nashim piriam ola leitipuchim. That's the pasuk in Yirmiyah. Next page, page 34. In Medrash Eicha, it's a little bit different. It's a slightly different detail. Medrash Eicha. This is a Gemara in Yuma quoted by Rashi and Eicha. Now we have a Medrash Eicha. Maisa b'dayig ben Yosef shemeis v'hiniach ben katan le'imo. So it's not that Doeg father died and he was left, but Doeg died and he left a son. V'aisa, the rest is the same. V'aisa mimadedes oso b'tfachim v'nosenes mishkalo zahav lashamayim b'chol shana v'shana. Whatever he grew, that's what she gave every year. V'kiven shehikifa mitzuda b'Yerushalayim, when the siege became very intense, Tvachatu imo biyadeha va'achalatu. She shechted him biyadeha. It's much more horrible. It's bad enough to say, the Gemara says, the lashon of the Gemara is tivachaso va'achlaso. Here it's tivachaso imo biyadeha va'achalasu v'haya Yirmiyah makonin lifnei amakom va'omer Later on in Medrash Eicha, in Perek Beis, Siman Chav Gimel, Rei Hashem Vahabita, Maisa b'dayig ben Yosef Shemeis, V'iniach ben Katan le'imo, V'oisa mimadedes oso b'tfachim, V'nosenes mishkol ozav l'shamayim b'chol shana v'shana, V'kiven shehikifa mitzudo l'Yerushalayim, Tvachatu imo biyadeha v'achalasu v'aya Yirmiyah mekonin lifnei amakom v'omer l'miya lal tako im tochalna nashim pirim olei tfuch. So this pasuk in Eicha, as powerful as it is, becomes even more powerful when, again, we put a name on it. It's not just im tochalna nashim pirim olei tipuchim, but there's a name. There's a name, there's a father, there's a mother, there's a child, there's a story. It becomes much more graphic. And perhaps an equally terrible story is look at the bottom left on page 34. All in the context of this Kinnot that we're about to recite, about eating flesh. So we can't imagine that at all. It's so alien. Anybody's flesh. We don't do that. Cannibals do that. It's like not American. It's not an American thing to do. We don't eat people's flesh. It's just totally beyond our comprehension. So here it's not only eating flesh, but eating flesh of a child. And this medrash is eating the flesh of a father. This is one of the hardest midrashim that I ever studied. The language here is very, very difficult. It's very complicated Aramaic. I'll read it and I'll translate it. Elaine dahava chavushin minhon, those that were hidden, ochlin bisar katilhon, ate the flesh of those who were killed. Those who were hidden, who were starving, ate the flesh of those who were killed. So if somebody was killed, so their body is lying there, so that became food for those who were survivors, who were still alive. B'chol yom hava menapik chad minayhu, umaisi lahon v'inu nachlin. Every day they would send somebody, he would bring food and they would eat it. Or he would bring a body and they would eat it. Yom echad, one day, Amar, they said, Yezel bar nash minan, let one of us go. I mashkach klum maisi v'anan ochlin. We're desperate. One of us should go out and see if they could find something and bring it back and we should eat it. Min denafik, as one of them was going out, ashkeche la'avua dektil, he found his father who was killed. He wasn't going to bring his father's body back to be eaten. It's hard even to read these stories, so imagine experiencing these stories. So he didn't want to bring his dead father's body back for his whole chevra to eat his dead father's body. So what did he do? Nasbe, he took him, v'tamre, and he buried him, v'yahav siman aloy, and he put a marker on it, to be a siman that there's a body buried here. Ova, so he comes back. Amar Lui tells everybody else, gee, I'm really terribly sorry. Lo ashkechei klum, I couldn't find anything. Amrei, so they're desperate. Yezel bar nash chavran, will send somebody else, another person. I mashkach klum, maisi v'anan ochlin. You couldn't find anything, okay, you didn't find anything, we'll send somebody else. Maybe somebody else will find something. And bring it back and we'll eat it. Min dinafakahu barnash. When that person left, holach l'reiche, he followed the smell. He followed the smell of the buried man. Mashka holach l'reiche, chipes, v'ashkeche lahahu diktil. And he found the person who was killed. I say he brought him, va'achalune, and they ate him. Minda acholun, after they finished eating, amar lo, so the fellow said, minan isis dain katla, from where did you take this body, this dead body? Amar lahu, so the person responded, min zovis plonis, from a particular corner. Amar le, so he said to him, uma simin yahev aloi, what was kind of a sign? Was there a sign around there? Amar le, simin plon, such and such a sign. Ani hu bereva amar. So the son responded and said, Vaile lahahu gavra. Woe to me, de min bisra da avui achil. I ate the flesh of my father. It's crazy. It's crazy. This is what's going on. Mothers are eating flesh of children. and children are eating flesh of fathers. That's the Kinnot. 1:20 and 2:32. And it's over and over and over again. You can't get away from this. It's over and over and over again. Im tochalna nashim piryam olalei tipuchim alalayli. Oy, im tevashelna nashim rachmanayos yaldehem. They cooked nashim rachmanayos. Compassionate, merciful women cooked the flesh of their children, hamedudim tfachim tfachim, that's our Gemara, who were being measured tefach by tefach. Alalayli. Imti goes no pas rosham v'si koshar no lesusim porchim alalayli. Im tidbak l'shon yonek l'cheich b'tzim on tzichichim alalayli. Im tehom no zo l'oma zo boi universales bonenu tzorchim alalayli. Im tivoad no zo l'zo t'nivenech v'hucha vui menu toch nesochim alalayli. Im tazmin b'sarovos labonim b'ma'oros v'shichim alalayli. Im tchuyavno abonos al cheki mosam nispochim alalayli. Im titosno ruchos olalim berachovos kiryot fuchim alalayli. Im tiakerno b'shikul racham v'tzimuk shadayim ve'em albonim shochim alalayli. Im tikoshalno shmone meos moginim ba'arav aluchim alalayli. Im tiluhatno rucham b'minei meluchim v'nodos nefuchim alalayli. Im timoatno me'elef meo mi meo asoro ad echad lamapochim alalayli. Im tinosno lemosachei chol shmonem elef kohanim parachim alalayli. Im tisorafno sham kol osam anafoshos kekotzim kesuchim alalayli. Im teorafno adam nogi shmonem elef kohanim mishuchim alalayli. Im tipachno nefashos medukare mereach tenuvos sichem alalayli. Im titzovarno alevanachas tisha kabin moche yolodim unachim alalayli. Im tukano shlosh meos yonkim al shocha achas mesuchim alalayli. Im teroeno rakos vanugos kavulos al yad ravat habochim alalayli. Im tishochav na ben shvatayim benos malachim mishubachim alalayli. Im tisalafna absulos vabachurim b'tzimon tzichichim alalayli. If you just read it in English and you get the full intensity here. Without any, there's no filter. It's about as graphic as it could be. V'ruach HaKodesh lemula marim hayal kol shchenai harayim ma shehukra modiim ve'es asher rasu lo modiim im tochalno nashim piryam mashmeim im yeharei b'mikdash Adonai kohen v'novi lo mashmeim. The next Kinnot is a similar contrast. And let's go to L'cha Hashem Hatzdaka. Page 240 in the Art Scroll edition, page 123. In the Rosenfeld. L'cha Hashem Hatzdaka. With it all, we assert L'cha Hashem Atzdaka. Tziduk Hadin. We don't understand it. We don't get it. We are very hurt by it. But we acknowledge, throw up our hands, L'cha Hashem Atzdaka. That ultimately whatever happens, happens in the presence of God. And Tzadik Hashem b'chol derachav v'chasid b'chol ma'asav. And that's the way it is. We are only limited human beings. We don't know anything. We're tiny, puny, infinitesimally nothing. So why should we know? We don't know. We shouldn't know. Why do we think so highly of ourselves that we think we should know? We don't understand anything. L'cha Hashem Atzdaka. Everything that happens, happens in the presence of God. It's also a high madrega to be able to really internalize this. Many years ago, I heard a vort from Rabbi Soloveitchik. It was not in the context of Tisha B'Av, but very relevant to Tisha B'Av. And then I saw it referred to in a number of essays, both in English and Hebrew halacha essays that were published in his name. So turn to page 35. The notion of recognizing that the reality of the world is such that nothing happens outside of the purview of God. So the Rav has one of the famous yesodis in the Torah of the Rav and in the world of the Rav and in the thinking of the Rav and in the teachings of the Rav. You know, there are certain like topos, certain major themes that keep on coming up. One of them is the equation that the Rav draws between Lifnei Hashem and Simcha. That the notion of living in the presence of God is what Simcha is really all about. Then when we think of the word Simcha, we think of some kind of an emotional joy. So we feel happy. It's a beautiful day outside, we feel happy. Something nice happened to us, we feel happy. We're happy to be alive. We're happy to have brachos. We're joyful, we're happy, we're besimcha. It's an emotion. But Rabbi Soloveitchik suggested that it's either not just an emotion or not an emotion. Simcha equals Lifnei Hashem. If you look in the top left of page 35, this comes from an essay published posthumously. Line 4, as scripture states, on a festival, all Israel stands before God. And the festival's importance is identified with man's rejoicing before his Creator. Simchas Yom Tov means Lifnei Hashem, to be in the presence of God. And the Rav came to this in 3 different ways. And this is really, for me, this year I was thinking more about it, this is really at the core of L'cha Hashem Atzdaka, of this upcoming Kinnot, of L'cha Hashem Atzdaka, to really realize that even though we don't understand it, and there's no reason why we should understand it, but that God runs the world. So there's a famous Mishnah in Brachas, the Mishnah at the beginning of Perek HaRoah in Brachas. Chayav Adam levarich al hara kishem shemevarich al hatov. It's the bottom of page 35. The Mishnah here at the beginning of the last Perek in Brachas tells us different brachas that we have to make on different occasions. Haroa makom she'nasu bo nisim liyisrael, you make a bracha. Haroa this, you have to make a bracha. If you hear this, you have to make a bracha. If you see that, you have to make a bracha. Where the lines are narrow and then get wide, al basuros tovos, omer baruch hatova meitiv, al basuros ra'os, omer baruch dayanemes. So it's not just seeing things, but hearing things or experiencing things. Different experiences elicit different brachas. And then the Mishnah continues, Chayav adam levarich al hara, kishem shemavarich al hatova. We have to make a bracha for when bad things happen, just like we make a bracha when good things happen. Shenemer v'yaftos Hashem Elokecha b'chol levavcha, uv'chol nafshecha, uv'chol ma'odecha. So what does each one of these mean? B'chol levavcha b'shnei yitzarecha b'yetzer tov u'b'yetzer hara. That's b'chol levavcha. B'chol nafshecha afilu hu notel es nafshecha. You have to love God with all your soul, which means even if it is necessary to give up your soul. And it's on this Mishnah, the famous Gemara about Rabbi Akiva and giving up his life and so on. He quotes this mimer. V'yaftas Hashem Elokecha afilu notel es nafshecha. And b'chol ma'odcha, what does the last clause mean? B'chol levavcha v'chol nafshecha v'chol ma'odecha. One is b'chol mamoncha, means your money, your financial resources. You know, if you have to send a kid to yeshiva, so it's going to cost you in tuition. You want to send a kid to camp, it's going to cost you. You want to buy tefillin for a kid, it's going to cost you. You want to have a sukkah, it's going to cost you. Costs money to be an observant Jew. That's the first pshat in the Mishnah. Davaracha b'chol ma'odecha b'chol mida umida shehu moded lecha heyeh moded lo. It's quid pro quo. Whatever it is that God does for you, b'chol mida, you're modeh back. Whatever God meets, M-E-T-E-S, out to you, you have to respond and you have to express awareness and appreciation. Hence, this is now finally the proof text for the original assertion, Chayav adam levarich al hara kishem shemevarich al hatov. When good things happen, you have to be mevarech. So when bad things happen, b'chol mido mido, shehu moded lecha hevei modeh lo. Frekti Gemara on Daf Samach Amud Beis, page 36. Frekti Gemara, the Gemara quotes this Mishnah, and the Gemara asks, "My chayav adam levarich, my chayav levarich al hara kishem shemevarich al hatov." Top half of page 36. What does this mean? Ilema, says the Gemara, kishem shemevarich al hatova hatova meitiv, kach mevarich al hara hatova meitiv. And when it says kishem, it's talking about the same nusach habracha. Kishem shemevarich, chayav adam levarich al hara, kishem, just like you mevarich al hatova. So just like when you mevarich al hatova, the nusach habracha is hatova meitiv. So when you mevarich al hara, the nusach habracha is hatova meitiv. Says the Gemara, what are you talking about? But tonight we just learned 3 lines earlier in this very same Mishnah. Al basuros tova somer hatova meitiv, al basuros ro somer baruch dayanemes. So it's not the same nusach habracha. So what's the kishem? Amar Rava lo nitzracha ela likoblinhu b'simcha. Rava says, what's the kishem? You have to be mekabel both events, and you have to be mevarech both brachos b'simcha. B'simcha. So Rashi says, lekablinu b'simcha, levarech amidas puranios b'leivav shalem. But the Rav said, since when does simcha mean leiv shalem? Simcha means simcha. What does simcha mean? You have to be happy, right? What? I remember he was thundering. He was saying it's crazy. Chayav adam levarech al hara kishem shemevarech al hatova, and you're trying to tell me that you have to be makabel b'simcha? You're trying to tell me, I understand, I feel simcha when something good happens. When do I make a bracha tova meitiv? Make a bracha tova meitiv zol deibish to help from I win the lottery, and I just landed $110 million. I put in 5 and I got 110 million. That's a good deal. Baruch hatova meitiv, that's wonderful. A big Yerusha came to me from somebody who I didn't even know I was related to, so I don't feel sad. And I get a huge Yerusha, so I make a bracha, baruch hatova meitiv. I'm happy. I'm really happy. Are you trying to tell me that I have to be happy? When Rachmana litzlan, when somebody makes a bracha, baruch dayin emes, you have to be happy? And not just you have to be happy. You have to be happy, kashem. Chayav adam levarech al hara, my kashem. The Gemara wants to know, what's the kashem? What's the parallelism? So I'm going to be happy? Somebody's going to be happy? And they make a bracha, baruch dayin emes? What does it mean, lekablenu b'simcha? It is ludicrous, it is inconceivable, it is impossible. It can't be. It can't be. L'kablinu b'simcha. First question. Second question, bottom right of page 36, in the Tochacha, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, at the end of Sefer Dvarim, in Parshas Kisavo. The Torah says, "Abo alecha kol haklol se'elo redofucha v'hisigucha adi shamdach." First, ki lo shamata b'kol Hashem Elokecha. Second, tachas asher lo avadatos Hashem Elokecha b'simcha v'tov leivav. Why are all the klolos going to come? And I would remind you that the klolos in the Tochacha are not unlike the previous Kinnot that we just read about eating flesh. We don't concentrate when we hear the Tochacha. The Balkore davens up the Tochacha, one notch down, and we're not following the Tochacha. We're not listening. Or we're listening to the Hebrew and we don't understand what we're reading. Because if we would be understanding what we would be reading, we would be like aghast. It's horrible. The Tochacha is horrible. And why is this going to happen? State in the Torah why it's going to happen. So the first rationale, so I'm in the parsha. Why? Ki lo shamata b'kol Hashem Elokecha lishmor mitzvosav v'chukosav kasher tzivach. You didn't behave. You get what you deserve. You did. Okay. Tzchar v'onesh. All right. I have trouble with that practically, but I understand it conceptually. Now you're telling me, ubo alecha kol haklolos elo redofucha v'sigucha tachas asher lo avadat Hashem Elokecha b'simcha v'tov leivav. So ask Rabbi Soloveitchik, wait a minute. I was Oved Hashem. I was Oved Hashem. Was hat mir gefällt? What did I not do? I was an Oved Hashem b'simcha u'b'tov leivav. So I blessed the Shabbos candles, but I wasn't jumping up and down, all excited about Asher Kiddushanu b'mitzvos v'tzivanu l'adlik ner shel Shabbos. I took the lulav, shook the lulav, did the lulav, did it, but I wasn't jumping up and down. I wasn't mekayim, Hashanemar, Ivdos Hashem b'simcha. So I wasn't happy. So something was bothering me. So I wasn't happy. But I did the mitzvah. I'm going to get, Klal Yisrael is going to get, Rachmana litzlan the Tocha, Tachas asher lo avadat Hashem Elokecha b'simcha. It doesn't say Tachas asher lo avadat Hashem Elokecha. It says Tachas asher lo avadat Hashem Elokecha b'simcha. Third question the Rav asked, Parshas Re'eh, the bottom left of page 36. There is a concept of Simchas Yom Tov. There's a deraisa of Simchas Yom Tov. We actually learned about it earlier in Perek Vav and Hilchas Yom Tov in the Rambam, where he talks about the mitzvah of Simchas Yom Tov. So the Torah says in the case of Sukkot, V'samachta b'chagecha, and you should be happy on Yom Tov. And a few lines later, Vayisach Sameach. So the locus for the mitzvah of Simchas Yom Tov in the Torah is in Sukkot. But from Sukkot, we extrapolate to the other Shalosh Regolim, there's a mitzvah of Simchas Yom Tov. Ask Rabbi Soloveitchik, how could there be a mitzvah of Simchas Yom Tov? How could the Torah legislate an emotion? How could the Torah say, be happy? The Torah could tell me what I have to do. The Torah could tell me what I'm not allowed to do. The Torah could even tell me what I have to believe. The Torah can even tell me what I'm not allowed to believe. Okay, but how could the Torah tell me, be happy? I'm not happy. I'm not happy. It's August and my therapist went on vacation. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. He didn't say that. I'm not happy. Something happened. I'm not happy. So now it can't be August on Sukkot. So my therapist is from and went to Israel for Sukkot. And ich bin geblieben einer allein, tief tire and dreert. And I'm not happy. And it's Sukkot, and the Torah says be happy. How can the Torah how could Jewish law, how could Judaism require one to feel a certain way? That was his third question. Question number one is, what's pshat lekablinu b'simcha? Question number two is, tachas shelo avadata as Hashem Elokecha. Question number three, v'samachta b'chagecha. And the Rav said there's one answer to all of them. And that answer is that you have to understand that simcha is not what you think it is. Simcha means lifnei Hashem. If you look at the top of page 37, if you go through the Torah, especially in Sefer Dvarim, you'll find repeatedly that the phrase of simcha is juxtaposed to the phrase lifnei Hashem. I counted, I think, 12 different places just in Sefer Dvarim. So, for example, in Parshas Re'eh, va'achaltam sham lifnei Hashem Elokeichem usmachtem. Top left-hand side, usmachtem lifnei Hashem Elokeichem. Towards the bottom, v'samachta lifnei Hashem Elokeichem. So the Rav pointed out that it's not just this connection that simcha is lifnei Hashem, usmachtem lifnei Hashem Elokeichem, and lifnei Hashem Elokeichem here is a reference to the Beis HaMikdash. L'kachtam lachem bayom harishon pri etzodar kapos tomorrow manaf etzovos v'arvei nochal usmachtem lifnei Hashem Elokeichem shivas yamim. So l'kachtam lachem is bayom harishon, but lifnei Hashem in the Mikdash it's shivas yamim. But lifnei Hashem is not a geographic designation, but it's a conceptual category. That simcha has to take place lifnei Hashem. And what simcha ultimately really means is an awareness that one lives one's life in God's presence. In Rachmana litzlan, when good things happen, one lives one's life in God's presence. In Rachmana litzlan, when bad things happen, l'kablinu b'simcha. It's the same lifnei Hashem. It's the same lifnei Hashem. It's harder. It's more complicated, it's more challenging, but that's the avodah. The avodah is Baruch Dayan Emes. Baruch Dayan Emes. Tzidu Kadim. Hatzur Tamim Polo, Ki Chol Derachav Mishpat. Kel Amuna Ve'ein Ovel. Tzadik Ve'yasharhu. Lifnei Hashem. Everything happens in Lifnei Hashem. And you got to make that bracha of Baruch Dayan Emes with the same hakara and awareness of Lifnei Hashem, like you make that bracha when you win $100 million. Doesn't mean an emotion. It means a conceptual awareness. That's what it means. And if you do mitzvahs and you don't have that awareness, you are a robot. You shake it, you twirl it, you chew it, you put it, you eat it, you swallow it, you shuckle it. You're a robot. You're a robot. Means I have to understand that when I do an act of a mitzvah, or I do anything, I'm doing it in the divine presence. It's not just gezokt and getan and geswallowed and geshuckled. It's a divine act. And that's what Yom Tov is machayev. what's the mitzvah of Simchas Yom Tov? The mitzvah of Simchas Yom Tov is not just to have a good time and to enjoy yourself. The mitzvah of Simchas Yom Tov is to realize that your life's experiences play themselves out in the presence of God. Because on Yom Tov, it's the easiest. Why do we have a Yom Tov? We have a Yom Tov because something unusual happened. Something remarkable happened. We actually call it a miracle. A miracle happened. When there's a miracle, it's easy to feel the presence of God. So the avodah of Yom Tov, Simchas Yom Tov, is to take the awareness of the presence of God, which is easier to access on Yom Tov, and internalize it, and then put it in the can, and draw from it the rest of the year. Simchas Yom Tov means to be aware that what happens, happens in God's presence. That's what I mean by L'cha Hashem Hatzdaka. I'll give you a final example. I daven in, not far from here, in Rinat Yisrael in Teaneck. And one of the people who davens in Armenia, we're blessed with many extraordinarily great, wonderful people, is Rabbi Dr. Abraham Twersky. He's a very well-known psychologist, very well-known thinker. He's a very veile yid. And during the week between Mincha and Ma'ariv, when he's around, so we have somebody learning between Mincha and Ma'ariv every day. We Kaddish the Rabbanon, and when he's around, he learns for us. And when I'm around, I have a chance to listen to him. So a couple of weeks ago, he said something that was really just utterly remarkable. What's pshat mishenichnas av mematim b'simcha? So it's a Gemara at the end of Tainis. The Mishnah says, Mishenichnas ador marbin b'simcha. So the Gemara says, Kashem sheminichnas ador marbin b'simcha. So kamo kain, so too Mishenichnas av mematim b'simcha. So the Gemara says, Hilkach, a Jew that has a court case, bahad enochri, lishtamet minei, I don't have the exact lashon, be'av de reya mazle, and he should do it in ador de bari mazle. If you have a court case, and it's not a country where things operate fairly, so you really need God's help, really, super. It's not like there's any other way you can get out of this. So you should better have it in ador when you have a good mazel and not have it in av. You should try to avoid it in av, the reya mazle. Mishenichnas av mematim b'simcha. So my whole life, mamish, my whole life, I thought mishenichnas av, when av comes, you mamayit in the simcha. So Rabbi Twersky said, no, Chassidish Rebbe tamol gesagt. And I asked him afterwards, he said he thinks it's a kotzker, but he wasn't sure. Mishenichnas av mematin b'simcha. Mishenichnas av, when av comes, so you're going to be sad. So you have to be mema'et the sadness by having simcha. It's like the whole thing is now whoosh, right on its head. Not mishenichnas av mematin b'simcha, mishenichnas av mematin, comma, parenthesis, with your sadness, and parenthesis, through simcha. Because you always have to be b'simcha. You always have to be b'simcha. In Chodesh Av, Tiv Tayyar on Tisha B'Av, you have to be b'simcha. So I'm thinking, what does that mean? So now I understand what it means. It doesn't mean I have to be jumping up and down and, whoa, I am so happy. That's not what it means. I'm happy. I'm not happy. I'm not happy now. What does it mean? Mishnechnas av mamatin, kama, b'simcha. It means we're mema'et the sadness because we access the belief and the absolute certitude that we live our lives l'fnei Hashem. And if we live our lives l'fnei Hashem, and that simcha, that's what we need now too. That's what we need now too. That's what we need in Chodesh Av, and that's what we need on Tisha B'Av, and that's the L'cha Hashem Hatzdaka. I think that that's pshat in the L'cha Hashem Hatzdaka, that we live in your presence, God. We don't get it. We don't understand it. We don't have a havamina that we understand it. But we are in your hands. We are in your hands. That's it. And we pray for the best, and we want the best, and we hope for the best. So if Simcha means Lifnei Hashem, and if Rabbi Twersky tells us, question mark, in the name of the Kotzker, that we have to have Simcha in the worst of times, like now, and if it's Mishenichnas Av Mima'atin Kama B'Simcha, so on Tisha B'Av, so it's the worst, the hardest, the sharpest, the most intense. So to realize this, it's also a madrega. And it's also an antidote to the distance. I mean, a couple of hours ago, I raised the question about distance. So one of the ways to try to overcome distance is to feel that we live in God's presence. So there isn't any distance. It looks like there's distance, feels like there's distance. Yeah, it does. It really does. But it isn't. But it just isn't. And if we could reach that level, that would be very precious, very helpful to us. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka ba'osos asher iflei samayaz v'yadoto v'lanu boshes hapanim b'vchina asher nitzrafnu v'osanu tiyavto. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'goy mikerav goy lokachta b'masos v'lanu boshes hapanim b'dofi asher nimtzavanu k'maasei masos. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'holchu Elohim liftos lo liyam v'lanu boshes hapanim b'vayamru al yam b'yam suf goy b'elohav b'fasham. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'zecher v'atem edai v'ani Elohim v'lanu boshes hapanim b'chorfenu b'sin kumasei lanu Elohim. Once again, the contrast. You have justice with you for all, and it was expressed in the righteousness of your behavior by giving us so many gifts. And we are humiliated and embarrassed because we behaved in such inappropriate ways repeatedly. You've been so good to us repeatedly, first line. We've been so bad repeatedly, the second line. And all of the averis of Klal Yisrael are all laid out here, one after another. All the brachas of what Hashem did to us, and all of the inappropriateness that we did. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'tam she'etam tanu k'tzapiches b'dvash v'lanu boshes hapanim b'yom ekravnu lefanov so less v'shemenu dvash. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'chilkul manu be'er ve'amudonon. Hashem did so many wonderful things for us. V'lanu boshes hapanim. All we could complain about is the man belechem haklo kel avosenu be'oleim berognon. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'midbar v'lechasarnu davar. V'lanu boshes hapanim b'natzos lavan v'chatzeros v'dizav k'medubar. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'sichon v'og v'chol malchei Kinnot. V'lanu boshes hapanim b'yachan asher mo'al b'cherem b'limitzo mo'an. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'fal asher po'alter b'arba asar moshiim. V'lanu boshes hapanim b'tzel amicha kivo anachnu poshim. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'kima shilo v'no v'givon uveis olamim. V'lanu boshes hapanim b'resha she'nimtza v'onu shechorvu uvam onu nechlamim. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'shnei chorbanos shechorvu b'vitzeinu v'anu kayomim. V'lanu boshes hapanim b'shuveinu elecha b'chalev shetoshuv Eleinu berachamim. L'cha Adonai Hatzdaka b'shameos shana sho'isasina k'vusha meliyishama. V'lanu boshes hapanim kisavesh chamudos v'shiva atei Elohai. Oznecha Ushamo. We move now from the Churban to the Asara Harugei Malchus. Arze Halavanon 248, 125. Asara Harugei Malchus. Now we begin the Kinos by the Balei HaTosfos. We move away from Rabbi Eliezer HaKalir. We move away from Churban. We talk about the 2nd century. The Rav always said, and I'm sure I repeated this almost, if not every year, that we recite the story of Asura Harugei Malchus twice in the course of the year. One on Tisha B'Av, and I actually mentioned it earlier in the introductory shiur. We also mentioned Asura Harugei Malchus on Yom Kippur. But the reason why we mention them is different in both of these cases. The reason why we mention Asara Harugei Malchus and Yom Kippur is because of the rabbinic phrase and principle of Misas Tzadikim is Mechaper. Misas Tzadikim is Mechaper. And on Yom Kippur, we seek to invoke whatever ways of kapara we have at our disposal, whatever we can hold on to. So on Yom Kippur, we need kapara. So Yitzuma Shel Yom is mechaper on Yom Kippur. In the olden days, the korbanos were mechaper on Yom Kippur. We don't have korbanos anymore. So we invoke Misas Tzadikim. Chazal tell us that Misas Tzadikim is an act of kapara, and a day that we need kapara, we invoke Misas Tzadikim. Today, however, is different. Today, it's not an issue of kapara. Today, it's an issue of avelus. Tisha B'Av is a Yom Tainus. Tisha B'Av is a Yom Avelus. It's a Yom Avelus for what happened to the Jewish people, for the sadness and the suffering. And we invoke a big experience of avelus. But this year, I began to look a little bit more into the notion of Misas Tzadikim Mechaper. And I began to realize that maybe, in fact, these two are two sides of the same coin. I thought of something different. I always, until this year, saw them as two separate categories. There is kapara and there is avelus. And on Yom Kippur, it's a din in kapara, and on Tisha B'Av, it's a din in avelus. But then I had a little bit of a different perspective. So what does it mean, Misas Tzadikim is mechaper? It's like this magical thing, and it doesn't make any sense. If a tzaddik dies, so it brings kapara. Why should that be? Leaving aside the whole Christological issue, this notion that the death of the righteous serves as an atonement is a fundamental tenet of Christian theology. It smacks a little bit Christian. That doesn't bother me so much because, so they took it from us and they made a big deal about it. In other words, the fact that somebody else appropriates an ideology or a value or a position that I espouse doesn't necessarily make that ideology possible. They did with it whatever they wanted to do with it, but it still is a bona fide Jewish concept, but it requires an explanation. A lot of people today have trouble with the notion of Misas Tzadikim Mechaper because of the Christological association. But that, for me, is not a significant issue of question. For me, it's conceptually, what does it mean? So let's look on page 37. Amar Rav Abba bar Avina. There's a medrash in Vayikra Rabbah. It's a medrash in Vayikra Rabbah. Amar Rav Abba bar Avina. Mipnei ma nismacha parshas misas Miriam le'efer para. Why is the parsha of misas Miriam next to Efer parshas Chukas? Ela malamed shekishem she'efer hapara mechaper, kach misas hatzadikim mechaperes. 2 lines later, Amar Rabbi Chia bar Abba, be'echad b'nissen mesu banav shel Aaron, v'lama mazkir misasan b'yom HaKippurim. In Achrei Mos, the parsha of Achrei Mos, the Avodah on Yom Kippur begins Achrei Mos Shnei B'nei Aaron, and then comes Bezos Yavar Aaron Ala Kodesh, and the whole Avodah of Yom Kippur is introduced and connected to Misas B'nei Aaron. Why? V'lama maske misasan b'yom HaKippurim ela malamed shekashem sheyom HaKippur mechaper kach misasan shel tzadikim mechaperes. U'minayin sheyom HaKippur mechaper shenemar ki b'yom hazeh yechaper aleichem l'taireschem to ferish pasuk. I mean, Yom HaKippurim is a day of kapara. You don't have to go further than Yom HaKippurim. The name of Yom Kippur is a day of kapara. Pasuk ki b'yom hazeh yechaper aleichem l'taireschem. U'minayin shemisasan shel tzadikim mechaperes. Because the pasuk says, "Vayikberu es atzmos Shaul, uchsiv vayeoser Elokim la'oretz acharei chen." If you turn to the next page, on the right side of the next page, on page 38, this is Shmuel Bey's Perek Chaf Aleph. So after the death of Shaul, Shmuel Bey's Perek Chaf Aleph, pasuk Yud Dalid, "Vayikberu es atzmos Shaul." And the end of Pasuk Yud Dalid, Vayeoser Elokim la'aretz acharei chen, that God responded to the tfilos of the land afterwards. That after Vayikberu es atzmos Shaul, then Vayeoser Elokim la'aretz. So the Misa of Shaul served as a kapara, and God therefore was able to relate favorably to the Jewish people. Ad kan the Medrash. Question, how does it work? So I found a Meshech Chochmah that resolves some of my dilemma. The Meshech Chochmah says it's not this sort of magical, vicarious atonement thing. If a tzaddik dies, then there's kapara. He explains as follows, the Meshech Chochmah in Vayikra, on the bottom left of page 37. Quotes Yerushalmi and Yuma, back to page 37. Quotes Yerushalmi and Yuma. Ma Yom Kippur mechaper of misas tzadikim mechaperes. Underline. The Yom Kippur mechaper mitzat shehu eis ratzon. V'hu inyan seguli l'makom baruch hu, asher bo yechaper avon amo b'nei Yisrael. Yom Kippur is an eis ratzon. It's a time that's misugol for God to look favorably upon us. Kach b'misas tzadikim hu eis ratzon. It's not that there's an automatic tzaddik dies and it's okay, but the death of a tzaddik creates an eis ratzon. Why? V'rochev harovos sos v'sameach b'vo elav noki v'tzaddik u'mechaper. When the neshama of that tzaddik comes to the Rabban Shalom, and the Rabban Shalom sees how a human being can live in this world and retain such a level of kedusha, tara, and purity, so HaKadosh Baruch Hu is now in a frame of mind where he's mesugel to be mechaper for Klal Yisrael. So there's a middle step. The key here is that there's a middle step between Yom Kippur and Kapara. The middle step is it's a time that becomes mesugel. What's his lashon here? It's inyan siguli lamakom. So misas tzadikim requires a middle step, and the middle step is that God appreciates the achievement of this tzaddik and is in a position thereby to grant atonement. The bottom, v'achar kach omar dugmas paraduma. That's how the Medrash began. The Medrash began with mipnei ma nismacha parshas misas Miriam la'efer para ela malamed shekashem she'efer para mechaper kach misas tzadikim mechaperes. V'achar kach, back to the Meshech Chachma, Omar dugmas paraduma shehi goremes tahara. The paraduma is a medium, is a mitzias of tahara. It creates tahara to be sprinkled with the efer of the paraduma. Kach al yedei misas tzadik nisorer ha'adam lasos tshuva uletar mechatov. Why is misas tzadikim mechaper? Because misas tzadikim elicits in everybody around that tzaddik a desire to do tshuva. People are so devastated by the loss of that tzaddik. There's such an emptiness. You want to make yourself better. You want to somehow elevate yourself. So the misas tzadikim is mechaper because there's a middle stage. And what's the middle stage? Tshuva. Once you introduce tshuva, now I understand it. It's not this automatic, magical misas tzadikim is mechaper. Right? The tzaddik dies and there's kapara. But there's a middle step, and the middle step makes all the difference in the world. On the next page, I quoted from two passages in the Torah Tamima that led me to bring together these two elements of the story of the Asara Harugei Malchus. There's the Torah Tamima in Achrei Mos, who quotes the same Yerushalmi in Yuma that the Meshech Chachma quoted. Tanya, top of page 38. Tanya, lama hu maskim misasam b'yom kippurim. We saw this already quoted earlier. Why does he mention the misa of Shnei Bnei Aaron on Yom Kippur? L'lamedcha shekashem sheyom kippur mechaper al Yisrael kach misasam shel tzadikim mechaperes al Yisrael. Zok the Torah Tamima at the beginning of Achrei Mos in Sivkot Aleph lo nisbarer erech ha'inyan shamisas tzadikim mechaper. Uma tam bedavar. Why should it be? So he explains based on a Pirkei de Rabbi Eliezer. V'nira pi mashakosav b'Pirkei de Rabbi Eliezer Perik Yud Zayin be'inyan misa sha'ul, which we just saw quoted at the end of our Medrash, and we saw the Psukim in Shmuel Beis. D'chsiv bei vayikberu es atzmos sha'ul, and at the end of the pasuk vayei oser Elokim la'oretz achareichei. V'zeh l'shono zok the heilige Pirkei de Rabbi Eliezer. Kivin shera HaKadosh Baruch Hu shegomlu lo chesed. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu saw that Klal Yisrael was gomel chesed to Shaul, how were they gomel chesed to Shaul? Shetzamu ubachu v'safdu lo. They fasted, they cried, they mourned for him, they eulogized him. Kimuvur b'pasik, like the Psukim explain here in this context. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu saw that that's how they reacted to Shaul, miyad nismale rachmim. That aroused in HaKadosh Baruch Hu rachmim, shenemar vayayoser Elokim la'oretz achareichei. Muvur mizeh, here comes the yisoid. Shelo hamisa ba'atzma mechaperes. Elo hakavod v'ha'evel shenoagin b'misas tzadikim. That's what's mechaper. It's not that there's this automatic connection between the death of the righteous and atonement. You know where the atonement comes from? It comes from how we react to the death of the righteous. How do we react to the death of the righteous? What's the appropriate way to react to misas tzadikim? Hakavod v'ha'evel shenoagim b'misas tzadikim. That's why misas tzadikim is mechaperes. Another Gemara right below, the beginning of Parshas Chukas, on the pasuk Vatama Sham Miriam. So the Torah Tamima brings the Gemara Mayit Katan, very same as the Vayikra Rabbah that we saw earlier. Zok the Heilige Gemara Mayit Katan on Daf Chav Ches. Tanya Amar Avami Lama Nismacha Misas Miriam LaParshas Paraduma lo melacha, ma paraduma mechaperes, af misa tzadikim mechaperes. Fracted Torah Tamima, the same question, in the last paragraph. V'hinei b'chlal lo nisbayer erech ha'inyan, shemisa tzadikim mechaperes u'matam b'davar. It's like a magical formula. Why should it work? It seems so artificial. Doesn't make sense. V'yeshlomer kavana se'inyan al pi mashakasav b'pirkei Rabbi Eliezer perik Yud Zayin b'inyan misa shol. D'chsiv bei vayikbru es atzmo shol v'yaser Elokim la'oretz acharechen v'zeh l'shono. Kivin shera'a HaKadosh Baruch Hu shegamlu lo chesed shetzamu u'bachu v'saftu lo k'mavur sham miyad nismale rachmim shenemar v'yaser Elokim la'oretz acharechen. Mavur mizeh, word for word from the other Torah Tamima. Shalo hamisa atzma mechaperes elo ha'evel v'ha'kovod shenoagim b'misa tzadikim. And so maybe I'm led to believe that it's not tzvei dinim. The Rav presented it as tzvei dinim. The reason why we mention Asara Rugei Malchus on Yom Kippur, misa tzadikim mechaper. The reason why we mention Asara Rugei Malchus on Tisha B'Av, it's Avelos. But according to this perspective, the reason why Misa Tzadikim is Mechaper is because it's Avelos. It's the Avelos that is engendered by the Misa Tzadikim, which is the source of Kapara. So in a sense, from this perspective, perhaps it's really one reason. It's all one reason. That the reason why we mention it on Yom Kippur and the reason why we mention it on Tisha B'Av both revolve around the notion of Avelos. For us today, it's primary. Today is a day of Avelos. On Yom Kippur, Misa Tzadikim Mechaperes is because of the Avelos. And therefore we mention this story twice. There's no mutual exclusivity between the notion of Misa Tzadikim Mechaper, which is more relevant to Yom Kippur, and the notion of Avelos for the loss of these great Jews, which is at the core of what we are meant to focus on today and experience today. Arzei Halvana. There are a number of different versions of this, which we've discussed in the past. There are no 10 names that are mentioned here in our text, and none of the texts, none of the versions have specifically 10 names. Put all together, there's some 15 names that are mentioned. But the fact that great rabbis who were very central to the Masorah and to the Shalshelos HaKabbalah were killed in the 2nd century is clear. And the fact that their death is relevant today on Tisha B'Av should also be clear. Because it's not only about the Beis HaMikdash. Tisha B'Av is a day to remember all sadness, and this is a big one. We know Rabbi Akiva most. We know what Rabbi Akiva represented. Rabbi Akiva was one of a number, and there was a danger that the tradition would fall apart. So today's the day. Today's the day for us to remember this as well. Arzi alvanon adirei aTorah, balei treisen b'mishno b'gemara, giborei koach amolel b'Torah, damam nishbach v'nashsa gevura, hinam kedoshei arugei malchus asara, v'aleila nivochia, ve'eni nigra. Zos bezachri ezak b'mora, chemdas Yisro klei HaKodesh nezer v'aTorah, ta'orei lev kedoshim esu b'miso chamura, yadu goro mi rishon l'cherev berura, kinfol gorol al Rabban Shimon, poshat zavar bocha kenigzura gzeira, the Rabban Shimon chazar asar largo b'nefesh nitzura, mizera aron shal b'vekosha livkos, Al ben agvira nata rosho nesono al arkubosov menorah Torah. Sameno valeno vufiv al piv biava gemura no viomar peh meskaber batorah. Pisom niknesol of misom mishuna v'chamura tziva lahav shit es rosho besar aschira kiam bioro amru lenafshech shchiv navora Rosha poshede sigia lemekom tefillin mitzvahs bara Tzoak tzokov in his daza olam v'eretz his porora Me'acharav evios Rabbi Akiva Oker horim v'tochanan zo b'zo b'svara V'sarko es b'saro b'masrek barzel ishtabra Yotza nishmaso b'yachad Uvas kol amora Ashrecha Rabbi Akiva Gufcha tohor b'chol minei tohora Ben Bava Rabbi Yehuda Achra Veviyu B'Shivron Levi Azhara Nerag Ben Shivim Shana B'Yidei Arura Yoshe B'Sainis Hoyonoki V'Chosid B'Melach Dolamahara Rabbi Chananya Ben Tradion Achrav Makil Kilos B'Tzion Shara Yoshe V'Doresh V'Sefer Torah Imo V'Kifu B'Chavile Zemora Esori Tzisu Bohem Uchrachu B'Sefer Torah Tzvogen Shal Tzemeri Nichu Alibo Shalo Yomus Meheira Chosid Rabbi Sheva Vasofer Haragu Amamoros Rakuhu Vishlichu Laklavim V'Lo Akbar B'Kvura Yotza Baskol Olav Shalo Iniach Klumi Taras Moshe L'Shamra Yacharav Rabbi Chutzbitz B'Yom Evra Ofa Pareach Nisraf B'Aval Piv Kivim Medura Tzadik Rabbi Loza Ben Shemua B'Achrona Nerag B'Madkeira Yomer Shabbos Hayaz Man Kiddush Vayikadesh Vayikra Cherev Sholfu Olav V'Lo Nichu B'Chaim L'Gomra Yotza Nishmoso B'Var Elohim Yotzer V'Tzor Tzura. The Rav would mamish cry. If you can get a hold of some tapes that must be online somewhere of the Rav saying Kinnot, he would be bawling when he read this. He'd be sobbing. His voice was cracking. I wish I had that. You know, to really understand what this is, how sad this is. It's not, not just to just say it and to daven it up and say the words, but to mamish feel it. He would have to stop. Just to see that was amazing, is amazing. Just to be in the presence of somebody who could feel that is amazing. You know, we get further away and we lose. I remember the Rav once said that when he was a little boy, I was trying to figure this out. When he was a little boy, he met somebody who was an old man who told him that he saw Reb Chaim Volozhiner. I'm not sure how that fits exactly to make the chronological cheshbon, but that's what I think. He said when he was a little boy, he remembers an old Jew who told him, I saw Reb Chaim, and it was like such a big deal for the Rav that somebody could tell him that he saw. You know, it's like these connections. It's so important, and we're so we don't have that anymore. You know, so think who today would you want to tell your grandchildren you saw? Is there anybody today alive that you would want to tell your great-grandchildren, I saw? And if you could think of that person, go see him. You know, go visit them. It's their fault that they're great, so that means why should I bother them? I don't want to bother them. You know, bother them. I mean, nicely. You know, catch them on the way to Mincha. I don't know, find somebody. Find some tzaddikus. And Is there anybody, if you can't think of anybody, how sad would that be? Can't think of anybody who's alive today that I would be so like, wow, that I could tell my great-grandchildren, I saw that person. It's very sad if we can't think of anybody, and if we can, we should go see him. Because there's something to be said. I'm not even talking about saying over shtickle Torah. I'm just talking about seeing them, just being in their presence. Makes a difference. It's an imprint on our consciousness. And then our grandkids and our great-grandkids, wow, you saw that person? You know, that who's on the wall in a picture. You know, you saw that person. It's a great thing. So I saw the Rav cry. I saw the Rav cry. Your hearing it aid me PA. I wish I could. It's something really profound here. Kohena v'choheno sifu b'nei avla le'anos bigara b'skilos reifa hereg v'chenek miyucha l'shara noseres mimeno yochlu ara yosep zura chazei atnufa v'shokat truma torfu aryeh v'akfira yetiv adinoi v'lo yosef oid liyasra ametz birkaim koshlos chelek Yaakov u'Moshe beisar l'tzedek yimloch melech Yomar Sholmu Yemeyev Lech Loro Nisavne Lech. Page 39 in the handout. I want to actually read a little bit from the Rav. I want to bring his voice into our conversation. So the Rav quoted to one of his articles in Tradition magazine, I think it's volume 17, I don't remember exactly, in the 70s, the late 70s, he published 5 articles, 5 talks that he gave, transcripts of talks that he published in Tradition. One of them quotes this story about the Asar Arugei Malchus. So it's a Mechilta in Mishpatim, and it's in Periches Masechas Smachos. A very powerful story. Kavar Haya, it's in the top half of the page in the Mechilta, Dibra Maschelet Ma'anei Sa'anei, in the second line, towards the end of the line, by the little lamed there that's sticking up. The end of the second line of the last paragraph. Dibra maschel imanei sane. Kvar haya Rabbi Yishmael v'Rabbi Shimon yotzen lehoreg. No, 2 of the Asar Arugei Malchus, they're being taken out to be killed. Amar lo Rabbi Shimon l'Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi, libi yotze. I don't know the literal meaning. It means I'm flabbergasted. I'm upset. My heart is out of me. She'eni yodea alma ani nerag. Well, I don't know why I'm being taken to be killed. Amar Rabbi Yishmael Rabbi Shimon. Miyamecha, did it ever happen in your day? Did it ever happen? Ba'adam etzlacha ladin o l'she'ela. Somebody came to you for paskan din Torah to ask you a shayla. Ve'ikvaso, and you kept them waiting. Ad she'tehei shoseh koscha v'noal min alcha o otef talischa. And you kept them waiting while you were finishing drinking the gleza latte, or putting your shoes on, or getting dressed. They came, they knocked on the door, and the shamus went out and said, the rabbi will be with you in a few minutes. Because you had to finish what you were doing. Did it ever happen that that happened? Amra Torah imanei saneh. when it comes to an almana and a yasom. Why the double? Echad inu meruba ve'echad inu mu'at. When it says, it talks about persecuting the yasom and the almana, it doesn't mean you're running after them with a baseball bat. That's not what it means. It means it could be an inui mu'at. It could be an inui mu'at. It could be that you made them feel bad. Did that ever happen to you? That sometimes you kept an almana waiting? Amar lo nichamtani Rabbi. Now I understand. Now I understand. Why am I being taken out to be killed? Because maybe something like that happened. So steht, very sure you have the same text that I have. Look at the Masachas Machos, line number 6, third word in. Ukeshabor Rab Shimon ben Gamliel v'Rabbi Yishmael. The line beginning Aramis Amoron. Ukeshabor, this is Masachas Machos Perek Ches. Ukeshabor Rab Shimon ben Gamliel v'Rabbi Yishmael gazer aleim sheyeh hargu. V'haya Rabbi Yishmael bocha. Rab Shimon Amar Avarech, or Avrech. Rabbi Shmuel is crying. Rabbi Shimon says, why are you crying? Why are you crying? B'shtei psios aton nitan b'chekam shel tzadikim v'ata boche. In 2 minutes, you're going to be in God's lap. Why are you crying? It's an interesting question. 2 great rabbis are being taken out to be killed. One of them is crying. The other one says, why are you crying? In 4 minutes, your neshama is going to be sitting right next to God. Why are you crying? You're going to be bechekam shel tzadikim. Amar lo ani boche al she'anu neherogin kishofchei damim. The reason why I'm crying is because of the mode of the way I'm crying. We'll see what this means in a minute. We're being killed like we were murderers or we were Sabbath desecrators. That's why I'm crying. Amar lo, so he said to him, Shema b'su'uda haya yoshev. Maybe you were once sitting at a meal. V'yashin, you fell asleep. Uba isha lishol al nidasa al taharos shala. A woman came to ask a shaila. V'amar lo hashamis, and the shamis said, Yashenhu. Sorry, lady, the rabbi's sleeping. V'atorah amra imanei saneoso. Adkan Masachas Machos. So Rabbi Soloveitchik, I'm going to read you from my book, The Lord is Righteous in All His Ways, said as follows. I want to hear the voice of the Rav a little bit. The Rav here was talking, it's on page 240. The Rav here was talking about the destruction of Shiloh, and the destruction of Shiloh took place because of the Chet of Bnei Eli. The destruction of Shiloh was one of the great destructions that took place in Eretz Yisrael. The sin of the sons of Eli was responsible for the complete rejection of Shiloh and the designation of another place, Yerushalayim, in its stead. When you take the verse literally, the pasuk says in Shmuel that they had relations, that the Bnei Eli had relations with other women. It's appalling to think that the Bnei Eli committed adultery. What actually happened was that when a woman wanted to bring a sacrifice at the end of the day, they told her that they were tired, that they worked hard, and that they were sleepy. They told her that they wanted to go home, and she would have to wait and return the next morning. So all day they're working in the in the Beis HaMikdash. All day they're working, and the woman comes at the end of the day. She wants to bring a carbon, and they say, you know what? We're so tired. Well, come back tomorrow. That's all. Instead of accepting her sacrifice and taking care of it, disposing of it immediately and sending the woman home the same day, they told her to stay overnight and that they would attend to it and her the next morning. And so as a result, she was denied having potential relations with her husband. So Mamela, the pasuk says, it's as if they had inappropriate relations with her. We find a similar story in the Mechilta and in Maseches Machas. When Reb Shimon ben Gamliel and Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol were taken out to the place of execution, Reb Shimon ben Gamliel began to weep and to cry. Why are you crying? Asked Rabbi Yishmael. In other words, what do you mean, why are you crying? Are you afraid of death? Is the Prince of Israel afraid of death? Is he a coward? Tomorrow you'll be in the lap of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. All right, it's painful, but that is our destiny. What are you afraid of? Rabbi Yishmael said, permit me to ask you something. Did it ever happen that when you try to put on your shoe, your foot was swollen and the shoe didn't go on easily? Did it ever occur as a result that you needed to spend a lot of time getting dressed? And while you were in your bedroom trying to put on your shoe, was there ever a noise at the door and a poor woman came in with a question to ask you, and your secretary told her, wait until the rabbi puts his shoe on. He's having trouble getting his shoe on his foot. Surely he cannot walk out wearing only one shoe while the other foot is dressed only in his stocking. Wait until he puts on the other shoe. Or wait till the rabbi has finished drinking his cup of tea. Did that ever happen to you? But the verse says that one is not allowed to torture an orphan or a widow. And if you torture them, the Torah says, I will put you to the sword, and your wives shall become widows, and your children orphans. It doesn't mean that you will torture the widow physically or deny her rights. God forbid, not at all. It means even in inui muat, even if someone just hurts the feelings of this poor woman. Because when the secretary told her to wait a few minutes, she might have thought that if she had been a richer woman, the rabbi would have come out immediately. Yes, even though the secretary told her the reason that he was trying to put on a shoe, you know that Jews are suspicious by nature, and she might have thought that if her neighbor had come, whose husband is rich and prominent, the rabbi would have treated her differently. She thought so, and she had a right to think so, even though it may not have been true. But indirectly, you will have caused her aggravation. You will have caused her a sense of humiliation. Do you ever have such an experience? Maybe that's the reason, says Rabbi Yishmael, why we're now being punished. I quote this rabbinic statement here because it shows that the definition of sin is determined by the status of the person who commits it. For an average person, certain deeds are sometimes not considered sinful. They're normal. Take the case of Moses. What's the difference between hitting the stone and addressing it? It's only a slight violation. It did no harm. But as concerns Moses, it was a sin. Taking into consideration his greatness and his sanctity, even the slightest violation, the slightest departure was a sin. God has a scale of values for the average person and another different scale of values for the great man or the great leader. From our perspective, the rabbi's act would not have been a sin. After all, am I supposed to run out barefoot to see whoever comes to my door? Am I not entitled to put on a shoe? I'm tired. I'm drinking a glass of tea. My throat is parched. So the poor man or woman will wait 5 minutes. Yes, for us it would not have been a sin. But the rabbi was too great for that. The greater the person, the more punctilious HaKadosh Baruch Hu is with him. To return now to the sons of Eli. They work very hard. One has to know Kachim well, to be a lamdin in Kachim, in order to understand how hard the priests worked in the Beis HaMikdash. For example, they never sat down, Gemara and Yuma. They were always on their feet, and they walked around barefoot. The sprinkling, the slaughtering, all the activities they were engaged in were also very hard. Furthermore, the responsibility they had was tremendous, because any deviation from the prescribed procedure resulted in misibidei shamayim or kares, very significant punishments. So the sons of Eli worked very hard. One day it was late in the afternoon, and they were very tired. Suddenly, just as they were about to close the gates of the Heichal, a woman came with 2 birds to be brought as a sacrifice. As priests, they would have to start the procedure all over again from the beginning. So what's so wrong if they postponed it until the next morning? After all, she was provided with lodging for the night. No, they took her away from her husband for 1 night, and that's why Shiloh was destroyed. The Beis HaMikdash in Shiloh was destroyed in the days of Eli, not for the sin of murder, not for the sin of idolatry, not for the sin of desecrating the Sabbath, not for the sin of robbery. No, none of these. It was destroyed because when the sons of Eli were exhausted, tired, and fatigued, they postponed this woman's sacrifice until the next morning. That was it. But for a great man, that too is a sin. Great men need to look upon themselves differently. They need to have a different sense of responsibility. Something that may be ignored in the case of a normal person cannot be ignored in a priest. Because ultimately, who can be sure that he too has never committed such a sin? And once again, we remember all this on Tisha B'Av when we remember all Jewish tragedies. This Mechilta and this Masaches Machos about the Asar Harugei Malchus, about not being respectful to a Yasam or to an Almana that comes telling them to wait 5 minutes. Did it ever happen to you that you wanted to finish your tea or you wanted to put on your other shoe? And they thought, you know what, if it was Mrs. Somebody, the rabbi would have come. The rabbi's not coming because I'm not important. Because I'm an orphan and I'm a widow. I'm not important anymore. I don't have money. Somebody has money, the rabbi's nice to them. So it's not hitting them with a baseball bat. It's an inui muad. It hurts. You would garim a hurt. If you garim a hurt, it's something to think about. I don't know really what to make of this, but I think about this Maimer Chazal all the time when Meshulachim come to my door. I have to tell you, I think about this Maimer Chazal all the time. When Meshulachim come to my door. So you spin it the way you want to spin the rest of this, but I think that, I don't know, what do I know? I don't know anything, but if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is good to me, I thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu all the time that I'm not on the other side of that door having to knock at a stranger. It is such a profound, actually I wonder why it's so profound. My kids wonder why it's so profound in me. It's like, I offer them something to drink, always, and I give it to them in a glass, not in a plastic cup. Give it to them in a glass, to be mechabe them. And so many tell me that being treated like a mensch is more important than the check that they get. And they articulate it. And I really believe it. And all Salikmer and Cup is this passage about Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol and Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, about what it means, emanei saneh, what it means to be an inui muat, Rahmana litzlan, 4,000 trillion times that anybody should have to be, anybody who's sitting here should have to be on the other side of the door. So it's a matter of treating people right. Or, you know, it's not easy. I don't have to tell you, you know, you live, many of you in the same town that I do, or whatever town you live in. So it's an avodah to try to be mekabel, b'sever panim yafos. It's an avodah. But I think it's an avodah worth investing in. Let's move on. Let's go to the Crusades. Let's go to Hacharishu Mimenu V'Adaber. So the first Kinnot Hacharishu Mimeni V'Adabera, 127 in 127 in Rosenfeld and 254 in the Art Scroll. This Kinnot is a very general Kinnot. I mentioned earlier, way earlier, when we talked about Me'iten Rosh Himayim, that Kinos in general and Slichos in general have one job. And the job is to breach the difference, to bridge the difference, to overcome the difference, the distance, the space, the place where we are and the place where we perceive God to be. It's only the exception that we'll come to shortly where there is historical information. So this is a general Kinnot bemoaning the tragedy of what happened. First Crusade, 1096. Acharishu mimeni v'adaber v'yavra laima chamos ezak v'shod l'cho shochen shamayma Yitzikasni ruchi v'lo uchal edoma kayoleda efe eshach ve'eshoma mispeid mar esev ha'konen b'nihima divrei sha'agosa yitchu kayoma sifti alodosiya shenitna l'shama arid b'sichi v'yahima v'kol nihi arima ech shavas mosos v'yor v'simcha kol panim porur v'chol rosh korcha v'chol zokon grua v'al kolev anocha Beyaz nesorer goyaz koreshucha silo abirai hoge oz mivtecha b'sulo sayu b'charay nosach b'nesicha b'rosh kol chutzos nivlosam kisucha lolai v'tapaynech shvu kitzon tivcha elilo azos v'dimos yalechya Heyosfu elai dvuye tzon nidocha laharbos habechiu laharm tzvacha Helilo shamayim v'zaki adama arid b'sichi v'yahima v'kol nehi arima erelimtzu v'tzaku mara sfo tamrur he'ogdu b'chabura kol kecholot zora kemavkira hisonanu ala dasef izura olemo kinigzura gzera b'choriaf v'zam v'yevra v'nisvadu b'frishus u'v'tara What happened here was that they were being challenged to either convert to Christianity or to be killed. They were given a choice of conversion or death. And the Crusade Chronicles, I mentioned them way back when I first started this morning. The Crusade Chronicles describe in great detail how the Jews strengthened one another. They refused, in most cases, to convert, and they gave each other chizuk, and they allowed themselves to be killed. In some cases, they killed themselves, and in some cases, they even killed one another in order to avoid falling into the hands of the Crusaders. And in particular, as we'll see, the children. Their greatest concern was the children. They gave each other chizuk, b'lila avod zara in order not to convert. V'lo chasu gever ugvira uponim tfiras tifara, v'lozru gvur yesera la'alom rosh v'likrot shedra, ve'elemo dibro ba'amira, lo zachinu legadelchem l'torah. Nakrivchem ki ola v'haktorah, v'nizkei machem li'orat tzfuna mein kol v'aluma, Farid b'sichi v'yohima v'chol nehiyorima. The children were their greatest concern. And what was their greatest concern was that they want to be megadel their children l'Torah. What greater concern can a parent have than wanting to have children and wanting to inculcate into their children the values that were so central to them? Page 40 in the handout. A couple of weeks ago, I had the privilege of spending Shabbos in the Beis Medrash of Harborview, which is in the Five Towns. It's in Lawrence. The rabbi is an old Elder Rebacher Chavrus of mine from the Yeshiva of Philadelphia, Rabbi Yeshua Kalish. When I came to Philly, Yeshiva in Philadelphia, as a ninth grader, he came after high school, and he was put in charge of my Yira Shamayim and my moral education, and I have a lot of debt of gratitude to Rabbi Kalish Zol Gesund sein. So I shared a thought at Shalashudis, and I want to share it with you, and I want to share a follow-up. The notion about lo zachinu legadelchem l'Torah, it's something that is on my mind a lot. I think any parent, I'm already holding in the grandparent parsha, but any parent, especially today, I tell my children all the time that it's much harder for them to raise their children than it was for me to raise them. I think that the world has become such that to inspire young children growing up in today's world to focus on Ahavas HaTorah and Yira Shamayim is a formidable challenge for educators to educate children to focus on Ahavas HaTorah and Yira Shamayim. In today's world is a formidable challenge, much more formidable, I believe, than what I had to deal with my children or my parents had to deal with me. And I think it behooves us today who are in that position to think all the time about creating a set of experiences and contexts in which our children should feel the beauty of a traditional Jewish way of life. And it needs strategic thinking. It's not automatic. Maybe it used to be, you grow up, you live in a Jewish neighborhood, you go to a yeshiva, it's like in the air. But it's so not anymore in the air. The opposite is in the air. So we need to think strategically about, so what are we going to do to, no guarantees and never any guarantees. But we have to really think what to do. And actually the pachad comes from Moshe Rabbeinu. Pasuk says on page 40, Parshas Pinchas. This was Parshas Balak that I was in Lawrence, and Shalashudos already Mahal Shem Parshas Pinchas. So I shared with them a medrash in Parshas Pinchas. The pasuk says, "V'yidaber Shem al Moshe Lemor." It's in the middle of the top part of page 40 in Parshas Pinchas, in Perek Chaf Zayin pasuk Tezvav. V'yidaber Hashem el Moshe Lemor, Yifkad Hashem Elokei Aruchos l'chol basar ish alo edo, asher yetzei lifneim v'asher yavo lifneim. V'asher yotzieim, v'asher yivieim. V'lo siyeh adas Hashem, katzon asher ein lahem ro. Moshe Rabbeinu comes to the Rebbeinu Shalom, v'yidaber Hashem el Moshe Lemor, it's time to appoint a successor. I need to know that there's somebody in place who will take over after me. Vayomer Hashem el Moshe, Kach l'cha es Yehoshua ben Nun, Ish asher ruach bo v'samachto es yotchala. If you want a successor, I'll give you a successor. Yehoshua will be a successor. Ve'amadata oso lefnei Elazar HaKohen v'lefnei kol ha'eda v'tzivisa oso le'eineim v'nosata mehodcha olav. And that will ensure the continuity of the Jewish people. Pasuk Chav Beis vayas Moshe kasher tziva Hashem oso vayikach es Yehoshua, etc. Frek Rashi, why all of a sudden now is Moshe concerned about a successor? Mitten the Rin in Parshas Pinchas, Moshe Rabbeinu is concerned about a successor. Why now? Zok Rashi, Yifkod Hashem, bottom of page 40, Kivin Sheshama Moshe, She'amar lo ha'makom, tein nachlas tzlavchad lebenosov. Right now, finished in the previous paragraph, Kain benos tzlavchad dovros. We just finished the parsha of benos tzlavchad. When Moshe Rabbeinu hears that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is ready to take care of tzlavchad by giving the inheritance to benos tzlavchad, Omar, Moshe Rabbeinu said, says Rashi, Higia sho'a she'et bat tzrachai, she'yershu banai es gedulasi. Now it's time for me to get online, and now it's the time for my children to be Yerush my whatever I have, just like Tzlavchad's children were Yerush what Tzlavchad had. So he says to Hashem, Yifkod Hashem Elokei Ruchos L'chol Basar. What's he thinking when he says Yifkod Hashem Elokei Ruchos L'chol Basar? He's thinking, my children. That's what he's thinking. He doesn't say it, but it's what he's thinking. Seliktim and Cup, Tzlavchad was taken care of with his children. Now it's my turn to be taken care of with my children. Amalek Kadosh Baruch Hu. Lo kach also b'mechshava lefanai. I'm sorry, Moshe. I know what you're thinking. You didn't say it, but I know what you're thinking. You're thinking your kids, right? Wrong. Kedayu Yehoshua litol schar shimusho shalom mosh mitocha ohel. It's not going to be your children. It's going to be Yehoshua. Why Yehoshua? Because he gets schar. What schar? Because he was mishamash you. Shalom mosh mitocha ohel. V'zeh sha'amar shlomo. Notzer te'ena, the person who formed the fruit, yochal pirya, will eat the fruit. If you form it, you eat it. Yehoshua put in time, he was misharis you. You want a successor? I'll give you a successor, it's going to be Yehoshua. You can only imagine how sad Moshe was. That's probably an understatement. You can only imagine how devastated Moshe was. Here he, mamish, went into this conversation with the expectation, maybe, the belief that, no, now it's my turn. Just like Yena did okay, now it's my turn. And Hashem says, no, it's not going to be your children. It's going to be somebody else's child, because he was mishamash you. Imagine how Moshe felt earlier at the top of page 41. In retrospect, what happened on page 41 in Parshas Chukas, week before? Hashem comes to Moshe Rabbeinu. Top of page 41. Vayisu mi kadesh, vayavo b'nei Yisrael kol ha'eda har ha'har, pasuk Chav Gimel, Perek Chaf, Parshas Chukas. Vayomer Hashem el Moshe ve'elar b'har ha'har al gvul eretz Edom lemor, ye'asef Aaron el Amav, ki lo yavo el ha'aretz asher nasati l'vnei Yisrael al Hashem marisem espi l'mei meriva. Aaron is not going to go into Eretz Yisrael, so therefore what do I want you to do? I want you to kaches Aaron, ve'es Elazar beno, v'ha lo sam har ha'har, v'havshet es Aaron es begadav, take the clothes off of Aaron, v'hilbashtam es Elazar beno, and put him onto his son, and Aaron will die. What does Moshe do? Vayas Moshe kasher tziva Hashem, vayavshet Moshe es Aaron es begadav, vayal beishosam es Elazar beno. So his brother was Zeicher, that his brother's son literally stepped into the same role that his son's father had. And Moshe presided over this transition. Now, when it comes to his own experience, he wants the same thing. He wants to hand over the mantle. In this case, in Aaron's case, it was literally a mantle, it was the clothing. He wanted to hand it over. And now HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, Loi, with a big fat aleph. It's not going to happen. If you look at the Medrash at the bottom of page 41, the Medrash is even sharper. The Medrash is a pachad of a Medrash. And I mention this Medrash here in the context of the phrase that we just read, Lo zachinu legadelchem l'Torah. In the case of the Crusades, Nebuch, the Crusaders came and did not allow the Jews to teach Torah to their children. Listen to the Medrash. Yifkod Hashem, the third line of the Medrash, bottom of page 41. If you wouldn't see the Medrash, you wouldn't believe it. Yifkod Hashem, Mo ro'o levakesh hadover hazeh achar seder nachlos. Right, Rashi's question. Why Vasep is here? Ella, answer. Kivin sheyarshu benos tzlafchad avihen, when the benos tzlafchad inherited from their father, Amar Moshe harei hasho she'et ba tzorki im habanos yorshos bedinhu sheyirshu banai es kvodi. He had daughters, his daughters yarshened. I have sons, my sons should yarshen. That's the way it should be. Bedinhu. Notice the bedinhu, sekuntmir. That's like the way that's justice demands. It's appropriate. Amar lo HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Listen to this. Notzer te'ena, you create the fruit. Yochal pirya, you eat the fruit. Banecha yashvu lahem v'lo asku b'Torah. Moshe Rabbeinu, your sons sat and did not study Torah. Yehoshua, by contrast, harbe shersacha, v'harbe cholak l'cha kavod, v'hu haya mashkim u'marav beveis avad shelcha, hu haya mesader es ha'safsalim, v'hu pores es ha'machzalos. He fached and tumbled and drayed, and he took care. He set up the chairs in the base medrash. He dusted everything. He put the sfarim back. He hung around with you all the time. He gave you kavod. He, day and night, mashkim, mariv, mesader. Kedaihu, sheyeshamesh es Yisrael. He's the one. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu tell Moshe Rabbeinu in the medrash that's not in Rashi? Banecha yashvu lahem. It's not just that Yehoshua was more worthy, it's that they were not worthy. Could you imagine? Moshe Rabbeinu, right? I mean, you can't even say it. Moshe Rabbeinu. Why is he called Moshe Rabbeinu? Because he's Rabban Shel Kol Yisrael. Because Moshe Rabbeinu taught Torah to the Jewish people. Because we have the Torah today because Moshe Rabbeinu gave us the Torah. But there were a few people to whom Moshe Rabbeinu did not teach Torah. There were a few people who were not oseg b'Torah, and they happened to be his children. Banecha HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he held bedin. It should have been his children. And Hashem says, your children didn't study Torah. Moshe Rabbeinu's children didn't study Torah. It's a pachad. So clearly parents, moving to us, need to be invested in teaching children Torah. After I gave my talk in the Beis Medrash of Harborview, my achsanya, Usher Anshel Weiss, Anton Weiss, who was my achsanya, drew my attention to a Ksav Sofer on page 42. And this is the Ksav Sofer bonus for you who are still sitting here after 6.5 hours, or still sitting on your couch watching after 6.5 hours, or if you tuned in recently, you tuned in at the right time. For this Ksav Sofer, we need to take this Ksav Sofer, we need to laminate it, we need to put it on the fridge. And we need to look at it every time we open up the fridge to get a bottle of milk. This Ksav Sofer. Thank you to Usher Anshel Weiss for bringing this Ksav Sofer to my attention. After I quoted this medrash, on the way home, we were walking home from shul, he said to me, there's a Ksav Sofer. And he sent me the Ksav Sofer. I want to learn the Ksav Sofer with you. The Ksav Sofer is about the death of Nadav and Avihu, the Misa of Shnei Bnei Aaron. We mentioned them earlier. Why did the two sons of Aaron die, Nadav and Avihu? So the pasuk says, because they brought an Eish Zara. Chazal, however, are not simply satisfied with the Eish Zara, and Chazal construct, even in Rashi, a whole series of things that they did that were not nice, that somehow explains why they were taken from this world. Zok the Ksav Sofer. Vayakrivu lifnei Hashem eish zara, asher lo tziva osam. Page 42. B'medrash, shemesu al shalom nasu nashim, v'lo haya lahem banim. One reason is because they never got married, they didn't have children. Od Sham, another reason given in the Medrash. Shaholchu acharei Moshe va'Aaron va'amru Masa yamusu zekenim halolu va'ani va'ata nanheg hatzibur. Another reason given in the Medrash is that they used to walk after Aaron and Moshe, after their father and their uncle, and they would say, one of these two old guys is going to die already, so we could take over. Not a nice thing. Not a nice thing. You might want to kill them off, that you should become the Rashka Bahag. As I state in Medrash. Tzarech lahakshos is the way I read the next two letters. Shekol zeh lo misyashev b'mikra, or tzarech ladaas, or something, tzarechian. Shekol zeh lo misyashev b'mikra. It's not in the Torah. Why do Chazal have to go and find that they didn't have kids, or they were disrespectful to their father and their uncle? It's a beferish pasuk. It says, what does this have to do with the pasuk? Shekol zeh lo misyashev b'mikra b'hakriveim eish zara lifnei Hashem. That's number one. Number two, he says, it doesn't make any sense. Nadav and Avihu were like amazingly great people. They were amazingly great people. Gam yesh litmo al tzadikim ko'elu shehayu gedolim mimoshe ve'Aaron. The pasuk says that after they were killed, Moshe says to Aaron, "Bikrovai ekodesh." And Rashi says that what Moshe says to Aaron is that I thought something was going to happen, and I thought it was either going to be me or you. Something was going to happen. But now that it's them, I realize, Shehem Gedolim Mimeni Umimcha, that they're even greater than we are. So we're talking about the greatest of the great. How could it be, asks the Ksav Sofer, Al Tzadikim Ka'elu, Shahayu Gedolim Mimoshe V'Aaron, Sha'avru Mitzvahs Hashem V'lokimu Mitzvahs Piriya V'Rivya. How could it be that they didn't have children? How could it be that they didn't get married? It's a mitzvah to have children. How could they talk disrespectfully? It's so inappropriate. We're talking about great Jews here. How did they do this? Venerally, the Lekach lo nasu nashim, you know why they didn't get married? Do you know why Nadav and Avihu never got married? Ki ro shebnei Moshe lo hoya kedeboi lemeheve ki yodua. Because they looked around, and they looked at Moshe Rabbeinu, and they looked at Moshe Jr. and the other Moshe Jr., and they said, these kids didn't turn out good. These kids didn't turn out right. V'im b'nei Moshe einam kiru'uya mehem. And if Moshe Rabbeinu's kids didn't turn out right, yilmedu hamone am v'yilmedu kal v'chomer. They're going to say kal v'chomer. If Moshe Rabbeinu had kids and they didn't turn out, what, so my kids are going to turn out? Moshe Rabbeinu was the greatest of the great, and he couldn't have kids who turned out right. So I'm going to go have kids only for them to become inappropriate? V'tolu hadavar hazeh. Why did Moshe Rabbeinu's kids not come out right? Bishvil shemoshe haya Torah tamid im hatzibur, v'lo haya lo be'efshar lahashgiach al banav. You see, you can't do everything in life. If you're in a position of responsibility for the tzibur, you don't have time to take care of your children. I mean, you have to mamish be like having a palpitation heart attack, right? If like you're a head of a school, you're a rabbi, you're a head of a shul, you're on a committee, you got to worry about the tzibur. You don't have time to take care of your kids. Bishvil shemoshe haya Torah tamid im hatzibur, v'lo haya lo be'efshar lashgiach al banav, ki haya asako tamid min hahar el ha'am. He was always running back and forth. He was always God to people, people, God. His focus was the people. Next line. V'hine b'nei Aaron. What about Aaron? B'nei Aaron hayu tzadikim gedolim. You know why Aaron's children turned out so well? Ki Aaron lo haya Torah kol kach. Because he didn't have to worry so much about the community. V'hishgiach al banav. So he had time to spend with his kids. Ube'emes. He paid a price. Lo Allah l'mayla k'Moshe, ki haya asako in b'nei beso. Because he spent time with his kids, so he didn't reach a madrega of Moshe Rabbeinu. It's an either-or proposition, you understand. Either you're like Moshe and you're a gadol mamish like Moshe, and you're busy, involved with the community, and you don't have time for your kids, or you don't have to worry so much about the community, and you have time with your kids, but then you're not going to be great like Moshe. So therefore, when Nadav and Avihu see this, they say, wait a minute. Moshe Rabbeinu has kids. They're not good. Moshe Rabbeinu is busy with the community all day. He doesn't have time for the kids. Aaron, our father, has kids. Elazar, wonderful, great kids. He has more time for us, but he's not involved in the community, and he's not so great. So now they figure, oh, what should we do? V'lachein b'chashvam kol zeh hiskimu b'daitam shelo lisa noshim. So they decide they don't want to have kids. They're not getting married. B'asher hevinu b'mos Moshe v'Aaron yinhagu heim hatzibur. Because they realized that after Moshe and Aaron died, they're going to have to take over, and they're going to have to run the community. And if they're going to have children, they're not going to be able to take care of their children because their responsibility is going to have to be for the community. And the kids are going to go off the derech. Oh, what's the other option? If they want to keep their kids on the derech, what's the other option? They have to put in time with the kids. If they're going to put in time with the kids, then they're not going to be able to be community leaders. Oh, the other option is shelo yuchlu lashgiach kol kach al hatzibur al yedei zeh. You can't do both. You can't care about the community and take care of your children. It's unbelievable. So therefore, they decided they're not going to have children. Al kein matzu tov lechvod Hashem va'amo shelo yisu nashim. They felt that their tafkid was not Masaya Musu Shnei Zakenim Halola, one of these two Altichkis going to die and we're going to take over. They should die already. No, Chas v'shalom. Chas v'shalom. No, oh my God, they're going to die and we're going to have to take over. And if we're going to have to take over, we're going to have to throw ourselves into this. And if we're going to have to throw ourselves into this, we're not going to be able to take care of our kids, so we're not going to get married. That's the pshat. V'yesh l'tzarev shnei dvarim shel hamedrash. A, sheholchu acharei Moshe v'Aaron v'amru Masa yamusu, lo chas v'shalom shekivu al misasam. O shedibru zeh al zeh, bisman sheyamusu hazakenim halolo ani v'ato nanig hatzibur. No. Elo shehisbonanu b'ma shechoser b'Moshe v'Aaron. They analyze the previous generation. Right? Children look at parents and look at, so what's okay and what needs work? What didn't come out exactly? They're looking at the tata and the fetter. They're looking at their father and their uncle, and they're being misbonen b'ma shechosar b'Moshe v'Aaron. Moshe haya mefakeach b'yeser al tzorchei hatzibur, al yedei zeh bonav lo tovim. V'Aaron she'eshgiach al bonav, lo eshgiach al hatzibur kol kach. Ve'en b'yado zchus harabim kol kach. L'chein anan lo nikach nashim. But, bad mistake. It's not up to you, continues the Ksav Sofer, to make such a cheshbon. There's a mitzvah to get married, to have children. You should get married and have children. You have to do the best that you could do. Ube'emes ta'u. Ki bahade kavshe derachmana lama lahen. You don't make cheshbonis on the cheshbon of the Rabbanu Shalom. You don't have to analyze all of the secrets of God. Yekaimu mitzvahs Hashem haksuva v'hametzuva alehem v'yolidu banim. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu is good, and God is good, and God grants them children, then they should have children. That's what the mitzvah is. V'chein omru zal gabi Cheskia melech, shalokim piri v'rivya, al shara b'nevuah shehem ra'im. V'amar le'anavi, ki meis ata v'lo techia ba'olam haba. Al shalo haya lo banim, b'hadei kavshe derachman olam olam. It's the same thing. V'hinei elu b'nei Aaron. Haya boer bahem eish avas Hashem uliyamo. Adarabba, what's really bothering them is they love God and they love the Jewish people. That was the Eish Zara. Eish Zara is not a physical fire. Eish Zara is an ideology, a way of thinking. And the way of thinking was wrong. Because if there's a mitzvah, you have to do the mitzvah. You don't have to worry about being God's watchman. You have to do the mitzvah that you have to do. And that was their mistake. Anyway, this Ksav Sofer it's a very powerful Ksav Sofer. And it gives a lot of pause. It would be horrible if that's what it would be. If it would be an either or. If it would be either or, it'd be very sad. But he presents it in such a stark way. Either you take care of the community, or you take care of your children, and you can't do both. And that was the chait of Nadav and Avihu. I would hope that we would be able to figure out a way to try to do both. Because we need both. Our community needs both. We need people involved in the community, and we need wonderful kinderlich. And we need the people who are involved in the community to have wonderful kinderlich. Who better than to have wonderful kinderlich? But the example of Moshe is very sobering. Very, very sobering. And that's the parallel here, to come back to where we started, the parallel to this Kinnot. In the case of the Kinnot Nebuch, it wasn't that they neglected their children. In the case of the Kinnot, it was the opposite. They weren't allowed to teach their children. Their children were taken from them before they had a chance to teach them. What both of these have in common is the burning emphasis on the part of parents to transmit values to the next generation. Let's go back. Ve'leimu dibru ba'amiro lo zochinu legadelchem letorah nakrivchem ki olavak torah v'nitzkeimachem la'ora hatzfuna mein kol v'aluma rid b'sichi v'yohima v'kol nehi orima oz iskimu gedolim uktanem lekabel bi'ava din shochen mionim uzkenim deshenim v'ra'ananim heim hayut chila nidonim v'yatzu likrasa mazeh panim v'nergu amonim hamonim v'nisorvu pedarim in pashdaronim v'avos asher hayu rachmanim nevchu le'achzor kaye'enim. The Chronicles actually describe how parents killed children in order to ensure that the kid doesn't fall into the hands of the Crusaders. It's very powerful, very extreme. Ve'fiso alavos v'albanim umisha gora lalalo rishonim unishchat b'chalafos v'sakinim ubachurim alei solem unim heim lochachu afar kisaninim. The elder people were killed, the bachurim were killed, the chasanim were killed, the kalos were killed. V'akalos levusha shonim u'ulafos bizros chasanim menutachos becherev v'chidonim zichru zos kaladas nevonim v'al techashu meharbos kinim v'aspidu al chasidim v'hagunim asher tzolulu b'mayim azedonim l'zecher zos nafshi yagum arid v'sichi v'yohima v'kol nehi orima Torah chigri sak v'izpalshi ba'aforim Evel yochid asiloch mispei de tamrurim Al tovsei mishotayach uforsei michmorim Malachayach v'chovlayach b'mayim adirim Orvei ma'arovech mi'ashrei hadurim Ifanochei tzfunayach u'megalei mistorim Miyikatze bigvos u'miyisates behorim Miyafarek havayas u'miyatoretz shvarim Miyafli naziros u'miyarech nedorim Miyishaded ma'makayach v'chitu ikarim Umiyilcham milchamteich v'yoshuv lashorim Klei milchama avdu v'naflu giborim Ashrei maskilim karaki azorim B'menuchos shalom nachu yisharim Oy v'avoy v'shoyd v'shever l'noisorim L'medivas nefesh v'chavalim v'tzirim L'chil yonaynaim tzamaves v'lo sedorim Erev omer mi'itein tzfarim Uboker mitzapim mi'yigale orim Mimare neima asher heima sharim Michutz sheklacherev eima mechadorim Ad masai tabid roech ol sisorim Kanela soroscha asher srafu hazorim Kiloa froa kiroa ligzorim Ksirim svuchim igdilu amedurim Haleile tisapak adon kol yitzurim Tinkom ledom anishbach kemayim anigorim Mishodanim in kasurim Amshavei feshal yunim umarurim richamo Osam abal tacharima karnam magbia ve'harima rid b'sichi v'yohima oy v'kol nehi arima. The second of the Crusade Kinos is Mi'iten Roshimayim. And since we spent a fair amount of time discussing it earlier, we're going to go to Oz Bahaloch Yirmiyahu. I referred to this Kina earlier when I was talking about it's page 278 in the Art Scroll, 135 in Reverend Rosenfeld. One year we actually learned through the whole Medrash, the Psichta Chof Daled, that tells the very gripping, very, very powerful and gripping story about all of the Avos and the Imahos line up before the Rabbanu Shalom and ask that Hashem should grant mercy to their children. Avram says, I was prepared to sacrifice Yitzchak. Yitzchak says, I was prepared to be sacrificed. Yaakov talks about the Tsar Gidul Banim. And In the Medrash version, unlike the Kinnot version, Rachel is the one who ultimately wins the day. And in the schus of Rachel, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Mini kolech mi bechi, ve'enech mi dima, v'shovu banim legvulam. It's Rachel's argument. Interesting why Rachel's argument was more powerful than the other arguments. Oz bahalochi miyoal kivrei avos, v'nom atzamos chavivos moatem shochvos, v'nechem golu v'oteyem charevos, v'ayez chusovos be'eretz taluvos, go chulam bikinim al chesron banim, dovavu bekol tachanunim pnei shochein ma'onim, v'ayeh avtochas v'zacharti lohem bris rishonim. Heme miru kavodi besohu, v'lo fochadu v'lo rohu, ve'alim einai mehem v'lo nohu v'lo shohu, ve'eches apak al amiras lohu, zoak av hamon ba'avuram. We start with Avraham Avinu. Now starts the individual arguments, or the individual pleas on the part of each one of them. Zoak av hamon ba'avuram v'chinein pnei el ram chinam nu seisi eser b'chinos avuram. I went through Asara Nisyonos. V'hein chozisi shivram v'ayei havtochas al tira Avraham. And the answer is To'u lahoros ba'avodo zoros, yoatzu lachzo boros boros nishboros, ve'echas sapak al bitul aseres hadibros. Now comes Yitzchak. Kotzav achi Yitzchak pnei shochein shochak, lashav bi tevach huchak. I was offered as a sacrifice for naught, for no reason. V'hein zari nishchak v'nimchak v'ayei havtochas v'yez berisio kemes Yitzchak. Moru b'yirmiya v'timu har hamoria nilesi nesogi iya ololi minishia ve'eches apak b'hariga zecharia. Soch yulad beselev demos kisanin zoleif ololai sheti pachti be'elef eich gozu mini b'cholef ve'eich hofra meni damim b'damim kama olef. Potz ro and Ammon. In this version we have Moshe Rabbeinu. Potz ro and Ammon kafush bo'eferu meduman tzon asher b'cheki ha'amon ve'eich gozu b'lozman v'ayei avtochas ki lo alman kol b'chileya misofefes alavaveha Rachel achosa mevaka al boneha zilpa maka foneha bilha mikonenes b'shtei yodeha. And in response, Hashem says to all of them. In the case of the Medrash, the response is to Rachel. Rachel is the one. But here, they all get a generic, a communal response, a group response. And Hashem says to them, Shuvu semimim lemenuchaschem, malei amalei kol mishalosechem. Go back to your rest, I will fulfill your desire. Shulachti Bavelo lemanchem. I sent myself into Bavel on their behalf. I myself went into Golus, and therefore you can be sure of the fact of Hineni Mishovev Golus B'neichem. Shulachti Bavelo lemanchem. I mentioned earlier, one of the themes of Nechama for us is that we are not alone in Golus, but we believe that the Rabbanu Shalom is in Golus with us. And because he's in Golus with us, at some point he's going to want to get out of Golus, so we can be sure that we will also be able to get out of Golus. Page 43 in the handout. The notion of HaKadosh Baruch Hu being in Golus and the notion of HaKadosh Baruch Hu participating in the tsar of Klal Yisrael is a very central one. And it comes up in a very interesting way in a machlokes between the Bavli and the Yerushalmi with regard to the fast of Shivasar B'Tammuz. So the Mishnah says at the end of Tainis that there were 5 sad events happened on Shivasar B'Tammuz. The first sad event that happened in Shivasar B'Tammuz was that the luchos were broken. When Moshe Rabbeinu came down, the Gemara makes the cheshbon, the 40 days. Ishtabra aluchos, when he saw Bnei Yisrael worshiping the egel. It's a terrible thing, the breaking of the luchos. The second is batal atamid, and the Gemara just says Gemara. There is no source that the Gemara gives. We're at the top of page 43. It's about 8-10 lines from the bottom. The 2 dots, the line beginning Tachas Sahar. The line beginning Tachas Sahar. So till now, in the very, very top of page 43, Hey Devar Miras Avasena B'Shivasar B'Tammuz. The first one is Nishtabra Aluchos Minalan, and the Gemara goes through 10, 12 lines. How do you know Nishtabra Aluchos? Then the Gemara comes to Batal Atamid, and the Gemara says Gemara. It's a Mesorah. We have no proof text. Then the Gemara says Hufka Ha'ir. What was the third event in the Mishnah? Was that the city was breached. Ask anybody today, why do we fast on Shivasar B'Tammuz? So the answer is because the city was breached 3 weeks before the Beis HaMikdash was finally destroyed. In fact, the Gemara, Hufka B'Yud Zayin Hava, you're telling me that it happened on the 17th. V'oksiv b'chodesh Ravi b'tisha l'chodesh v'yechazak harav ba'ir uksiv basrei v'atiboka ha'ir. It's a Beferish pasuk in Yirmiyah that says that the city was breached on the 9th of Tammuz, not on the 17th of Tammuz. So how could the Mishnah say that one of the 3 events is the 17th of Tammuz, of the 17th of Tammuz is the breaching of the city, if it was breached on the 9th, the Beferish pasuk? Amarava lo kashya kam barishona kam b'shniya. Depends on which Beis HaMikdash you're talking about. The Sanya barishona hufgoyer b'tisha b'Tammuz b'shniya b'Shavasar. It's not a stira between the pasuk and the Mishnah. The pasuk is talking about the first Beis HaMikdash, as we would expect the pasuk to address. The pasuk addresses the first Beis HaMikdash, and the Mishnah, when the Mishnah says Hufka Yer was on Shavasar B'Tammuz, it was the second Beis HaMikdash. And so when the Medrash says in the middle of the page, Kol Rodfeha Hisiguha Ben HaMetzarim, it's a pasuk in Eicha, Kol Rodfeha Hisiguha Ben HaMetzarim. So we have a phrase in our tradition that Bein HaMetzarim, we call the Bein HaMetzarim, we call the 3 weeks between Shavasar B'Tammuz and Tisha B'Av. Bein HaMetzarim, B'Yom De'aka, it comes from the Medrash Eicha, again Medrash Eicha. B'Yom De'aka, these are days of sadness, days of distress. Mishiva Asar B'Tammuz at Tisha B'Av. So, based on the Gemara, this B'Shivasar B'Tammuz at Tisha B'Av as being Bein HaMetzarim only applies in Churban Bayis Sheni, because Churban Bayis Rishon, it was more than 3 weeks between the breach of the city and the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. It was actually an entire month, from the 9th of Tammuz until the 9th of Av. So the Bein HaMetzarim, the 3 weeks, is between Shavasar B'Tammuz and Tisha B'Av is only during Bayis Sheni. This year I fell on a Marshon B'Chayris, in the context of the 3 weeks. I generally don't learn the Marshal B'Chayris, regretfully. So I found a reference to a Marshal B'Chayris. The Marshal B'Chayris, just to think about, because we're at some point, somebody earlier mentioned from the Shlosha to Paranusa to the Shiva de Nechemta to Rosh Hashanah. So the Marshal B'Chayris on the Chesed Beis says, line number 5, second word, Ki Kemosha Hachof Aleph Yom, Shemei Rosh Hashanah Ad Hoshana Rabbah, Toldos Libun Avon V'Kapara Alehem. The purpose is to cleanse and to purify. Kach Gam Yemei Chof Aleph Yom Puranius, Meyud Zayin B'Tammuz Ad Tisha B'Av, Haya toldos libun avonos, ki hatzoros v'yisurin mechaprin, kemoshe kosav agolos mechaper. So this is something I never realized before, that there's a 21 days, that there are 21 days between Rosh Hashanah and Hoshana Rabbah, which serve the same purpose as the 21 days between Shavuos B'Tammuz and Tisha B'Av. They're days of purification, and they're days of kapara. Al kol panim, this applies, according to the Bavli, only to the Bayis Sheni, not the Bayis Rishon. Now let's look at the Yerushalmi on page 44. The Yerushalmi on page 44 asks the same question that the Bavli does. Ksiv, it's about 10 lines from the bottom, 9 lines from the bottom. The line beginning ha'ir. V'hufka ha'ir. V'hufka ha'ir is the third event that happened on Shavuos B'Tammuz in the Mishnah. Says the Talmud Yerushalmi, Ksiv b'tisha lachodesh hufka ha'ir. V'at amar ha'chein. The pasuk says it happened on the 9th, and you're telling me that it happened. You're telling me this. You're telling me that it happened on the 17th. It didn't happen on the 17th. The pasuk says explicitly that it happened on the 9th. Amar Tanchum bar Chaniloi kilkul cheshbonos yeshkan. A different answer than the Bavli. And the Yerushalmi's answer is there was a mix-up in the counting, which means that during Churban Bayis Rishon, it also happened on the 17th. Hufka Ha'ir on Shavuos B'Tammuz was both Bayis Rishon and Bayis Sheni. Why does the pasuk say in Bayis Rishon it happened on the 9th? Because it was so famished, there was so fatumult, they were so caught up in the whole drama and the whole fight and the whole sadness and the whole panic and the whole terror and the whole event that they lost track of time. They were mekalkel the cheshbon. And because they lost track of time, they thought that it was on the 9th, but it was really on the 17th. So if you were to ask, when was Hufka Ha'ir during Bayis Sheni? Everybody says, Kulam Haidu v'mlichu v'amru, Shavuos B'Tammuz. If you ask, when was Hufka Ha'ir during Bayis Rishon? Answer, it's machlokes Bavli and Yerushalmi. The Bavli says it was on the 9th, the way the pasuk says. Yerushalmi says it was on the 17th. The pasuk kilkul cheshbonos. But one thing requires explanation. Why did the pasuk maintain and perpetuate the mistake? So they made a mistake and they thought it was on the 9th. It really was on the 17th. So why does the pasuk say it happened on the 9th if it didn't happen on the 9th? So the Korban Aida on the right-hand side, where it's underlined, Kilkel Chashbonos Yesh Kan. Meirov Hatzaros, it's about a third of the way up from the bottom. Meirov Hatzaros To Bechashbonos. V'lo Rotza Hamikra Leshanos Mima Shesamchu Heim. So why did the Navi perpetuate the error? Because the Navi didn't want to change it from the way they thought erroneously. Lomar, Kaviyachol, Anochi Imo B'tzar. That Hashem wanted to model for us and for all future generations that he too, as it were, got mixed up. And so he's going to anchor forever, for all eternity, the mistake. It's a divine book. Yirmiyahu is a Piruach HaKodesh, is a Navi. To show, to model that Hashem also, as it were, was mixed up. And so therefore in Hashem's book, it's going to have the wrong date. It's a very powerful concept. We perpetuate an error to show something more important than the truth. It's more important for us than to know exactly on which day was Hufka Ha'ir during Bayis Rishon. What's more important for us and what's more valuable for us and what's more meaningful for us is Anochi imo b'tzara, imo anochi b'tzara. And that's a huge nechama for us, huge nechama for us. And that is the nechama in our Kinnot that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives to Avram and to Yitzchak and to Yaakov and to Moshe and to Sarah and to Rivka and to Rachel and to Leah, and they throw in here Zilpah and Bilhah. What's the nechama? What's the nechama? Shuvu semimim limenu chaschem, male amale kol mishalosechem. Go back and rest. Go back and rest. I'll take care of it. I'm going to take care of it. How do you know I'm going to take care of it? How do you know I'm going to fulfill your desire? Because after all, shulachti bavelo lemancha. Imo anochi b'tzara, I'm also in Golus. And if I'm also in Golus, at some point when I leave Golus, you will leave Golus. Hineni mishovev Golus b'necha. Let's now go to Tzion. There are a number of Tzions that we recite. And we're going to go to the first Tzion by Yehuda Levi, Tzion alo sishali l'shlom asirayach. $328 in the Art Scroll 152 in Reverend Rosenfeld. So the poet par excellence with a Hey HaYediyah of Tzion was Yehuda Halevi, who was born and raised in northern Spain and lived his life in Spain and was always pining after Eretz Yisrael. And at the end of his life, left Spain not only physically but also conceptually. He rejected the values of Spain and Spanish Jewish life, and he threw his lot, or meant to throw his lot, with the Jews who were living in Eretz Yisrael. There's a whole question whether he ever got there. We last know of him from a poem that he wrote in Alexandria, sitting on the boat waiting for the winds to blow in the right direction, that he could go from Alexandria to Eretz Yisrael. There's a whole genre of Tzion poetry. There are 5 or 6 or 7 of them right here in the Kinnot book that follow his, by other poets who try to follow his style. But he was the first, he was the most well-known. And this is a Kinnot that talks about how special Tzion was. The Rav always said that in order to know what you lost, you have to know what you had. I mean, it's just as clear as that. In order to understand the magnitude of the loss, you need to understand the magnitude of what existed prior to the loss. So it's a description about his longing for Tzion and about the special qualities of Tzion. Tzion alo sishali l'shlom asiroyich, dorshei shlomech v'hem yeser adiroyich, miyamu mizrach u'mitzafon v'seiman, shalom rachok v'karov, si mikol avoroyich. U'shlom asir tikva nosein demo of kital chermon, v'nechsav l'ridatam al haroyich, Livkosen usechani sanim, ve'esach alom shivas shavusechani chinor l'shiroyich. Libi leveisel v'lifniel mod yemel l'machanaim v'chol pigei toroyich. Shama shchina shchein olach. In Israel, the shchina is your neighbor. It's right next to you. V'hayotzreich posach l'mul sharei shachak shioroyich. Uchvod Adonai levad hayama oreich. Vein shemesh v'sar v'chochavim me'iroyich. Evchal nafshi lishtapech b'makom asher ruach Elohim shfucha b'chiroyich. Ad beis melucha v'ad kisei Adonai v'ech yeshvu avadim alei kisos gviroyich. Mi yitneni mishoteid b'makomos asher niglu Elohim l'chozayach v'tziroyach. Mi yaseh li chnofayim v'archik nedod. If only I had wings that I could fly and I can go there. Onid levisrei levavi bein bisoroyach epola apaya le'artzeich. Ve'ertze avonayach ma'od v'achonein esav faroyach. Afki biyamdi alai alei kivros avosai ve'eshtomein b'chevron alei mivchar kivoroyach. Haro avarim v'horor asher sham shnei orim gedolim mirayach umoroyach. Chayein shamos avir artzeich. Umimor dvor avkasa farech v'nofes tzuf nehoroyach. Yinam lenafshi haloch arom v'yochef alech orvos shmama asher ayu dvi royach. Bimkom aronech asher nignazu v'imkom keruvayach asher shochnu achad reichad oroyach. Agos v'ashlich be'er nizri ve'ekov zman chilel be'eretz tmeo es nizi royach. Echyer rav liachol ushasos be'esech zeh ki yitzchavu aklavim es kfi royach. Oech ma'or yom yihi masok le'inai bo'odere b'fi orvim pigreinish oroyach. Kos hayagonim la'at harpi ma'at ki kvar moluch solai v'nafshim mimero royach. Eses karo lo eshsech amarech v'eskoro liva v'emtzez shmo royach. Tzion klilas yofi ava v'hein v'chein tikshurim me'oz uvach nikshuru nafshos chavei royach. Hem asmechem l'shalvosech v'akoavim al shomamusech uvochim al shvaroich mibor shvi shoafim negdech mishtachavim ish mimkomo elei nochach shoroich edrei amonech asher golu v'espazru mehar legivov lo shachuchu gedei roich amachazikim b'shulayach u'misamtzim lalos v'lechos b'santzine smoroich shenor fasros hayarchuch begodlam v'im hevlam yedamu l'sumayach v'uroyich el mi yedamu mishichayach ve'el mi neviayach ve'el mi leviayach ve'shoroyich yishnev yachlov kalil kamam l'choso elil chasnech li'olam l'dor v'ador nizoroyich ivech l'moshav elohoyich v'ashrei anosh yivchar v'yikra v'yishkon b'chatzei royich ashrei mechake v'yagia v'yira lo sorech v'ibaku olav shchoroyich l'ros b'tovas b'chirayich v'la'alos b'simchosech b'shuvech elei kadmas neuroyich. After the Tzions, there's a famous Kinnot that I referred to earlier, Shalei Srufa Ba'esh, by the Marami Rutenberg. I think I mentioned to you in the past that we actually know exactly where in Paris this event took place, where the Talmud was burnt as a result of the disputation between Pablo Cristiani and the Rabbi Chil of Paris. The Talmud, in the 13th century, the church had this new idea of not only trying to prove the truth of Christianity from the Bible, but also going after the Talmud. And the Talmud became a focus, and specifically trying to prove that the Jews were disrespectful of Christianity from the Talmud. And the result of that disputation was that the Talmud was burnt, and many Sifrei Kodesh were burnt in a square, in a big square in Paris. And today it's also a huge square in Paris. And so he writes his Kinnot that very much is stylistically and poetically patterned after the Tzion that we just read of Rabbi Yehuda Halevi. In conclusion, I want to read a Kinnot about the Shoah. That's on page 45 in the packet, especially going back to full circle to 7.5 hours ago, a full circle about the question about Holocaust commemoration and whether Ein Lahosif is the paradigm or whether Chav Sivan is the paradigm. But even if Chav Sivan is the paradigm and there is a basis, a precedent for having a separate, unique, special day of commemoration for the Shoah, we certainly should mention it today as well. And so I want to conclude with a Kinnot about the Shoah. Page 45. This is from the Baba Rebbe. Zichruna v'kanunu kol Yisrael kolchem yishama barama ki ishmida Germania esamenu bimei za'am hamilchama b'misos mishunos achzorios barav u'batzama al tishkechu b'chol hadoros ades isku lir'os b'nechama Tzakasamu v'chiyosehem tzifufim u'sugurim ba'karonim katzon la'tevach yuvolu l'sreifa ba'kivshonim kol shavam yizocher tamid lefnei shochen ma'onim b'koram shema Yisrael masru nafsham la'adonei ha'adonim Roshei yeshivos v'salmidehem v'hamonei amcha shama Hevidum bi'inuyim koshim v'harogum bi'od rama Demei elodim rakim tzoakim elecha min ha'adama Nikom nikmas tav v'noshim lo sechaye kol nishama Al sreifas alfei midrashos uvatei chanesios Rivavos Sifrei Torah v'lomdeha nikonein b'shi'iyos Shilchu v'esh mikdashei eli tzisu v'einenu tzofios Yishalem ha'maviras ha'be'ero yodin b'goyim Molei gevios Za'aku shamayim v'adama Al alfei ayaros mivtzerei sora Artzos Europa kihilo seha nochalei mekaimei mesora Tzadikim zekenim v'chasidim devekei emunah tahora Miyom golinu me'artzeinu lo hayo chazeh ki lo yom nora Rachem al she'erei seinu abetna mishomayim L'machnos hakadoshim pi eser ki yotzei Mitzrayim Komeim beis kodshenu v'nachamenu b'chiflayim Romemenu v'havienu L'tzion v'Yerushalayim. L'tzion v'Yoreha K'mo Rishon L'tzireha L'chipsula